Well, good morning, everybody. I almost had to cancel the podcast. Having problems with StreamYard billing. What they did was they put a splash up over all the controls, and you couldn't go live unless you paid that monthly dues. And thankfully, somebody got in there and got it taken care of. So it was, yeah. It's been a long day. I've been stacking wood all morning, getting it covered up with tarps and everything. And it's been a crazy morning. Crazy. I hope everybody else is having a good day. Let's see. Let's get back up here to the top. I think I even typed in I was madder than hell one. Yeah, I got to tell you guys, it's when it comes time to get something done, and obstacles popping up in front of me, I'm like a bulldozer going head nose at it. And let me tell you, StreamYard got a piece of my ear this morning. Wake of Trillium, K9, Linda Millenchamp. Good morning. Lisa Anderson, Barb Richardson, B Charming, Seawolf, Jeremy. Always awesome having you guys in the chat. Absolutely. Ken Ratello, Melvita, hello. Proud Army Mom, hello. Digital Hawk, Parkside, Paula Work. Oh boy. Kathleen French, Mariana. Thank you very much for getting that info over on Facebook for me. You're awesome to get that done every time. Benjamin, hello. Rocksteady. Let's see. Am I missing anybody? Wild West. Maggie O'Leary, welcome. Marilyn Ponomarenko. I'm going to act like I said that right. Cheryl Rich, Ellen, and let's see, who else am I missing anybody? Vicky, hello. Lady Hammer, hello. Nikki Green, hello. Okay, all right. Well, we got 67 of you here. We got 56 over on the YouTube side and 11 watching on the Facebook side. Windy City, hello. Auntie Wells, hello. Deb B. Got to get that right? Yeah. Hi, Lorraine. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Okay. I spoke with Dave this morning. He's got his 1 hour project is almost ready. He's gone through some technical difficulties, and getting things lined up on the computer are not always, when you're working with a laptop, are not always the easiest things in the world to do. So just bear with him, and we will have a 1 hour project from him. Possibly today. So we'll know by the end of the podcast. So, but he does. He says hello to everybody. He misses everybody, and he will be back soon with you. He will be using our StreamYard here and our YouTube, and he's actually in the process now of attempting to get a new YouTube started. And we will know more about that. He'll release those details to me later. And if it works, then we will have a channel to forward everybody onto for his particular things. He doesn't do like I do, where he plays a whole bunch of people's content. He's a very prime directive kind of individual. He picks one target and works on that target until everything is covered. Yes, we're talking about Dave Snedeker. Yes, so as soon as we find out if he's able to create the new YouTube, we will let you guys know, and I will definitely have links for everybody in that. He's absolutely somebody to follow, anyways, because of the fact of the way that he breaks down the content and coordinates all this information and compiles it, and then produces it, is just outstanding. So, okay, I'm going to get you guys started this morning. We are starting off with with the Table of Titans this morning. Really great conversations that went on last night on the Table of Titans, and I knew I had to share it with you guys. So that's where we're going to get started for today. Let me get their banner up. Bing, there we go. Present. Do a screen share, entire screen. There we go. And let's do this. All right. Now, for those of you who don't know who Space Shot is, Space Shot 76, he's a patriot, huge patriot, and he does a roundtable every week called the Table of Titans, and he's got some great personalities that come on with him. Very informative. These guys do very, very deep research, and they produce all the receipts for it. They show you everything as they're going along. So let's go ahead, get this started. Sit back, grab your coffee, grab your lunch, whatever, and enjoy. Yes, I forgot to tell you guys, there's no audio right at the very beginning. The music will be playing here in a second. It's coming. Almost there. Come on, guys. It's almost like they did this on purpose. It's a teaser. It's a teaser. Yeah. We're just about there now. There we go. Here it comes. Right about now. before we get this started, I know that there are a few new viewers. Let me throw this out there real quick. Basically, what my objective is this: too many truthers have been removed from YouTube, Facebook, and many other platforms due to the censorship, and it's been my mission to bring them back. So every time I do a podcast, we bring everybody. We bring Space Shot 76 and his entire crowd. We bring X22. We bring And We Know, and many other podcasters that have been removed from these platforms. It is too important to get these people back onto the battlefield. Okay. Although we have alternatives now, such as Rumble and True Social, the fact of the matter is we have to hit all of the other people, the people who have never tuned in before, those people who are, maybe they're a little liberal minded. We had a couple of liberal minded people in the chat last time, and by the end of the podcast, their perspective had completely changed. They're looking at the news in a totally different way now. Okay. And that's what we need to do. We need to draw more people in and get these guys' content back up on a place where everybody has access to it. And we have to understand that YouTube is a battleground. Okay. It really is. Okay. We were told not to leave the battleground. So my objective is to continuously bring those troops back onto the battlefield over and over and over. That's why we're on Hawks Mustard Seeds number 22 right now. Okay. Is because I've been censored 70 times off of YouTube already. Okay. That's 3 times per channel. Okay. And the idea of it is I will sacrifice channel upon channel upon channel in order to keep these guys coming back on here and getting new minds every single day. So here we go. Sorry for the interruption, but I just wanted to throw that explanation out. See, And We Know, or you see Space Shot or anything else. That's my goal, is to get those guys back on here with their research, with their content, and let everybody see it. It's the censorship stuff has got to come to an end. And until then, we'll keep doing what we're doing. And when the censorship and everything ends and the war is over, okay, then I'll get back to doing music and everything else. So in the meantime, and that includes Dave Snedeker too. Okay. Dave, there's been quite a few podcasts of Dave's that I've rebroadcasted here because of the fact that Dave deserves to be heard. Okay. The guy's got a good sound mind to him, and he's got good clarity, and he's got great ideas. And he doesn't just come at you with a problem. He comes at you with a solution at the same time. Okay. And these are the things that we need to, that we need in our community. And we only get to do that if we're all working together. Okay. So that means bringing them back on here and getting their voices heard again. That's the ultimate goal. All right. So back to the Space Shot here. I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Let's go. You're now tuned in to the Patriot News. Patriots United, that's what Patriots do. Doing deep dives and discovering the truth. Follow along and you'll discover it too. Yeah. To doing research and covering Q. We turn the deep state into bumbling fools. How they don't know what to do. We got them on the run, rabbit popcorn, the world's best movie has begun. Let's go. We made it through the storm, now get ready for some fun. Now comes the pain for the traitors, every single one. Come on. From Evergreen to Renegade, they're all gonna fall. This ain't a game of Pokemon, but we're gonna catch them all. Taking that power from the clutch of the cabal. They won't answer questions while they're rushing down the hall. You got love for us and we've got love for y'all. That's the meaning of where we go, where we go on. Patriot News, get with the program. Shout out to the team, yeah, the whole fan. Country, Hulkinator, all Dr. D. Wild, Space Shot, Red Pill, and Bree. Patriot News, get with the program. Shout out to the team, yeah, the whole fan. Country, Hulkinator, all Dr. D. Wild, Space Shot, Red Pill, and Bree. Let's go. Let's get it. Yeah, you know what's going on at the table of Titans. Yeah, you know they're going strong. Yeah. We're taking back control. The cabal got it wrong. We got it where we fit in, right where we belong. The movement is inclusive, so come join along. We're building with this music while you enjoy the song. Yeah. It's easy to lose and we've been waiting for so long. Knowing all we know about common ping pong. Wake the normies up, sleeping with pajamas on. Yeah. It's time to wake up to the Q phenomenon. Feel the energy, just like the beat I'm rhyming on. The Great Awakening, it's time to turn the sirens on. Where we go on with no one left behind. The community we formed here is one of a kind. The deep state is scared and they're running out of time, cause the Patriot News got them running from the crimes. Patriot News, get with the program. Shout out to the team, yeah, the whole fan. Country, Hulkinator, all Dr. D. Wild, Space Shot, Red Pill, and Bree. Patriot News, get with the program. Shout out to the team, yeah, the whole fan. Country, Hulkinator, all Dr. D. Wild, Space Shot, Red Pill, and Bree.
The outcome of that mind virus is very clear if you walk around the streets of downtown San Francisco. It is the end of civilization.
And it's not just propagating the mind virus, but suppressing any opposing viewpoints.
Yes. Well, in order for the virus to propagate, it must suppress opposing viewpoints. So,
because it doesn't stand up to scrutiny.
Correct.
Yeah.
You've felt the virus. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. People will try to cancel you so many times.
Yeah, it's fascinating.
Yeah.
I don't think you're melodramatic at all. I think it's I mean, I don't want to be melodramatic, but it's almost like a death cult.
It's a death cult. No, that is exactly right. It's essentially the extinctionists. Like, it's in the limit. It is that they're propagating the extinction of humanity and civilization. And there's some people who are like most of the time it's implicit. They don't but sometimes it's explicit. Like, there was a guy on the front page of the New York Times who literally has the thing called the extinctionist movement, and he was quoted on the front page of the New York Times as saying, "There are 8 billion people in the world, but it would be better if there were none." And I'm like, well, buddy, you can start with yourself.
Yeah. Does he have friends? That's what always fascinates me.
Well,
here he is.
That guy.
He looks like he's not long for this earth.
I mean,
Voluntary human extinction movement. That's hilarious. I'd like to party with that dude. I would just like to
that's an explicit version of the death cult.
Yeah, maybe live long and die out.
It's not. The extinction is a word he uses.
Yes.
No, I mean, it's not it's literally a self-description.
Do they cover him glowingly?
Was in charge of social media.
Yeah.
And still largely is at Google and Facebook, by the way.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I'm not in favor of human extinction. They are, and they can go to hell.
Well, that guy is.
Yeah, he can go to hell.
Death cults. I think we've seen this before. Welcome into Table of Titans. It is Thursday. It's good to see everybody there. We've got so much to cover. We've seen so much disinformation happen out on the internet, just between the Israel Gaza stuff that's happening over here, plus what's happening in the United States. We got election stuff to cover. We just borrowed a whole crap load of money out of Congress, and we've got international stuff to cover. But it's been pretty crazy because the boss is on fire at 2 different events at the same time and going to court. So it's been quite interesting. I've got Tron Space on Ardoc with me. Tron, what is going on, my friend?
What's going on, guys? Thank you for joining us. Table of Titans. I missed you last week. It was a beautiful wife's birthday, spending some time with her, and back at it with Table of Titans. What's up, guys? This week has been awesome, man. Boss, like you said, was on fire today. I forget where he was at. Where was he at today? Shoot.
Texas?
Texas, yeah. Houston area there in Texas, and it was an amazing rally, guys. Boss, again, looking fantastic, throwing around amazing crumbs and whatnot. But before we get ahead of ourselves, shout out to everyone in the chat. Hit that thumbs up. Thank you for joining us. And let's rock, dude. Let's boom. Let's do it.
Yeah, lots to go. Mr. Space Shot, what's going on, sir?
How is it going out there, my fellow world patriots? Yeah, and you're right, Tron. He's looking good too. And I figured out quite a long time ago, not quite a long time ago, but a good year or so ago, that, kind of watch him for his body language. You got to think, with all the pressure he's under, with all these different cases that they're trying to put on him, he still has, still has the body language of somebody who's not really worried about much. And I think that's for a reason, but we'll see, because literally the world is falling apart. Apparently the world is falling apart in front of our eyes. So just keep in mind, everything we do see is through the lens of a camera, which can be manipulated. So take that for what you will. Thank you guys out there, to all the mods. You guys rock, for helping myself and many other conservative content creators out there. And got to give a big hat tip to Country and Wiley over there, and the folks at Patriot News, simulcasting along with the 7, 8, 9 streams we got going on various different platforms here. But yeah, things are going so crazy now, Hulk, that it's just like, remember we were missing a couple stories here and there each show. Now it's like 5 or 6, because there's just so much stuff to cover. And I think that might be part of it too, right? Like they flood us with stuff that way we can't cover it all. Information overload. So I know you got a lot of stuff to get through, so let's get back to it for now, sir.
Yeah, we got to get Ardoc in here. We're going to rip the Band-Aid off of this. And what's going on, Mr. Ardoc?
Rip it off. Death cults. We don't just tell you this stuff like their plan is to kill 5.5 billion people because we make this shit out and pull it out of our ass. Okay. This is because this is what they have said. This is what they want. A bunch of elites want to extinguish the human population down to a manageable level and start over in their utopianist vision of what humankind should be. It's very, very dark and very, very sick. And these people utilize religion as a system of control to accomplish their dream. And Iran is smack dab in their dream. And we've got a document from 2009. We're going to show the table of contents and drop you the link that you can get hold of this document. It lays out exactly the plan that's unfolding before our eyes. Leave it to Bibi. Leave it to Bibi. Bibi's in the seat, and we're driving towards exactly what they planned back in 2009. But other than that, hopefully it's not hot where you are anymore. Hopefully it's getting a little cooler and you're enjoying the fall weather. I know I am here, and this undisclosed location somewhere in Eastern Europe. But it looks like we've had snow in certain places, and it's cold and rainy and windy and perfect Halloween type fall festival weather. And we got winter coming on soon, and people are freaking out in certain parts of the world about winter. And we'll cover what that means politically for some folks.
Winter is coming. Winter is coming. Yeah, dude, it's like 29 degrees here today, so getting an early start on it for sure.
Yeah, we had fall last week. We had summer this week here in California, so it's been nice and warm. It's been 95 today. But let's get into some of this stuff here. And again, Elon Musk, the great awakening from the woke has happened. This is good for civilization, hopefully. We're going to do some funny stuff first right off the bat, because we just did Halloween and there was some really good stuff with the kids out here. So we're going to just take a look at a couple of these examples. They did a really good job over here. You can see Biden falling down over here. And then you got Secret Service have to help them up. I mean, come on, this is funny, dude. Some kids are doing a pretty good job at this. Did you guys happen to see this?
No, but I did see. Did you see Anthony Blinken?
Yeah, that's
okay. Okay.
That's coming. We're doing the wind up first. Look at this, dude. Look, he's got a son dressed as Zelenskyy right there.
That's
right there, being little Zelenskyy. You know how long it probably took him to find this little outfit?
And look, those are candy cigarettes, guys. Candy cigarettes.
You're shitting me.
No, those are playing cards, but they're, in my world, they're candy cigarettes.
And the daughter is dressed up in the colors of the Ukrainian flag.
It's just so wholesome. We're going to send you more billions. But take a look at this one. This is very interesting right here. So this guy's got some ice cream. And it's fake. He's going to try to eat it, right? You always liked ice cream, right? I just wanted to throw that out there. He tried to eat some fake ice cream there.
Leave the old man alone.
This is why socialism doesn't work. Because that's pretty much what's happening in Ukraine
border.
between Biden.
What language do they speak in?
It's Spanish. That is Spanish in the background. They're getting back in here. One more, because I don't know if anybody saw this at Mar-a-Lago, but Joe Biden showed up at Mar-a-Lago with Hunter at the same time at Mar-a-Lago. So I didn't know if you guys saw this at all, but might as well include this one too. So you could see that's Joe Biden right there, and then the son's going to be right behind him with the paraphernalia. He's got his little blow-up
They
doll
brought
there in
the
the back.
paraphernalia at Mar-a-Lago. Look at that thing.
Look how slow the dude's walking.
So that's Hunter Biden right here, and Joe's in front. Just had to put that out there. So yeah, there is comedy going on in the world. It is still funny. We could still poke fun at each other. It's just we're doing a political deal. And I just want to let everybody know that this basketball identifies as a pumpkin. So don't worry about it. Halloween was saved. All right. We do want to take a quick stop by Gavin Newsom over here. I don't know if anybody saw this one, but we're going to go to the top clip over here. This is Blagojevich or whatever his name is.
Blagojevich.
Yeah.
The only governor in history who can do this.
And we want to go right to Gavin Newsom because he went over to China, right?
Oh, that's how we
just
take them
takes
out.
down that little kid. Look, can't spin it on his finger. Brian.
Like, are you ready? Oh, again. And don't forget the little spankings he gives him right here. Spank, spank, spank. Get your hands off my kid. Come over there and spin kick your head off.
So did Gavin Newsom get the okay from the China over there? That'd be interesting to see what's going on. I don't know if anybody got this one, but this happened to him. He tried the full on Joe Biden right here. Yep. So he's
somebody. That's funny.
They love the ball.
an overdub on that side.
That trip
But,
to China, though, is very, very important. We'll talk about it a little bit.
We're doing
there you
right
go.
now, Ardoc.
Okay.
Right now, we're going to rip
we're
the
gonna talk
Band-Aid
about
off of them because he did that all last week. Did he get the okay from Xi Jinping to be the replacement for Joe Biden? Is this what they're going to try to pull on this? Because I don't know when the window closes for the Democratic decision.
So first of all, people have to understand what the situation is between the Secretary of State, our Department of State, and the White House and China. China will not take Biden's calls. Joe Biden has been wanting to talk to Xi, wanting to meet with Xi, and they won't take his calls. Finally, they were talking about, oh, well, you're going to be here, coming for the summit, and let's meet. And initially, Xi was not going to meet. And then it was, well, no, we are going to meet. And then it was China's foreign minister Li or one of the defense minister, I can't remember which one was here, visiting urgently while Gavin Newsom was in China, getting public photo ops with Xi, getting the personal attention. He took Gavin Newsom's call. This is like the Chinese slapping the White House and the State Department in the face, saying, we won't deal with you. We'll deal with the guy that might replace you. We'll talk to him maybe and see where things might lead, but you're gone. You're history. We don't. It's bad. It's very bad.
We'll take his
I want to
call.
remind everybody that the DeSantis and Newsom thing happens on the 30th of this month. That thing's still happening. And it's
What,
still
were they
on.
having a little debate?
Oh, yeah. They
dude.
did it a long time ago, but I thought this was great fluff to fluff it up right in the beginning because now he's international. He's been seen all over the place. And then, Bootgate is what Ron DeSantis is dealing with. So who knows?
That's going to be
there's a huge, we have problems in the Republican Party right now. We're seeing that play out with the Rhino issues, and you can see that playing out in the speaker situation that we just had. Okay, but there's a huge problem in the Democratic Party as well, the Democrat Party, as a result of this Palestinian-Israel issue. We'll talk about that, I'm sure, sometime tonight.
Oh, yeah,
but
we're getting there.
this whole Gavin Newsom thing, where does he fall on this? Because which side or which faction of the Democrat Party is warring for which faction? That's going to be really interesting to see what happens.
many do you
I think
are
he's
out
on the
there?
new progressive side. What do you think? I don't
Yeah.
think he's going to go with the hardline Democrats. I think he's going to go progressive. That's the only way he's going to go.
And how many
He-
sides do you think are on the Democrat side vying for power?
I think he is the Hillary Clinton faction versus the Obama faction. He is going to
I
be
agree.
more along the lines of the Dianne Feinsteins and the Pelosi's and their relationship with China, which is, we are greedy, corrupt politicians. We will work with you, China, and we'll sell you the house and the kitchen sink and all the slaves to go with it and help you along. Just remember us when you come to power, because we know it's inevitable. And that is their side of things. Biden is like a dumb, strong-willed mafioso, like an ox in a glass shop, or what do they call it? A bull in a china shop.
China shop, yeah.
He's stupid and he's idiot, and the people that are surrounding him are dangerous. They're just absolutely out of touch with reality. So China is like, screw you guys. We're gonna go on with our business, and USA, you'll suffer as a result of this, because you won't be part of the new world.
Well, all right, let's get on. We'll get back into domestic stuff, but we definitely wanted to bring that up being an important topic here. Again, House Oversight came out with the China laundering money. We're going to play just a couple of minutes of this if you guys missed any of this, and we'll talk about checks and all that. But this should be a review if you've been paying attention to the show.
Remember when Joe Biden told the American people that his son didn't make any money in China?
My son has not made money in terms of this thing about, what are you talking about, China?
Well, not only did he lie about his son Hunter making money in China, but it also turns out that $40,000 in laundered China money landed in Joe Biden's bank account in the form of a personal check. And the Oversight Committee has it. Here's how Joe Biden benefited from his family's shady deal with CEFC, a Chinese Communist Party-linked company. It all began with a shakedown in the summer of 2017, when Hunter Biden sent a message to his CEFC associate demanding a $10 million capital payment. As Hunter Biden extorted this associate, Hunter claimed he was sitting with his father and that the Biden network would turn on his associate if he didn't pony up the money. The extortion scheme worked. Days later, $5 million flowed in from a Chinese affiliate of CEFC. Over the following 3 weeks, Biden family members made a series of complicated financial transactions to hide the source of the China money. Here's how that happened. First, Northern International Capital, a Chinese company associated with CEFC, wired $5 million to Hudson West 3, a joint venture established by Hunter Biden and a CEFC associate. Then Hudson West 3 sent $400,000 to an entity owned and controlled by Hunter Biden. Next, Hunter Biden wired $150,000 to Lion Hall Group, a company owned by James and Sarah Biden. Sarah Biden then withdrew $50,000 in cash from Lion Hall Group. Later the same day, she deposited it into her and James Biden's personal checking account. A few days later, Sarah Biden cut a check to Joe Biden for $40,000. The memo line of the check said loan repayment. Like the payment to Joe from AmeriCorps funds, it's certainly plausible that this payment where James and Sarah used funds from China was indeed a loan payment to Joe. But even if this...
What? We lost him. We lost Hulk. Space shot.
Ardoc, hold on. You're very loud, and I got the thing boosted up.
Okay.
So you gotta take the phone out of your mouth.
He's
Take it
gone
out of
again.
your
Hey,
mouth.
does this happen on Saturdays, Space Shot, or is it only on Thursdays? What is this?
It's only happened. Hold on one second. Let me get Hulk over here.
Make
Let me
sure he
get
gets
this.
admitted back.
Let me get him back in. And yeah, because the other thing is, like, if we go on his Zoom and the whole thing crashes, I don't know.
Hey, I want to pause this while they got this splashed on the screen. Space Shot, Machiavelli, and Lisa B. That's another one of the podcasts that they put out. Generally, it's on Tuesday evenings. Very, very informative. Lisa B is from the other side of the pond. She's over in the UK. Machiavelli is from another part of the country here. But when the three of them get together, again, It's great research. These guys all work together in putting everything together. And like I said, they show you the receipts.
It works
That's weird. Huh?
SOL, baby.
Let's see if I can find that one. Maybe.
How about those Texas Rangers, huh?
That's right. And I didn't watch the World Series over here. So I'm up on the wrong time. But yeah, they won 5-0 yesterday, Texas.
Ooh, how about the fact that George Bush threw out the first pitch and that game was won by opposite field home run, just like in just before 9/11 as well?
Really?
Nothing suspect about that.
And it was 119th World Series, bro.
Oh, was it? Oh no.
Yeah, think Neer.
Oh no.
Heard about that, guys. Yeah, we just finished the video on my feed, so it turned out pretty good about how they were sharing the money.
Well, we got the gist of it. It went from
In the end.
Oh, there you go. It went from one bank to one bank to another bank to another bank to another bank. Interesting though, the $5 million payment amounts to $40,000 for him. That's 10% for the big guy. And what are they doing with that other? Is that operational money that they're using, or is all that bribes? You think, Ardak or whoever wants to answer?
Well, no, it's probably just repayment for all the dinners they went out to because they felt bad that Joe was always buying. So in the end, he just paid him $40,000 just to go, hey, it's just a loan, guys. Thanks for buying a dinner for us for so long.
Fortunately,
something like that.
Unfortunately, the issue is going to become what did Joe specify on his income tax return?
It's not there. That's the problem.
If it's not there, then he's in trouble with the IRS. All the things that they went after conservatives for should be brought down on his ass.
Oh yeah, and more of that stuff's coming out too. They've been complicit in other things. Remember the whole Wind Blue deal with was it O'Keefe Media there? How they found thousands and thousands of small. Yeah, we're looking at Pill, by the way.
Oh, sorry, Barr. Sorry, I did the wrong window. I apologize.
So the other thing that is, understand this all happened in 2017. Very, very important timeline.
But no, wait, he said in the video. I was just going to say, Comer said that payment was at summer of 2019.
I understand that, but the original money, the shakedown of the Chinese happened in 2017 to get the $10 million. Give me $10 million. What did they need the $10 million for? Well, the issue was that Trump had won the election. Trump was going to be coming into the White House, and the Biden administration, the Obama administration, and Joe Biden was going to be out. Ukrainians were freaking out. They were freaking out, and they needed some comfort money. Let's just put it that way.
I like how you said it that way, comfort money on that side. So the other thing that came out is they're obviously going back up to the exchange of the 82,000 pages of emails under the pseudonym by Joe Biden's VP is the other thing. We all saw that happen with the Comey and Corney. That's not something unusual, but archives came back and said, yeah, we got all that info. What was the other thing? You had posted this out on Twitter. You want to make a little comment on this? Because you made a comment directly about that.
Yeah. Because somebody bitched about it and said, what is it? How do they get that? I'm like, no, look, here's the deal. We've reported on these known multiple email accounts before, but now this is verification from NARA that they actually went and searched on these emails, and now that they have actual communications found with known Hunter Biden business accounts with Joe directly. So he is effed. Okay. And additional, my hope is that these also touch Newland and Sullivan and the whole nest. That's
well, if you go that far, then it's the Obama administration, right? At that point, if they're going to go that deep, because that would be right. Hillary Clinton, the whole ball of wax, dude. You can't just unpeel one part to try to keep this sectioned off. It's either all or none, and that's the problem.
That's why the deep state will try to shut it down. The CIA and the whole intelligence community will try to shut it down.
So the other thing you found this, go ahead and read that for us, Space Shot.
Okay. Oh, sorry, I had to unmute.
I guess he's not here.
Hunter Biden served AG Merrick Garland with subpoena over his IRS case. He gave out the information, my personal information he was sharing with people.
Don't you have to ask permission to do that first? But we'll see what happens with that, right?
Well, isn't that kind of a good for the goose, good for the gander deal over like Trump stuff, right? And they do that crap with him.
Exactly. exactly, but it's not. And again, Hannity, there was a clip with Hannity and all the members out there, because you have Comer, you have Jim Jordan, you've got the new speaker and all that. These guys are all together with Hannity the other night talking about the whole Biden crime family. So that was a whole big show. But you also got to remember, they just allowed us to borrow $1.5 trillion in the next 6 months. So if anybody's paying attention, and I'm sure our doc will say a little bit of that. So we're borrowing $776 billion in the final 3 months, and then up in March we're asking for more money. So that's 1.5 trillion with the T by March of next year that we're going to borrow.
Yeah, and what I told Hulk, and so the Republicans will get bashed on this for spending. Okay, the question mark is it spending or is it borrowing? We have to repay old debt that comes due all the time, and borrowing new debt. So that's where the debt ceiling comes into play. The question mark is, has the debt ceiling changed, or are we just issuing new debt on top, to recycle old debt, in which case probably interest rates are higher than what we had originally borrowed that money at. And that's the effect on our budget overall negatively, is that we're paying now additional interest, passing that on to future generations, blah, blah, blah. But the question mark is how much of this 1.5, almost $1.6 trillion is an increase in spending cap over the debt limit ceiling.
Yeah, they did solve it. I didn't get a chance to go dig into it out there, but that was one thing you wanted to point out on there was the debt ceiling. Back into the court cases, obviously, we have the Colorado court case that's happening. They're trying to remove Trump from the ballot that's over there on that side. We've had Kash Patel over there we're going to touch upon. I believe this is Tron. Isn't this the one from, is this a Georgia case? I forget, with Eric and Don?
Yeah, I'm not sure with this one, but I think he was tweeting.
Case.
Was it okay? He was like, I think he was tweeting during like this whole thing. So it's kind of cool to see, like, not cool, but it's like, again, part of this soap opera. You have the boss's kids in the courthouse. Meanwhile, compare and contrast against, Sleepy Joe and the whole Hunter Biden crime syndicate laptop, blah, blah, blah. I mean, you can't write this story any better. This is monumental, and the fact that we get to enjoy it in 2023 is excellent. But again, guys, a year, 13 months, whatever is till the election there, time is ticking. But again, part of the puzzle. I like it. It's fine. It's good.
They started coining these cases disqualification hearings. That's what the new media buzzword is. So they don't call it, innocent to proven guilty. Alleged charges against Trump and his family, blah, blah, blah. They call it a disqualification hearings. So that means an intent for the purpose of the hearing is to disqualify him, that's an abuse of power.
What are they saying here? Sedition, treason, insurrection. This is stuff happening in the DC case that was happening from them. But the Colorado case, Kash Patel got sucked up over to, and he was doing some testimony out there. And then again, he is still going through the same timeline when he was over at DOD about the requesting and how they have to do the requesting. And the guy says, well, there's no timeline there that says that you guys actually authorized the troops and all that. He's like, because there was no request made. You got to understand the process itself. I can't just throw troops out there. It has to go through the right process. Trump can authorize it. Bauer and mayor's got to say, yeah, I want it. And then we'll send people over there and let them know if they need plus or more. Other than that, Kash Patel can't do anything until he gets ordered from the president, or you get Bowser to say, I need troops in D.C., and we all read the letter where she denied it and didn't want any until the very end. Yeah. So that was quite interesting to see this play out here. I'll drop this timeline here. It's pretty interesting to watch. It's about 20 minutes long with little itty-bitty clips in there, so I'll drop it for you guys. Did you guys see any of this?
I didn't see that actually myself, but like you were saying, Hulk, President Trump had offered, remember, he had offered, I think, up to 20,000, and like you had mentioned, we got a letter back from Muriel Bowser, which stated at the bottom, said, and I quote, again, we are not requesting National Guard troops, period, exclamation point. So he did offer. And then, so remember, it got a little hazy between Chris Miller, right? Did President Trump order troops to the Capitol? Nope. And then they're all like, oh, look, see, he didn't. See, he didn't. Yeah, because he never ordered anything. He cannot, just like you said, Hulk, he cannot order. He can only offer, and they can request, and then he can provide. But he can't just go do whatever the hell he wants, as contrary to people's belief.
Well, I'm going to disagree with that. I'm going to disagree with that very wholeheartedly, because we went through 3 years ago. We went through 3 years ago, dug into this very, very deeply, and the president is the sole commander in chief over the National Guard for the DC area. Period. Doesn't matter about Mario Bowser. Doesn't matter about anything. He delegates that authority to the Secretary of the Army, and then the Secretary of the Army designates it to his second in command. So that's the way that it's currently been structured and was structured under the Trump administration. So all that has to happen is the president or the Secretary of the Army or his deputy says, we need the National Guard deployed. They have many, many reasons, including the Attorney General, including Homeland Security, that can raise an issue as to why and when and how. And the DC itself, which is managed and administered by the Congress. Mario Bowser has the fortitude, the benefit of having to be consulted, but she does not have to make a request. That is not true.
Well, we remember watching them come through, because Trump wanted to throw troops in there, and she kept saying, "No, it's optics, whatever. I don't need it. Don't send them." That was
he could have overridden her. He could have easily overridden her.
That was optics. Well, you know how they would have played that in the news. We all knew that it was going. They were trying everything to stop it, including the lady that was running Capitol Police. So we saw the operation.
There was testimony. There was testimony, though, from National Guards, is talking about communication back and forth with DC police, and that the congressional leaders and DC police made the request. They've gone through the whole timeline of this. It stopped in the Department of Defense. Somebody at DOD stopped the response to be able to bring policing through the National Guard. They stopped it. It had nothing to do with Mario Bowser. It had nothing to do with Trump. It had to do with somebody at DOD.
Yep. All right. Anything else you want to throw on that before we go change a quick topic here? Because you brought up something that I wanted to make sure we threw in here, because obviously you're dealing with court cases. And you had, what was the thing you said? Listen to your enemy. The comment about Bill Barr, I think, is what you said the other day.
Keep your enemies. What?
Never. Here, I'm just going to go ahead and play this from Bill Barr a couple of days ago. Here, let me make sure we're not going to blow your ears out. Hold on.
Piece of shit.
It's going to be about retribution, and he's a very petty man, and it's all about him. He has a very fragile ego, and something happened to him as a kid, and I'm not going to spend time psychoanalyzing it, but every encounter he has to come out showing the other guy that he's better. It's all about the assertion of his ego, and I think he will be self-indulgent in a new administration, and won't be as effective as he could otherwise be, and probably things would start moving toward chaos.
Like we don't have enough of that already.
Tron,
this is just straight up
how
panic.
afraid? Yeah. How afraid? As I say, how afraid are these people?
This is what panic is, guys. And he even uses the word retribution, the same word that the boss uses. So the fact that they're listening very, very closely and sharply, and this isn't the first kind of clip that I've heard in this regard. I heard Clapper the other week with the same kind of sentiment. They kind of feel that they know what's coming, guys. And I get excited because, like, Doc, you started off that, this guy's a piece of garbage, blah, blah, blah. And he is, but he has to serve a role in order to put the boss back in. So that way, when they all get rounded up at a certain time, whenever that happens, tomorrow, yesterday, and today, it's going to be, easier. It's all that acclamation. And unfortunately, it's going to be 4 years of it. But shit, we went through 3. Let's go another, right?
Well, I think
Kansas?
it gets a little deeper than that. He's setting the stage for why Trump should not be allowed, why unprecedented steps, why national security, why protection of democracy in the state requires the state to, abuse an individual, i.e., the President Trump, regardless of what he was in the past or potentially in the future, and regardless of what the people want. He's making a case, and he's playing perfect sock puppet theater with his CIA training. Don't ever forget he's CIA. Don't ever forget it. Department of Justice, Boy Scout, he's CIA. and he's sitting there, I won't psychoanalyze, but that's exactly what he's doing. He's throwing these terms out, psychoanalyzing him. And this is what his job has been.
That's what I kind of felt like when Kash Patel was testifying against the lawyers or whatnot over in Colorado. Remember, that is in front of a judge with no jury. The judge itself is going to make the decision whether Trump's going to be on the ballot or not a jury of his peers. So
I'm telling you guys, I think it's been 2 years now. I've been telling you, I think what they did with this guy Barr, because Trump's not an idiot, guys, right? I'm telling you, my guess is they pulled this guy back in because they knew he was going to do what he did, and they knew he did a bunch of crap with Bush and got away with it, but not so fast. You're now back in a place where you can be charged again, possibly. Let's see. Is that what he did, or did Trump just make the biggest, stupidest mistake ever in hiring this guy to come back as the AG? Please leave your comments below.
Let me ask you this question. What's the difference between Donald Trump's policy with Iran and Joe Biden's policy with Iran? And what does Iran have to do with Hamas? Because both of them want to go to war with Iran.
Well, we never saw Trump go directly attack Iran.
Yes, he did.
We saw them.
Yes.
Well, we saw him take out Soleimani in Iraq.
No. He just made the statement the other day that we 100% stand with Israel, and Iran. I will come if I was in there. I would go in there and slam the door in Iran and attack Iran. That is what he literally said in his post the other day. I'm sure you got.
So what was the other side? There's no other side he could take, right?
Well,
yes, there is.
Biden and Obama. The Obama, as far as I see it, the Obama side and the Biden side or whatever are pro Iran, right? And as much as they're going to say what they want, we know that they've been giving money to Palestine, Hamas, or whatever, and both sides too. So I look at it like Trump is anti-Iran, and these guys are pro. We know it from Valerie Jarrett, Kerry, all the other people, Stroke, Lisa Page, etc.
But what are they selling the American people? What are they selling the American people? No, they're selling the same thing. We have to go to war with Iran. We have to go to war with Iran. We stand with Israel. Israel's going to get fucked in the national stage, and they already are. But we have to go to war with Iran. What does Iran have to do with Hamas? The American people are... No, they don't. No, they do not. That's the lie that you are being sold. And if you don't understand that,
so
you better start researching it.
You say Iran does not fund any of Hamas, period.
Can't say
Is that what you're saying?
Can't say that.
So then
hold on.
Wait.
Because
you just said they don't.
It's
you
complicated.
Said it was a lie. So wait, they get $1.
It's a lie. It's a lie.
Do they get bullets? Do they get ammo? Do they get anything from Iran?
Who is Hamas?
They're a bunch of terrorists that live in.
No, they're not. Who is Hamas?
You said the leaders of Hamas.
Who is Hamas? Who is Hamas?
Well, go ahead. We'll stop asking questions and tell us, because you
guys have to process. Who is Hamas? Come on.
I'm not going to argue with you. You're getting.
We've talked about this for 2 weeks. We've talked about this.
Go ahead.
Yelling.
Yeah, calm down.
Hamas is us. Hamas is just like ISIS.
Yelling.
Yeah. Well, we've been feeding money to Iran. That money comes back to Hamas. It's a big giant circle.
It's not going through Iran. Where did you get this from? You've fallen into the same trap. Iran is opposed to Hamas about 95% of the time. It is not with Hamas. If the money and guns are getting to Hamas, it's getting through them through a third party. They are diametrically opposed Sunni Shia. They are not connected.
Relax.
Hezbollah, it's very important. People better understand this. Hezbollah in Iran, tied at the hip, baby. Qatar and Hamas, tied at the hip. Saudi Arabia used to be very supportive with Hamas. Now they are opposed to Hamas. Houthi, Yemeni rebels, eventually now everybody's going to be supportive of Hamas, supportive of the Palestinian cause, supportive of Muslims being oppressed. It's a now bigger issue than just Hamas. But you have to understand, Hamas was the United States, UK, Israel solution, funding, coddling, nurturing against PLO Fatah. We didn't want the Russians and the PLO Fatah movement to gain political precedence, so we created an organization and found willing participants, very militant participants, smoothed the edges out and got people to vote them into office. And then we come around now and we say, oh, you elected terrorists, therefore you must be bombed. This is the way we do things to make sure there is no stability in the region. This is a very classic way we do things. But to equate Iran with Hamas is exactly what they want you to do. There is absolutely no evidence, no linkage of any monetary support. Is it possible guns and money from Iran got to Hamas? Absolutely. Is it Iran of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard units in Syria? No. Is it like Hezbollah? No. This is not the linkage. But this man, Anthony Blinken, and Biden are out there every day and they're surrogates. And now Trump is out there saying it's Iran. Why are they doing that? It's because in 2009, they set up a plan to do it. They want to execute that plan.
They didn't write the book, did they?
Yes, they did.
They didn't write it.
Go to the table of contents. Look at the table of contents.
Acknowledgements. Waiting for it to populate here.
There it is.
There you go.
Okay. The trouble with Tehran. Okay. Dissuading Tehran, diplomatic offer Tehran. So they went through the offer. They went through the bribing. They went through all of this stuff. They gave them lots of money to keep their military going. Okay. Did we stop and dissuade it? No, we didn't. They got airstrike. No. Leave it to Bibi. Allowing or encouraging an Israeli military strike. This toppling of Iran is something that the United States has wanted to do, and the neocons, whether they're called neocons, neoliberals, doesn't matter. The utopianist globalists want to destroy Iran. And Iran is not a perfect place. Don't get me wrong, okay? Syria is not a perfect place, okay? However, when you look at the pluses and minuses, it's not a simple thing to say, oh, we're just going to go to war in Iran. As soon as you say that, you are in World War III with Russia and China, and India is probably going to try to be neutral, but they're going to probably end up being on that side. And intifada in every major city in the United States and the European Union and Canada. That's what you're going to have happen. They may want to talk about trying to keep it regional, but that's not their plan. Their plan is World War III. And this is why China rushed their foreign minister to the United States to have literally called Blinken out of these sessions with Congress to go meet with the Chinese. Did Hulk just disappear again? Jesus Christ. Lord.
Yes, he did.
Tron and Space Shot, do you guys honestly think that this is Iran? Or do you think that there are allies to the Palestinian cause that want to help Palestine, help and hurt the United States at the same time?
We're funding both sides, though. Like
we are. That's exactly right. Very insightful. Space Shot with his mask. Sorry.
Halloween leftovers over there.
Go on with your thought. Funding both sides.
Well, because we always talk about that. That's like the art of war is controlling both sides of the paradigm and whatnot. So, who's to say that they're not doing it now in 2023? Since that's basically, wartime scenario tactics. You control both sides. I mean, how did the British take over India? I don't know, propaganda. I mean, there's a lot of people in India, and there's more than we even know. But anyways. You control both sides, dude, and you do it through finance, you do it through propaganda, turmoil, digital soldier work. You do it all over the place. Social media. Look at what's happened to social media the last couple, 5-6 years, especially during election and pandemic season. So they're everywhere. But the fact that we're in the mix, trying to figure it out, psyops within psyops. Is truly a miracle that we can actually, funnel through all the BS and kind of get down to the nitty gritty. And at the end of the day, you pretty much just follow the money, I guess.
So Hulk, you got Ezra Cohen here. Hulk,
he says, if you cannot guarantee that no portion of the $1 billion tax money went to Hamas, a terror group that killed, raped, and kidnapped Americans when it was time to shut down the program. So that's interesting that those comments were made. I did pick up this other one over here, Cornell. He says right here, Taliban-controlled Afghanistan gets $80 million cash infusion every 2 weeks from the Biden admin. And he's saying, you're struggling to fill your car's gas tank every week? Just interesting to see how much money we're sending to these particular ones itself. So we just, dropped $6 billion over in Iran, right? And then exchanged some prisoners?
So we have Samantha Powers in USAID, and you have to look carefully at what we do with that money and where that money goes and so on and so forth. The $6 billion is bribe money, just like the Roman Empire used to pay to the outlying territories. Bribe money. Keep your jets cool. Don't create any problems. Keep silent. Okay. Go ahead.
The one thing I did want to say about this, he requested $106 billion. They're going to pull the money from the IRS side. So at least the Speaker of the House is doing a lot of the appropriation stuff to pull the money back. Fine, you want the money? We're going to pull it back this way. So it's interesting to see the tit for tat as they go down this line and not come up with new spending is what the big thing was. We're just going to change it is where we're at for that.
When Lloyd Austin got up there and he got grilled on this one very deeply, and he gets up there and, we need the $106 billion, and this is integral, and the $44 billion for Ukraine, and the little 12 or 16 billion for Israel. It's all part of a unified package. They're trying to sell this unified package thing. And Zelensky's out there trying desperately to still get a meeting at Israel, still come to Israel for optics to talk about unity and how their fight is the same fight. And Putin's name literally has been brought in to this conflict in Israel as the cause. Okay, there's been media outlets. This is not kidding. The media outlets in Europe and elsewhere in the USA, where I'm seeing here, have literally, and Biden in a speech even said, this is Putin and Iran. It's Iran and Putin that's doing this trying to destabilize Israel. Really, Putin and Russia have an excellent relationship with Israel, and they have an excellent relationship with Iran, and they have an excellent relationship with Saudi Arabia. Who doesn't have a good relationship? The USA. Biden and Netanyahu hate each other, but now they're best buds. Netanyahu needs that money. Why? Because if Netanyahu doesn't have this war, he goes to jail for a long time. That's. Do you see a similarity here? They got Netanyahu dead to rights on his court cases, and just prior to this conflict, the military generals and him were having a little argument, and he was about ready to lose his government. And the next thing you know, boom! You got Hamas agitated. Yep. And I told you guys a week beforehand when we saw the U.S. and Israel take down a shipment of weapons that were coming from, I believe, Yemen. And those weapons may have been Iranian weapons. No, it wasn't. It was the decision by the Defense Department to take a seized ship from Yemen of weapons that may have been originally Iranian supplied weapons and give them to Ukraine to fight against Russia. And that, I said, watch that. That's meant to piss off the Iranians. And that could be a tipping point where Iran says, hey, go ahead, we'll support you. But Iran has really not ever been in their corner. They fought each other in Syria. That's what you have to understand. We brought Hamas in to fight on our behalf in Syria against the Assad regime, which was Russia and Iran versus USA, Israel, and Hamas. The more
a
you know.
good game. Yep, more you know. The other thing I wanted to throw out here is that Time article talking about Zelenskyy and his issues that he's having over there. Anything you want to make some comments on, or should I go to the highlighted parts first?
So yeah, if you want to go to the highlighted parts, I've got the article open up too. So
He says, you want to do a little reading on this, Ardoc or Space Shot?
Ardoc,
Space
Space Shot?
I guess he doesn't want to. Okay. Amid all the pressure to root out corruption, I assumed, perhaps naively, that officials in Ukraine would think twice before taking a bribe or pocketing state funds. But when I made this point to a top presidential advisor in early October, he asked me to turn off my audio recorder so he could speak more freely. Simone, or Simon, you're mistaken, he says. People are stealing like there's no tomorrow. You don't say.
this one is very important.
Want me to see the yellow parts?
No. The whole thing is important.
All right, but his convictions haven't changed. Despite the recent setbacks on the battlefield, he does not intend to give up fighting or to sue for any kind of peace. On the contrary, his belief in Ukraine's ultimate victory over Russia has hardened into a form that worries some of his advisors. It is immovable, verging on the messianic. Quote, he deludes himself. One of his closest aides tells me in frustration, quote, we're out of options. We're not winning, but try telling him that. Oh, crap, Ardoc. How long have we been saying that for?
But see, he gets out there, and he got out there again today. And he's out there saying, we're going to win. We're winning. We're winning. And because if he does not understand, he's not afraid of Putin. He's not really even afraid of Biden or Newland. He's afraid of the Banderites, the Nazis. They will disappear him. If he's not adding value, if he's not bringing money in to the pockets, if he's not bringing weapons and money into the fight, he's not got value, and therefore he's disposable. And so his fear is that he will be disappeared by the Banderites. And it's happening.
Most likely. You want me to? No? Okay.
So there was one other important little quote there, Hulkinator. And I don't. Well, this is
That's the last page.
Yeah. So since the start of the invasion, Ukraine has refused to release official counts of dead and wounded. They've been lying to the Ukrainian people, the state media, which cannot say anything bad about the state, otherwise they go to jail. Can't say anything. EU has been covering for him. The mass media in the West and the PR that we spend billions on to shape the Ukrainian war for the Western reader is been lying to all of us. And we've been telling you the death toll is huge, much higher. Well, here they're finally admitting the toll has long surpassed 100,000 on each side of the war, though. See how they cover that? That's not true. Shoigu, Ministry of Defense of Russia, in China, the same time as Gavin Newsom, by the way.
No shit.
Shoigu was in China, and he admitted in a interview that the Russian death toll has now reached approximately 90,000. When I was talking in August, my sources inside had shown that the death toll had been up to around 65,000. That was because the numbers out of Bakhmut were like 22,000, almost 25,000 dead just in Bakhmut alone, which ended like in May. So that was a big jump up in Russian casualties. But the number for Ukrainian KIA, it's like almost 300,000. It's now it's got to be 300,000 now. And they had 70,000 losses just in between June 4th and the end of July. No, middle of August. So it's well over 100,000. But the Ukrainian people now, citizens, moms, dads, they're questioning, where's our kid? And then here's the latest. Here's the latest. Okay. The average age of those soldiers is 43. And Zelensky's aides in the office of the president, this is in his office, his administration, are telling these Time magazine reporters privately, they're weaker. They're the Ukrainian. Their health is bad to begin with, and now they're out there fighting. You can't expect them to win. They know that they're not getting good equipment. They know that, and there's no more men. There's no more soldiers. Even to the point of where Sampo's mother and her nephew live in Gorlovka. Zelenskyy had a secret plan. The beginning of October, he wanted to go in and fight and take over Gorlovka. The guy couldn't take Robotny in 3 months' time, a 5-street village. Okay, and he wants to go into one of the most heavily defended areas in Donetsk. Okay, with no armor, no artillery, no aircraft. Okay. And his generals came back to him and said, are you crazy? And the part that I wanted to point out in this article, Hulk, is that they say to him, these commanders, they start refusing orders. And here's the quote: they just want to sit in the trenches and hold the line, this general says, but we can't win a war that way. End quote. And when the Time magazine reporter says, I raised these claims with senior military officer, he said that some commanders have little choice in second-guessing orders from the top. At one point in early October, he said, the political leadership, that's Zelenskyy in Kiev, demanded, like a petulant child, an operation to retake the city of Gorlovka, a strategic outpost in eastern Ukraine that the Russians have held and fiercely defended for nearly a decade. The answer came back in the form of a question. With what? They don't have men or weapons, says the officer. Where are the weapons? Where's the artillery? Where are the new recruits? Well, in some branches of the military, the article goes on, the shortage of personnel has become even more dire than the deficit in arms and ammunition. One of Zelenskyy's close aides tells me that even if the U.S. and its allies come through with all the weapons that they have pledged, we don't have the men to use them. They lost an entire battalion in the last 2 days in Avdiivka alone. No, 2 battalions. I'm sorry, my bad. 2 battalions. That's huge. Okay, they can't pull battalions and battalions off the front line elsewhere, or they open up holes, and that's indeed what's happening. So the Rada this week, is expected to take up a measure to increase the level of women that can be conscripted into the military in certain professions, so that men can be released from these back office administrative roles and go to the front lines. Well, you have to understand, those men that are in those back office supportive roles or are doing guard duty, in the borderlands, they paid big money, bribes, to get those positions and not have to go to the meat grinder, as they call it. And so this is creating political problems. So the real risk, and this is where now Hulk has got former Prime Minister of Ukraine, Mykola Azarov, who's a dirtbag also, okay? He says, holding elections doesn't depend on Ukraine or Zelenskyy, but on whether the Americans, the real owners of Ukraine, decide to change their puppet or leave it in place. I think they understand perfectly well that the current regime is not effective, that they're investing huge amounts of money in Kiev, but the effectiveness from their point of view is zero. Therefore, in the U.S. government, calculations and the selection of candidates is probably underway. And Zelenskyy knows this, but his greatest fear is the Maidan coup from the military. And this is being talked about amongst the Ukrainian telegram channels and the military much, much more frequently now, that they might indeed Maidan him. And so he's been removing his political opponents. Zelenskyy is expected to be terminated here in the next week or 2 weeks for bad performance on the counteroffensive, which Ukraine says hasn't ended, but they've taken an operational pause. It's over. It's been over since June 10th. Okay. And
what's the next person going to do? I got two questions. What's the next person going to do better? They'll give up, because it sounds like that. Like you said, the Banderites don't want to give up ever, but on the other side, they realize they don't have enough people. And my first question would probably be easiest to answer. You said roughly 2 battalions. How many people roughly in a battalion?
So usually two battalions plus support would make up a brigade. Sometimes you might have 3 battalions. It depends on the country, but you're talking about at least 1,500 men, probably 1,200 to 1,500 men, and equipment. I think just today, 14 pieces of equipment were announced destroyed in Avdiivka. And this is tanks. The Leopard 2s are burning in Avdiivka and in Robotyne, and it's not going well. It's not going well at all. Russians have developed a new air-launched standoff missile that has a 400 to 600 kilometer range. It's destroying any semblance of Ukrainian aircraft. And
but we got a new nuclear bomb. It says it's like 24 times bigger than Hiroshima. Well, I don't know why that was important to announce.
Yeah, because the test ban treaty is gone.
That was today. Yeah, they backed out of it today.
And so we are in the midst of a new nuclear arms race. I mean, it's been that way for many, many years since the U.S.
I would like to point this out, though.
Yeah.
Take that. Read that.
U.S. Air Force. Yeah. Go. You guys read this.
It says here, U.S. Air Force Strike Command has announced that the test launch of an unmanned Minuteman III intercontinental ballistic missile from Vandenberg Space Force Base in California was terminated over Pacific Ocean last night following an unspecified anomaly. Must be like alien or something over there.
I don't want that war. No world wars. No, thank you.
Who keeps an unarmed Minuteman III ICBM in the bay, ready to go? Who? This is bullshit.
Yeah, exactly. What else I want to show you that was over here? Okay. This also came out the other day. Iran backs networks with sophisticated cyber operators akin to those worked with Russia and China have a capability of tunnelling into government systems and disable companies' entire computer network. Tehran has launched the attack in the U.S. in the past, but the risk is higher and more serious in the light of conflict in Gaza. Coming from Politico, I don't know, just had to throw it in there that they're doing the cyber attack.
Remember back in 2016, it was Russia doing all the computer stuff, but in fact it was Ukraine. Just saying. Prove, exactly. Show me the money. We can't accept these blanket statements anymore that will lead us into war. We must demand the evidence.
I agree. What else I want to show to you? Again, Hamas official Hamad says, I will repeat the October 7th attacks until Israel is annihilated. So yeah, they're doing the same thing with them. So tit for tat on both sides. So I don't know. I thought that was interesting. I did run by this little clip right here. I don't know if Tron's seen this talking with Benjamin Netanyahu. Wanted to play a little bit of this. Have you seen this, Tron?
No, I've seen some of it. Yeah, this is good. This is very telling.
Yeah, I just found it interesting. Pay attention.
It's going to have to do with both sides, but a lot will have to do with Israel and whether or not Israel wants to make the deal. As far as settlements, I'd like to see you hold back on settlements for a little bit. We'll work something out, but I would like to see a deal be made. It might be a bigger and better deal than people in this room even understand. That's a possibility. So let's see what
he did like that.
I was disappointed in Bibi, just on a personal basis. I thought he wanted to make a deal more than Netanyahu. And I will be honest, I had a great meeting with him, Abbas. Right? I had a great meeting with him, and we spent a lot of time together, talked about many things. And it was almost like a father. I mean, he was so nice. Couldn't have been nicer. And after meeting with Bibi for 3 minutes, I looked at him and said, "You don't want to make a deal, do you?" And he said, "Well, and the fact is, I don't think Bibi ever wanted to make a deal."
No.
You want to make comments on that?
He wants to exterminate the Palestinians, and he wants to secure. He believes that if he wipes all the Palestinians off the face of the earth, then the issue is resolved. And it's very. He wants to destroy Iran. He wants to go to war with Iran. Okay, and he wants to take Syria off the map. He wants to do this because he feels that that's the only way that Israel can be free once and for all, and to have its own place once and for all. And I want to explain that Israel is not the land. Israel is the people. And this is something that I've tried to stress about Ukraine as well. Ukraine is not this meter or that meter of territory. Ukraine is its people. And this is something we have to stop focusing on who we are in terms of where we live. We have to stop looking at these things that divide us and start finding and understanding who we are that makes us the same, and who we are that makes us understand that we've been lying to ourselves to find reasons to make us think we are different from each other. And it's, I don't want to get off track, but Bibi Netanyahu is who he is. He is an actor. You give him a matchbook, which we have done, and he will go off and play with his matches. And you'll light the world on fire. That's what we've done.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. Some quotes that I happen to run by here. If anybody wants to read that one first. Anybody? Face shot?
Certainly.
Oh, sorry.
If the Jews, oh boy. You know, this is a very interesting video, guys, that you should take a look at too. I'm not saying it's right or it's wrong, but it's like a 6-hour documentary. It's called Adolf Hitler versus the Jew World Order. If you listen to some of these speeches, if they're translated correctly, he doesn't say we need to get rid of all the Jews out of our country. He talks about these Jews, right? And so when I hear these Jews, I think Khazarian and I think deep state. I think he was trying to get the deep state out of his country. Who knows? But anyway, if the Jews should ever succeed in setting up their Israel in the state of Palestine, most of them will not go to live there. No, they will reside in their host country, continuing in their criminal actions. They will use Israel as a safe haven, a habitat of convenience from which they cannot be extradited. True. Oh, I
this
Are you
is
going to throw the letter out?
Yeah,
You
this
wanna
is
throw the letter out?
hold on. This is interesting though. I want to focus on this for a second. Okay, so this is 1924. 1924. I got to think back, and I can't remember. This is still under Egyptian-controlled Palestine, and so was it? It wasn't shared between French and British at this time. That happened sometime after World War I, if I'm not mistaken, as part of the treaty process. So this is
17 or 18, I think it was.
Okay. Oh, so 24, then it was split. So this is French split control with Britain, and then there's a Russian little piece kind of in there with the French. Okay. And the whole region is not settled after World War I. And so he's not yet in power yet. He's not even Chancellor of Germany yet, I don't believe, in 1924 when this quote was made. And so you have to take this into context with what was there in history, not with what we know now, what we knew at the time. And so at the time, and it's hard for us to forget to understand this, there were over 8 million Jews that may be no longer living with us now, that were living in a very concentrated area around Hungary, Ukraine, Poland, Czechoslovakia, in that whole region. In Budapest and Orem, or what we now know as Budapest today, it was the world's largest concentration of the Ashkenazi Jews. And you have to understand that this was a centralized power base of mercantile power and banking power. The banks in Germany, the German banks, the Jewish German banks, were controlled by the families that lived in this region. The businesses, they didn't have multinational corporations, but we had businesses, maritime shipping and other things were owned and financed in large part by these people living in this region. They had tremendous power, and they were people that you went to when you wanted a deal done, a business deal done. They were still the bankers of old that the kings went to finance their governments and to get answers. Even today, the World Jewish Conference or Congress is still a major player in the Atlantic Council and in NATO decision making. And the Zionist movement is a strong part of that because they control financing. And so when you have money talks. You go to a billionaire, you go to this government, you go to this bank, you got to have connections, you got to have network. You don't just get to make it. You got to make, and this is why you see Nikki Haley and Trump, when Trump made this talk about Iran, and Nikki Haley's been talking about Iran, they're doing it in front of World Jewish Conference members in the United States political process who give big donations and big checks if they think you're going to help their cause. That's why they're playing to that base. And the same thing is happening here in that happened back in pre-World War II Europe. Okay, so I want to set that stage. Now, after World War II, okay, and prior to World War II, they tried to settle Jews into Israel. They tried to. They've been trying since the late 1890s, 1870s. They just couldn't get a lot of people to move. Why move out of Europe? They've been living in Europe for hundreds of years. Their family roots were there. Why go move to Israel? Some did. And you can look at the letters that are in the Rothschild library that are out there, and the Zionist movement didn't get a kickstart until Rothschild gave it Balfour, sorry. No, Rothschild. Rothschild gave it a kickstart, okay? And then it starts moving along. They had to get financing. But they would have preferred to have their own state in Europe. And alternate solutions were presented to the League of Nations, including an island, Saloniki, a Greek island or a Greek region, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe it's in the Balkans, I can't remember, was proposed as a home for the Jews. So they didn't want to go back to Israel, just like they didn't want to leave Babylon. He's right. Isn't that weird?
No, they want to be they got to be in that one area. They have to have that area because, like you said earlier, that's God's chosen people's land, right? That's what they all say.
Well,
and that's why you have the argument with the Christians and the whole thing of like, well, we must support Israel because that's what it says in the Bible. And I've always had a problem with that, right? The idea that they get to kind of turn their back on Jesus and mock him, but hey, well, they've had blinders on until the end. It's like they always get this extra benefit somehow, right?
Well, they have to rebuild the temple. And if you've had you can't go now. I wouldn't recommend going now. But if you have gone to Israel, like I have done several times, and you talk to some of these people, and they have the cornerstones, Christian organizations working with Jewish organizations, they have the cornerstone, the foundations already set up. They have all the menorahs, everything ready to go so they can begin the sacrifices again. Everything's already set up to be able to get the temple operating and running and going. Okay. And the problem is the the Al-Aqsa Mosque and
Didn't they get
where
the
they
red
can
heifer
build
too?
it. They got
they found
everything ready to go. They've
red
rebred
heifer
the
is
red
ready, yeah.
heifer. Everything's ready to go. They've spent millions and millions of dollars over the years to get this ready to go. It's all part of dogma, prophecy.
Let's stop by the letter here and take a look at that. Open link in new browser. Can I open image window? Will it give me there?
Yeah.
Nope.
Just click on it right there. Yeah, there you go. You
The
should be able to expand
Ballot.
it there.
Oh, that's the
There we go.
Einstein one. Okay.
Use your shift. Yeah, so this is being written to. So notice the date. Go back up to the date. The date's on the top, right? 1948.
April 10th, 1948.
Okay, so this is right in the heat of the debate, the fighting, because there's fighting that happens with Egypt. I can't remember when that started. Have somebody check on the date on this. And so he's writing to the executive director of American Friends for the Fighters of Freedom of Israel in New York. Okay, and Albert Einstein was, well, if people asked him his religion, he was Jewish, but he believed in a God that was bigger than the size of the universe. Okay, wasn't that his God was nature's God, in a way of putting it. So you read this letter here, dear sir. When a real and final catastrophe should befall us in Palestine, the first responsible for it would be the British, and the second responsible for it, the terrorist organizations built up from our own ranks. I'm not willing to see anybody associated with those misled and criminal people. Sincerely yours, Albert Einstein. And so he didn't support this effort. He didn't want his name associated with this effort to reconstitute Israel and support politically and publicly. Isn't that amazing?
That is amazing. Where else are we going for this? Oh, we talk about the riots at the airport. I don't even know where to go from here. There's so much.
This is really short. I can summarize this. You can go to my Twitter link, and I'm not the only one that found it. But the other day there was this big, huge event of Muslims attacking Jews on airplanes that came from Israel. Okay, and the media picked up on it, and it was all over the place. Oh my God, Russia's got a problem. You know, the Muslims are going crazy, etc. This is the way out. This is they're walking away. So after things have been de-escalated, this is out of the aircraft, showing one of the Red Wings airlines as the police are arresting the people that got through the gates and onto the AOA, and they took things in hands, and they were not too kind. These are, Russian Federation police. You can see him kicking the guy in the hip. Okay, but what happened? Well, so you got a Telegram channel, which is the first post there, that starts announcing, hey, everybody, there's a airplane coming from Israel with Jewish refugees. They're trying to escape from this Gaza stuff, and they're coming to Dagestan. Dagestan is like fundamental Islam region of the Russian Federation. It is like, this is where the hardest hardliner of Islam's Muslims live in the Russian Federation. Russian Federation, very broad, very vast, very diverse population. And these people fought in the Great Patriotic War. They fought against the Nazis in Ukraine. And so this is who they are. And they see this Telegram channel tell them that Jewish refugees are coming to Dagestan. Bullshit on that. And so they freak out and they go to the airport. And then there's a video posted on some websites talking about how there's a fight going on at the airport between Jews and Muslims. This video was fake. It was actually from 2 weeks prior. and it had nothing to do with Jews versus Muslims. It was just two rival gangs fighting each other at the airport at Dagestan. But it was used by these Ukrainian-run Telegram channels run by a former Russian Duma member who is now in hiding in Kiev and has been behind a lot of these infiltration ops into Russian Federation. He owned this Telegram channel. It's since been taken down. He has run lots of other ops like this, and he is behind this op that stirred up this violence. Now, who was on the plane? Who was on the plane were women and children, Dagestani Russian Federation citizens as well, other that were continuing on, that had gone to Israel for medical treatment, sick kids and women. And all of this was incited to cause a panic, to cause a problem, to cause further complications of the issues. And this was done by Ukrainian information operations working with the CIA. And it was shut down. It didn't succeed. Okay, it got found out.
That's good.
So that.
And Ardak, let me just add to this. I know it's not really that important, but
Sorry.
Where it is, this airport is Makla Chakla, whatever, international airport in Dagestan. And the reason I know this area is because Khabib Nurmagomedov is like an undefeated UFC fighter, and one of his best friends is now the new champion. And I think that's his town where he literally grew up, because his name is Islam, which, you know, shows you from their faith, right? Islam Makhachev. So he's from that area, and they're very, you know, hardcore, but they seem, you know, like they're no nonsense, but they'll go to war if they need to, as you guys can see right there.
What the director of the region got on television and came there to the house or whatever, the hotel, and he's like shaming these people. And there's a great video of it where they're sitting there outside this hotel where all these women and children went, and they wanted proof that there were no Israeli refugees, and they were allowed to come in, talk to them, see them, who they were, and then they went away their way peacefully. That was the whole issue. They stopped the bus that was trying to leave the airport and go to the hotel that had these women and children on there. And this is where all these videos came from that the media was publishing all the way as, you know, Islamists, terrorists in Russia are rising up. No, it was all peacefully dealt with. Nobody got hurt. People got arrested that broke the law, and everybody went home. But that's what could be coming to a theater near you.
Yeah, that's not going to look good.
It's coming for sure. And I mean, how many times
What
do we have to hear Bibi say that, right? Oh, you know, our war will soon become your war. Like, yeah, we know. You guys are pushing it. We know.
Well, I mean, I did pick up the video here talking about the pro-Palestine rallies here. If you guys want to see some of this stuff.
A free Palestine rally to see what they're really about. Hey, how would you describe it, Jew? They're devils. Who's at fault? The Jews. The Jews. Always been a problem. So if they do take Palestine, where do the 12 million Jews go?
Go to hell. That's the literal slogan. Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
Okay, if we free Palestine, where do the Jews go? Hey, go back to Brooklyn, bitch!
Shout out to Kanye. He was right.
How do I know that you are... That I'm not a Jew? Get the fuck out of my face! Get out of my fucking...
The Hamas book, the action they've taken, it's not a terrorist attack.
I am queer for Palestine, yes.
What do you think about the argument when people are saying...
Queer for Palestine. Can you think about that for a second? There was another video going around where they're asking regular liberals about Palestine, you support Palestine, all those things, and they started going through all the laws that they have and all the things they do to the women and whatnot. They're like, no, I don't support that. Well, this is what they do. And then they figure it out that they've been lied to in the beginning. But
well, this has caused a break in the Democrat Party because you have a huge number of pro-Palestine, at all these Antifa rallies. You remember seeing the signs out there, Free Palestine, and women wearing these, the black and white scarves and everything. And this is integral into this little anarchy movement that they've created, is the BLM, the Antifas, and the Free Palestine movement. They're all kind of one of the same people. They're all the same people. So the problem is then a lot of the Jewish membership of the Democrat Party, Jewish membership of the Republican Party, both very strong factions in both parties. But in the Democrat Party, then you've got this pro-Palestinian movement, it's also very, very strong. And so now you have a war, a wedge in the Democrat Party, and support for Biden among the Arab voter base in the Democrat Party has dropped, boom, through the ground.
17%.
And so, yeah, so he's having some come to Jesus issues, to use a pun, in his campaign, and Sullivan's freaking out. And this is why now, a week ago they were saying 100% on Israel's side. Now it's, maybe we will talk about a ceasefire.
Really? So we got we got David on homes in Paris. We even had the UN delegation from Israel wearing the yellow stars. So they're definitely playing up the narrative out there. I don't know if it's going to work out on both sides. They are definitely laid on thick. And then again, we've got.
But don't they have a right to? Don't they have a right to? I mean,
well,
you have
you
have to think about it. If you were, and this is why I said the founders. So I laid this case out on Twitter just earlier today. You are a citizen of the British Empire, okay, but you were also a colonist, and you took up arms against the legal government, and you did a terrorist act in the Boston Harbor and destroyed a bunch of goods and shipment and things like that, burned it, threw it overboard, lots and lots of money, lots and lots of people's lives harmed from that damage and to the T of Boston and protest of paying taxes, right? Okay.
Yeah.
We've been sold this bill of goods about the revolution, but they were terrorists. They were insurrectionists and terrorists against the British Empire.
No, they're patriots.
Well, they're patriots now because we won. Okay. But at the time they were
sides of the story. It's one side says you're a patriot, the other says you're a terrorist.
Right.
What side do you pick?
So in the Palestinian situation, they think that they're freedom fighters and they're patriots and they're trying to fight for the lives of 3 million people packed in this police state called Gaza. Okay. But the Israelis, they came from persecution and horrible persecution in Europe, not just from World War II, but from hundreds of years of Christian pogroms. Hundreds of years of Christian pogroms where they were only moderately safe in Islamic territory. Okay, they had to pay a head tax sometimes, and sometimes the caliphates, they weren't so kind to the Jews either. Okay, so this is a generational systemic hatred problem that can only come about when you spend time with each other. And this is what I've had the privilege of spending time with Muslims and Christians and Jews together in one setting, doing business, doing things, working together collectively for a common humanitarian cause. And people realize we're just people. This is what the governments and these elites don't want you to think. They want you to think, terrorist, Iranian. Oh, yeah, there's people that did bad things. That does not apply to all the people. And you can't just indiscriminately bomb a freaking refugee settlement tent camp and justify your actions when you kill innocents.
Well, there was the commander underneath there is what they were saying, but I mean, where do you put it?
Yeah. Well, that's the question for you. If you were the leader of a country, you knew that a commander was there. We have a policy of targeted assassinations, and we have done bombings where innocents were killed in our government. We've done those things in the past.
But we don't hide military assets under soft targets.
Yes, we do. And so does Israel.
Well, we've never been attacked underneath there where it's going to cause innocents to die on some of our deals in this grand scale of things. So, I mean, I'm just trying to compare it to what Israel and Palestine are dealing with here at this point. I mean, there was a terrorist attack, so are they supposed to retreat and give reprieve to them? I mean, he's considering it like 9/11, in his opinion. Should we told the United States to step down after 9/11? Let them stay. We'll come to a peace agreement.
You sound like
what
BB.
did-
We're not stopping.
what did-
Just like United States didn't stop after 9/11. We're not
What
stopping.
did we do? Yeah, what did we do after 9/11? Did we
didn't
go after
stop.
the people that were guilty, or did we go to war?
We made
went for
up
some
with
oil.
something. We went to Iraq.
Remember, it was
Instead
Osama
of
bin
Saudi
Laden.
Arabia.
Osama, yeah, from 9/11, that day, like the end of the day, 9/11, it was Osama bin Laden, Osama bin Laden, Osama bin Laden for 3 weeks, and then I came home from work one day, and it was, we're going to Iraq, and I was like, what the bleep? So yeah,
I told
really
you.
weird.
I told you 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago now. They're getting Israel set up. I think I talked about it like 3 months before that. They're setting up Israel. They're isolating Israel. Watch Israel, because it's part of a plan. They make wars happen. We've been saying this, and you're seeing it play out in front of your eyes. You are here living in a historic time. Now, the question I have for you listening, what are you going to do about it?
Well, let's make a comment about what Grojan wants to do.
Erdogan.
Sorry.
Erdogan. Okay. Go ahead.
Oh, West, I'm calling you. I'm calling out to you. Do you want to start a Crescent Crusader clash again? Turkey is not dead. It stands tall. You should know that we exist in the Middle East, and we are in Libya, and I can't even say that last one.
Karabakh, which is where Azerbaijan and Karabakh. So remember, I've been talking to you guys. The USA has been trying to stir stuff up in Kosovo. They stirred stuff up in Azerbaijan, Karabakh. They've been trying to stir up things in the stands, Dagestan, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan. They've been trying to stir up things in the Middle East. In the Middle East, unified. Okay. And so here is Recep Erdogan, and he is in Turkey. And Turkey is a very critical part of the world. NATO member, Muslim country. And he controls, they're still at war technically with Cyprus, which is where we have military assets, lots of military assets, actually. Okay. So the question mark is, what does he want? Well, I'll tell you what he wants, because this is what he's wanted for many, many years. When he watched Iraq and Iran fight for 20 years, Sunni versus Shia. Okay. He wanted to be the unifier. He wants, and he's called for the unification of Muslims now, in putting aside your differences, Sunni and Shia. Now focus on the West. You can either be part of a peaceful solution and help get a ceasefire, or are you trying to push us into another crusade in which we have to defend our people and ourselves and our beliefs? Okay. And he wants to, though, be the head of the caliphate, the reunified Persian caliphate, or whatever you want to call it, caliphate. He wants to be this because it's at the appointed time of the reunified caliphate that the Mahdi appears, their warrior savior. Okay. And you have to understand that we have the Christian savior who returns in the clouds as a warrior savior, the Jewish Messiah, Mashiach, which was from the Maccabean times forward viewed as the warrior savior king, and then we have the Muslim Mahdi. So take your pick. Which poison do you want?
They all don't sound really too great too. And with the rhetoric too, guys, I don't know if Hulk has any, but I see these videos going around of the former, I used to be an Israeli soldier, and I've seen about 3 or 4 of these different, one of them was a woman and the rest of them were guys, but they talk about their daily life as a patrolman in the Israeli military. So basically we start our shift and we, just pick a house at random and say, yep, we're going to go search that house. And so basically once we're done with that one, we separate the men from the women and children. We search the house and blah, 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 blah. And then when we're done with that, we go to another house. And then, same thing for however many years he said he was doing it. He said the feeling that they wanted us to give the Palestinians was that of a boot on the back of your neck at all times. And this is a very similar thing. Now, I don't know if this is propaganda, Ardoc, because there's a lot of that going around as well on both sides, clearly. But it's pretty interesting that the 3-4 people have the same exact story about how they used to terrorize these Palestinians. And you got Angelina Jolie going out there calling Israel a open air prison or something like that. I believe she posted on sorry about that loudness right there, but she posted something on Instagram essentially calling this is a deliberate bombing of a trapped population who have nowhere to flee. Gaza has been an open air prison for nearly 2 decades and is fast becoming a mass grave. 40% of those are killed are innocent children, etc. So is that part of it true? Because like I preach to everybody all the time is we don't see what's going on. I don't know what's going on in my neighbor's yard, so I certainly can't tell you what's really going on over there.
Bibi Netanyahu had a speech that went public, and he was talking to the soldiers and to the state of Israel, and he basically said, "We're going to remove the Amalekites." Okay, that word is used very intentionally because if you are part of Jewish circles, you understand Amalekites mean genocide. It means wiping them off the face of the earth so that there is no trace left. It doesn't mean we're going to go fight them and have a peace and we're going to get wars are fought, according to von Clausewitz, to achieve a political purpose. War is just a means of doing that because discussion and decorum of normal conversation breaks down and normal consensus building breaks down, and you have to kill and fight and break things, destroy things. That's why war is a continuation of politics by other means. So in Netanyahu's situation, he is trying to make the case to his people, we have no other choice. Political discourse is broken down. There is no way politically, through peaceful means or otherwise consensus means, we have to destroy them through war in order to have some sort of peace for our people. It's us or them. And that's literally, he has made a statement, an open, bold-faced statement for genocide, which is in violation of international law. And this is what's got the United Nations membership all stirred up. And the U.S. has tried to cover itself, and it can't. And so they're talking with Bibi. They've postponed this ground invasion and the weather, and then they came up with every excuse because the U.S. is getting its military assets in place. For what? Because they know it's going to escalate. Because they want it to escalate in some parts of our government. They want this to escalate. Who the freak wants war that's going to come to our doorstep? And this is how dangerous this is. So again, to flip the question back to you people, what would you do if you knew that your government and the elites in your government were about ready to send your country to war in which thousands, perhaps tens of thousands of your fellow citizens were going to die and others were going to die? Would you let them do it? Or would you rip them out of their freaking seats of power and say no? Because that is where we are going, to the precipice, baby, to the precipice.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I do got some other stuff to cover, unless there's something you want to put there, because I got some other stuff that fits in right into our local stuff that people should be paying attention to, because I did want to go by a couple of these little things here, because again, what kind of terrorists are we talking about for the FBI? Are we talking the militia violence extremists? Or are we talking about the MAGA rally guys that they're going back over? If anybody's paying attention to, they already started on the second batch. They're going through all the people that are standing outside of the Capitol building. So they have started that next round. And again, MAGA and Christian nationalists, bigger threat to America than Hamas could ever be. You see how the story's coming together? Go ahead.
What I tell you, the plan was back in January of 2021.
Yeah.
On this program, I said Biden's a daughter. They want to remove him. He's going to start a war. He's going to do this. They're going to make us be the terrorists. They got to get to him to be a wartime president so he can maintain power. And eventually it'll come around and they're going to have a totalitarian regime and they're going to make us to be the terrorists and they're going to lock us up. That's what they ultimately want.
Yeah. And again, they're not saying anything about the anti-Israel protesters or anything like that. The other thing, you even got the same thing coming out of Kirby too, saying the exact same thing. They're not going to touch it with the 10-foot pole. But again, I wanted to read this out. You got 10 years in prison for a meme, 17 years in prison for removing a part of a metal temporary fence, 18 months in prison for throwing a Molotov cocktail into a police car in the middle of New York City. Remember that? The Black Lives Matter protest? They only got 18 months for that.
I thought they got off. I thought they got off. That was the original sentence and it was appealed.
Remember, it was appealed and then they people started bitching. They actually had to do jail time. On that. So I remember that. January 6 protests, no deaths except for unnamed Trump supporters and barely any damage, lasted 3 hours, thousands prosecuted. And again, you got the Black Lives Matter where you have 700 officers injured, $2 billion in damages over the entire summer. We all watched that. But again, none of that stuff existed because the news didn't tell you, right? Where else did I want to go to this here?
Yeah, the protesters in the rotunda or in the crypt of the Capitol the other day, the Palestinian protesters, they broke into the Capitol. Did they get arrested?
Nope, they didn't get that. Oh, the other thing I did want to point out right here is, did you happen to see this? Tucker Carlson visiting Julian Assange. Thought that was quite interesting.
Is he in Belmarsh? I thought he was moved. Somebody made that comment in the thread.
Oh, that I'm not sure of. But I thought that was interesting. Isn't that the wife right there, Julian Assange's wife? Isn't that who that's supposed to be? John, do you know?
Yeah, it looks, yeah.
It's not Pamela Anderson.
No.
It's definitely not Pamela Anderson.
Or Dennis
No,
Rodman, for that matter.
He is in Belmarsh, though, because he left, remember, he left that the Ecuadorian embassy from England there, and then they took him over to the place where he is now, Belmarsh.
I'm going to drop this video for everybody here. This is a really good video for everybody. It's too long, but this is something, this is homework. You need to go watch this. This guy did one hell of a dig out there. Everything you wanted to know about the Biden regime, the who's, the what, the where's, it's all in this video clip and it's 9 minutes. We might play a little bit on Saturday. I want to make sure you guys are aware of this. This is very important to go watch. This guy does a pretty good dig, and he has surprised himself about some of the things he has found on there.
Yeah. What was the name of that company, that capital company? I'm just trying to remember.
Oh, I can't remember. I have to go
Pine
back into
Island.
it.
Pine Island Capital Partners. Wow.
I missed that one. We missed that all there. And again, we've got GOP senators bash Biden's immigration policies after a trip to the border. The increased terror threat is there. They are seeing it. We even had, remember the whole Ken Paxton thing? They're going back and forth. And again, they told Border Patrol not to.
I want to pause this for a second. I want to get that guy's name. Cancel this. Oh, can anybody catch the name of that? Somebody find me this video. Find me this video. Who has access to TikTok? Dang, where are my glasses? Where are my glasses? I want this video. Cancel this. Oh man. Cancel Clocko is the name. At Cancel Clocko. CANCELCLOCO. Somebody find me this video. At Cancel Clocko is the name. Okay, so whoever has access to TikTok, find me that video. and let's get that to me. And I want to play it. I'm gonna. Here we go.
I'm gonna drop this video for everybody here. This is a really good video for everybody. It's too long, but this is something. This is homework. You need to go watch this. This guy did one hell of a dig out there. Everything you wanted to know about the Biden regime, the who's, the what, the where's, it's all in this video clip, and it's 9 minutes. We might play a little bit on Saturday. I want to make sure you guys are aware of this. This is very important to go watch. This guy does a pretty good dig, and he has surprised himself about some of the things he has found on there.
Yeah. What was the name of that company, that capital company? I'm just trying to remember.
Oh, I can't remember.
Pine Island Capital Partners. Wow.
I missed that one. We missed that all there. And again, we've got GOP senators bash Biden's immigration policies after a trip to the border. The increased terror threat is there. They are seeing it. We even had, remember the whole Ken Paxton thing? They were going back and forth. And again, they told Border Patrol not to touch the razor wire all night. Yep, they said don't touch it. Well, the very next day, this is what was reported over here. You can see they put a skip loader in here, lifted up the actual deal, and the migrants are coming in against Texas's wish. So the very next day after going to court, they have put in container boxes now. So they're doing the same thing that Arizona was doing, and they're waiting for the court to, actually the court finally did decide that that California Border Patrol can't molest anything inside Texas here at this point. And then there was some testimony, but National Counterterrorism Center Director Christie, I can't even say her last name, testified before the Senate today that Iran poses no known threat inside America. I would not have any indicators of any Iranian threat inside the United States that I should be a concern of. So,
no problem.
You know who is Christie?
And again, that's not what Director Ray said. If you want to give a quick 30 seconds, go for it.
So I was going to say that the name Abizaid is an unusual name. John Abizaid was her father. I don't know if you remember who he was. But she sat on the U.S. Senate Select Committee of Intelligence and assisted them at some point in time. Lebanese. John Abizaid. You remember John Abizaid, commander of U.S. CENTCOM during Iraq, Afghanistan war? You don't remember John Abizaid? Guys, sit in front of the TV.
Yeah,
too many names to track, bro.
Before we got to the guy that got into the sexual scandal with the chick, what was her name? What was his name?
Which one?
The main general.
Oliver.
I vaguely remember that story.
He became CIA director. Was he CIA director? I can't remember. Shoot. Anyway, John Abizaid was the guy there during the he was part of Storm and Norman's generals. Okay. Yeah, he was one of Schwarzkopf's guys, and he was one of the key CENTCOM guys, and he's a Lebanese American. This is his daughter.
Roger. We had Ray actually say he didn't point at Mayorkas, but he should have pointed right at Mayorkas and tell him it's his fault that we got terror threat upgraded here in the United States, and he should fix the problem here at this point. So Ray was pretty partisan, to be honest with you, but evidently Mayorkas was staying on the entire thing, and then.
Okay, we got the link, and before we get too far off topic, I want to get that over here and play this. See here, full screen. Let me make this full screen. Okay, let's take a listen to this guy. Now, this is somebody dropped the full name of the channel here. It was Cancel This Clothing Company. I'm sorry. Let me drop the banner here real quick so that's not in the way. Let's give this a listen. Here we go.
Do you know who the members of the president's cabinet are in the United States government? Do you know who's like at the big table making all the decisions? Because it occurred to me that I don't. And so you know how we do. I spent the last 2 days researching it and making a map. And I'm going to run you through some of the juiciest things I've found so far. And at the end, we're going to wind up at one of the most fundamental ways that the deep state, or whatever you want to call it, controls the future of the country and the world. I mean it. True story. But first, the executive branch, the president's branch, is broken down with the president and the vice president at the top. And then we have all the departments underneath them. These are the departments that manage all the things that the federal government does, and they get their budgets appointed to them. We'll just run through some of the most important people here with the juiciest juice real quick. The State Department is the oldest and probably the most powerful of the departments. Right now, it's run by Anthony Blinken. He's in charge of foreign policy, the UN, advising the president on foreign affairs. And perhaps the second most powerful department is the Department of Defense, i.e. the military, currently led by Lloyd Austin, who achieved the highest rank you can achieve in the military, is my understanding. But then immediately after retiring, he joined the board of Raytheon. Then he joined the board of Nucor. Then he joined the board of Tenet Healthcare. And to top it all off, he operates a consulting firm and has been a partner of Pine Island Capital, along with, oh, hey, Blinken, the guy we just met. So just so you know, this guy, Lloyd, and this guy, Blinken, two of the most powerful men in the U.S. government when it comes to foreign policy, military spending, aid. They are both partnered with Pine Island Capital Partners, which invests in companies that have to do with military contracts. Like, dude, it was founded by John Thain, who has done time at basically every corrupt financial institution in history. He was deeply instrumental in fucking everyone over in 2008 and giving giant bonuses to the homies. Pine Island Capital Partners is very proud of their partners in DC, meaning their public-private partnership. But we're just going to keep moving. We don't have time to talk about this corrupt troll. I thought it was interesting that our Attorney General, Merrick Garland, who's like the top lawyer of the realms, so to speak, it's more complicated than that. Early on in Merrick's career, he was a partner at Arnold and Porter, one of the largest law firms in the world. Other notable people that are at Arnold and Porter is Naomi Biden, lawyer and granddaughter of U.S. President Joe Biden, who nominated Merrick Garland. I'm not saying that's why he got the job or that's why it's just interesting. I'm sure there are a lot of other reasons why he got the job. Then I started coming across people like the Secretary of Education, who is like kind of a nobody, and he didn't go to Harvard, which is like, bro, everyone goes to Harvard. More about Harvard in just a second. But then it turns out that sounds like he got picked because the other two options that Biden had were both backed by the unions, the most powerful unions in the United States, these education unions right here. And Biden may be Democrat, but like none of them want no powerful unions up in here. You hear what the United Auto Workers just got done? The government does not like unions. Tom Vilsack, head of Department of Agriculture, he was actually the head of the Department of Agriculture all throughout Obama's presidency. And they liked him so much that they wanted him back, and he came back. And who's they, you might ask? Well, it's like the Corn Refiners Association, the National Farmers Union, American Farm Bureau Federation, a bunch of big ag lobbying and interest group. Because Tom Balsack does things like advocate for the use of pink slime in the beef industry. It's like, it's not that bad. What if schools want to buy the pink slime for their lunch meat? We should let them. That's the kind of guy that Tom is. But then I think the far more juicy rabbit hole came up once I went over to the National Security Council, which is composed of a lot of the people that are in the cabinet that we were just looking at, but also several other people that are advisors to the president. So this is like a council that gets together and meets all the time with the president, the vice president, everybody, when they need to make big, important decisions about international matters, about going to war, about spending money, about all the things. And one of the very first people I looked up was Samantha Power, the administrator of the Agency for International Development, which at first I was like, oh, that doesn't sound very important. Who's that? But it turns out that the USAID, USAID, the Agency for International Development, is responsible for all international aid. So as far as I'm understanding this woman is vital to all of those aid dollars that are just zooming out the window. So whoever Biden appointed for this position is a pretty important appointment. And she's not an accident. She founded in 1998 the Carr Center for Human Rights Policy at the Harvard Kennedy School. Okay, so I've been tracking these people's things like their religion and where they went to school and what their like financial ties are, just like little indicators of like what different allegiances to different things they might have. And a lot of them went to Harvard, like all kinds of people. You can't see it up there, but Blinken went to Harvard too. And I just got curious and started Googling. Plus, I already know from my other investigation that Klaus first got put on the whole World Economic Forum thing through that agency funded program at Harvard that was run by Kissinger, Henry Kissinger, very important dude in this whole story. But Harvard is just like kind of important here. And we're going to have to do more way more digging into Harvard. But let's just quickly skim the fact that the Harvard Kennedy School maintains a close relationship with the U.S. that agency. They currently allow the agency to send officers to the program at the Harvard Kennedy School of Government while continuing to act undercover with the school's knowledge. The officers apply often with fake credentials and everything. Then they go to school as though they were students, as though they were participating in these programs alongside all of the very important figures from around the world that come to Harvard, like members of rich, powerful families abroad, like members of governments abroad, and then there are agents from this agency undercover in these programs with them, either subverting them or outright recruiting them, or just influencing their take on the world. Education is the most powerful tool, for better or for worse, in the entire world. And the agencies know this. Quick note, they also have a history of denying people positions in the programs if they criticize Israel. Go figure. And we'll end here. If you think that the deep state is some conspiracy theory about like people drinking blood, you have been wildly misled. The term deep state was coined by Peter Dale Scott, a legendary investigative journalist from the 70s. What it means is a lot of the most important people making decisions in the US government and in all governments were not elected. They were selected, and they do their job from behind the scenes, and they don't have term limits, and this is their career, and they do not answer to us, the people. Take, for example, Megan O'Sullivan, who just so happens to work at the Harvard Kennedy School. She teaches there. She's also on Anthony Blinken's Foreign Policy Advisory, one of the president's most important advisors on foreign policy. I didn't vote for this woman. She was also deeply involved in advising President Bush during the war in Iraq and Afghanistan, and argued against pulling out of Afghanistan. But that had nothing to do with the fact that she was on the board of Raytheon that had millions of dollars worth of contracts for training troops in Afghanistan. She's also a partner for Macro Advisory Partners, chair of the North American group of the Trilateral Commission. That's a big one. Serves on the board of directors of the Council of Foreign Relations. That is like the deep statiest resume you could ever resume. And it's not like a secret cabal of people sitting down at a table making decisions all in unison. It's a set of public and private interests that benefit the corporate and military industrial elite, the banking elite, the people that have been profiting off of these cycles of war and violence in our world for over 100 years. You would be a fool to think that the military industrial complex does not look out for their own self-perpetuation. They do it through government. They do it through education. They do it through lobbying. They even do it through, who knows how all these freaking wars start? I don't know. Anyways, this is the kind of stuff we talk about on Locals, Rumble, and YouTube. And if you want to follow along more with this, link in my bio, connect to those other socials. That's where we'll do the deep dives on the real conspiracies that run this world.
Wow. That kid put together a heck of a production. Absolutely, no doubt about it. I'm looking to see if I can find his links here. I'm not sure how to find somebody's. Oh, that changed real quick. Let me click on his name here and see if. He actually has a website. We get that link there. Okay. Okay, and here is the link to his direct website. Bink, bink, bink. And then it's got all the links for YouTube, for Instagram, for TikTok. Everything is on there. Twitter, Patreon is coming soon. Locals as well. So, okay. All right, let's get back to Space Shot. But I wanted to, I didn't want to be distracted to the point where we weren't getting, oh, wait a second. We're going to go with this one too. Hang on.
A lot of you guys on that last video want to know how many people in the U.S. cabinet have ties directly to Israel. I've been mapping out all the politicians in the president's cabinet and on their National Security Advisors Council. And I've been tracking different affiliations, like where they went to school, what kind of monies they're tied to, what religion they are. And a lot of you noticed that there are some similarities. But to be clear, they're not all Jewish Zionists, not every single one. Not all Jews are Zionists, not all Jews support what Israel is doing. But honestly, like, Israel's game is up. We see through their propaganda at this point. And I'm honestly not scared of people calling me anti-Semitic anymore on the internet, because we all know that that is just a piece of propaganda. Like, it's not anti-Semitic to share facts. And I'm talking about Israel, not Judaism in general. And when you start talking about the facts of the executive branch of the government, the cabinet, the National Security Council, 8 out of 23 of them are Jewish Zionists. That's about 35% of the members on Joe Biden's inner circle team. 35% are Jewish Zionists. And there's a few others that are Zionists that are not Jewish. Whereas the average US population is only 2.4% Jewish. So that's just an interesting statistic to notice. There's also a lot of Catholics on Biden's team here. There's 5 out of 23 where I could easily identify as being Catholic, but that almost exactly replicates 22% of the cabinet versus 20% of the US population that are Catholic. So these are the kinds of people, the kinds of jobs that we're talking about. And I couldn't help but notice when I was looking up Avril Haines, the Times of Israel, Israeli publications are very tuned in to how many Jews are in positions of power around the world. They're literally tracking and counting how many Jews are in power around the world. Number 5 on the Jerusalem Post's top 50 most influential Jews of 2021. That's such a weird name for a list. Like, if that wasn't published by the Jerusalem Post, that would be called anti-Semitic. Like, what the fuck? And if you think it's anti-Semitic to point this out, or you aren't aware of why this might be true yet, a good place to start would be researching the word hasbara. I don't know how to pronounce it. It's a word used to describe the public diplomacy policy of the state of Israel, i.e., strategies of communication aimed directly at citizens of other countries to inform and influence them so that they support or tolerate the Israeli government's strategic objectives. I.e., this is one of the most advanced propaganda campaigns in the entire world, and it is very highly funded. The Palestinians don't have any money to fund a propaganda campaign because they don't even have water or electricity. But the state of Israel, for decades now, has been funding this highly advanced propaganda campaign. They hired people like legendary advertising man Carl Spielvogel to help them design this global strategy. Do I need to remind you that a certain person was Israeli intelligence? And yeah, not all Jews are pro-Israel, but Israel tries to make all Jews pro-Israel. It is their overt strategy to pressure Jews worldwide to be pro-Israel. They have many Zionist organizations around the world helping Jews rise to positions of power so that they can be pro-Israel. And then they implement policies like this one from Homeboy, a high-ranking official of the American Jewish Committee, who said, unless something is terribly pressing, really critical or fundamental, you parrot Israel's line in order to retain American support. As American Jews, we don't go around saying Israel is wrong about its policy. I can't imagine any reason why anyone would ever say that Israel was wrong about any of its policies. I mean, besides, Israel's policies are our policies. Their banking interests are our banking interests. Their right to exist is the law of the land, and their security is our security. Don't look too deeply into things like the Ben Gurion Canal Project, which is proposed to replace the Egypt state-run Suez Canal, one of the most important trade choke points in the world. But if you wanted more of a deep dive into the history of Hasbara and Israel's public relations and propaganda machine that they've been using for decades on everybody, you can learn about that here on my tube. I got you an hour and 15 minutes of deep diving where I show you how you can do some research of your own. Or for the real G's, go over to the Rumble. It's better over there. But I honestly think that Israel is overplaying their hand. I don't think these old dudes realize the power of social media. Like, a lot of you guys on that last video want to know how many people in the U.S. cabinet have ties directly to Israel.
All right. Yeah, so this kid's got a lot of info. And he's got a Rumble channel as well. All right, back to Space Shot. Here we go.
And they did go through the entire thing. I'm not going to even cover any of this stuff, but I wanted to go over this one right here. Federal prosecutors and the FBI conducted a broad public corruption investigation into whether Merrick Adams 2021 election campaigns conspired with Turkish government to receive illegal foreign donations. Didn't they just do this to a previous Democrat? Because Mary Adams was on a plane. Oh, just that same day. Look, he's on the plane in the morning going to D.C.
We headed to D.C. to meet with our congressional delegation and the White House to address this real issue, the asylum and migrant issue in our city, and we'll keep you updated as they go.
God darn it. Wouldn't you just believe it? Minutes later, he gets word that the finance guy got raided.
Notice he said asylum seeker. So this is the new buzzword in
right
Democrat circles, asylum seekers. Yeah. So they were going to bring in all these Pakistanis. So they're Afghan refugees in Pakistan. They have plans to bring over the Palestinians. When I say bring over, to spread them out over Europe and to spread them out in the U.S. and Canada.
You want to make a quick comment about this?
This is the buildup of. Oh, there's actually just today. There's massive U.S. military plane movement today, but no, this is us prepping. We need Israel to delay and not go offensive and go crazy in Gaza. So this is why we held them off until we could get our troops and material and assets staged for what they want to do, which is go after Iran.
Okay, the other thing we want to bring up, because we're going to go back to the election stuff. It says here that the Democratic clerk stuffing illegal ballots into the city drop box, visiting it multiple times per day. This video was leaked by a whistleblower in this side of the city, and they basically overturned this election. They're going to have to rerun it over here. So this was caught, and this is Bridgeport, Connecticut. This is happening. And I think even Elon Musk was getting on it too. But then again, this did happen today or yesterday over there on that side. What was the other one here? Judge orders a new election encounter in Connecticut town after surveillance video shows stuffing ballots into boxes. And again, Elon Musk is bringing it to everybody's attention. And he went and picked up the one from April 11, 2022 of the women doing the same thing. And then Georgia won in 2020. So I thought that was interesting that he went and got the same thing. And if anybody's paying attention right here, I just happened to run by this video right before the show. Just pay attention, folks. CNN.
I'm standing next to the ballot drop box in Cleveland, Ohio. And I said the purposely because this is the only ballot drop box in Cleveland, Ohio. The only ballot drop box in Cuyahoga County, Ohio. You can see this woman right here casting her vote. Did you vote for Reagan or Jimmy Carter? Carter, okay.
She's got a lot of envelopes she's stuffing in there.
Wow,
Right?
look at that. That's a lot. Is that
Ruby? She's just helping the elderly and the
that's my grandma, and that's Letitia, and that's my baby
great grandmother that's passed away. She's gonna vote too. Yeah.
Oh, so long as nobody's paying attention to that. The other thing over here is why are Roethlisberger and Fannie Willis trying to hide relevant evidence? Today in Georgia indictment. Federal Harris Ford filed to have the Fulton Elections GA Secretary of State disclose specific known and irrelevant election fraud evidence. So they're trying to push to bring this information forward, but those two are not doing it. And this is going to fall right into what Trump needs to finish up the information he needs to get out of the Fannie Mae bullshit. So this is still happening. There happens to be a 6-state joined. Okay, so the GOP, the NRSC, the NRCC, and the GOP have filed for a summary judgment in an ongoing fight against the Biden and the far left wing groups in 6 consolidated Georgia election integrity lawsuits. So they put them all together. I wasn't aware of that. There's 6 cases still going on about this election stuff, and they're fighting back against it. So again, Secretary of State's office is doing their job. If anybody's paying attention, right?
Hulk, I don't know if you got the one that I dropped, but you don't have to put it up. I'll just read it really quick from October 28th. We have a just the news, so I think that's John Solomon deal. New Jersey. I'll drop it again for you here. New Jersey election fraud. So this is actually big because it's talking about. I'm dropping at the bottom a tip secret right now. It's talking about the election fraud. So New Jersey election fraud. New charges brought against 2 Democrats over mail-in ballots and registrations. So this
What's
is
this?
2 Democrats
4
in New
days ago.
Jersey are facing new state election fraud charges from 2020 and 2021 related to mail-in ballots and voter registrations. State Attorney General Matthew Platkin's office announced the prosecutions last week involving races that occurred in 2 different cities. One case had been going on for more than 3 years. So according to the Attorney General, Patterson City Council President Alex Mendez is a Democrat facing additional charges in the 2020 election fraud case after having previously been charged in June 2020 and February 21. New charges have been brought against him and his associates regarding mail-in ballot fraud, which occurred during the 2020 election that was mostly conducted by mail. So good. At least
Did
some
you
of
guys
these
hear-
ones from 2020 are coming back to him, you know?
Did you hear about the Democrats' second largest donor to the election in 2020? What happened? Came out just before the show. I was waiting for somebody to say it. No? No?
No. Oh, FTX. What happened to him? House committee.
Found guilty.
My name is
110 years,
Damien
up to.
Goldman, and I'm the United States Attorney here in the Southern District of New York. Sam Bankman-Fried perpetrated one of the biggest financial frauds in American history, a multi-billion-dollar scheme designed to make him the king of crypto.
Okay, once again, I'm going to pause it for a minute because I want to pull up. I want to pull something up for you that is annoying. Notification on my phone. I did this last night. I sent. You know, I get a little frustrated sometimes when. Whoops, that's not where do I find my thing? There it is. I got to click that. Because this really ticks me off when you know, I go through. How come it's not truths and replies? That's what I think I need to click on. Okay, so I'm going to pull something up that this guy posted yesterday. Okay, and give me a second to find it here. I think I got to click this. You know, and this is the thing is, these guys are dropping things that you and I have been discussing for years. Okay, and you know, it's not there. Where is it? Dang nabbit. Is it under media? Okay, so you see this kid right here wearing the Mossad t-shirt? Would anybody like to guess what his name is? Would anybody like to guess who his name is? That is Sam Bankman-Fried, the nephew or son of Adam Schiff, wearing what? A Mossad t-shirt. That's him right there. Same ears, same nose, same face. There we go. There he is. Okay. So the ins, okay, for Sam Bankman-Fried, okay, is Adam Schiff. So this guy right here is integral to what is going on with all this money laundering and everything that's going on. Crazy, huh? Yeah. Sam Bankman-Fried. Yeah. Okay. Now, I want you to say his name and break it down. Sam, the Bankman, is freed. Everything has meaning. Sam, the Bankman, is freed. Who he gets freed by? his association to this guy. Yeah. Well, he likes to dress up as a woman too. There, Tennessee. You know, just so you know, he likes to dress up as a woman and do things, nasty things to little kids. That's what he likes to do. So, but yeah, so that's just a small piece of this puzzle. Okay, very small piece of this puzzle. Okay, there he is again. Okay. Lexi and Elijah Ship. Elijah is Sam, the bankman, who gets freed. Okay. All right. Back to it. Here we go.
Here's the thing. The cryptocurrency industry might be new. The players like Sam Bankman-Fried might be new. But this kind of fraud, this kind of corruption is as old as time, and we have no patience for it. My name is Damian Williams.
Oh my
and
goodness.
So just as a reminder, everybody remember when what's her name? What's her name? I can't remember her name.
Waters.
Yeah, you gave her a little kiss right there.
Maximus Retardus.
Well, dude, remember Hulk? He used to be chilling out and like hanging. I remember we were doing it on this show where they were showing how he was like rubbing elbows with the very people who were supposed to be regulating him.
Exactly. So look, again, you got what, Soros and FTX, the two top deals that were donating to the Democratic Party there at that time. So I just wanted to make sure everybody knew about it. So I thought that was pretty funny. But again, it's not until March where he's going to be sentenced. So far as I know, he has to stay in jail. Anything you want to say about that?
Wait, yeah, before you go off the screen right there, it's so funny, right? It's because most of it's blue, the Democrats, right? But if you just go look for the rhinos here. Let me see. Red. Oh, Bill Cassidy, Boozman. We got Burr. We got Lisa Murkowski, Collins. You don't say. All the usual suspects. Like, where are all the rest of the Republicans?
Where's all the investigations, man? We should be going after this. They found him guilty. Where'd the money go? Yeah, bullshit. Oh, he came from Ukraine. Oh, we're sorry. Where else do we want to go? I don't even know what to put in here next. So we got anything else you guys want to throw in here? Where are we at on time, by the way? I just want to see where we're at.
Oh, yeah. Just off of memory, guys. The initial report for Jeffrey Epstein, when they found him, he was dead, right?
No, he was bruised.
They found him in the cell dead, right?
No, but there was two different times. Remember, there was a warning where he attempted, and then 2 weeks after that, he was dead. Yeah, but there's that story going around how he or like something else, right? You're trying to get
lifeless body or something.
Yeah,
like
I retweeted.
Like
basically said that they found him in his cell, basically, either clinging to life or barely responsive, semi-conscious or something along those lines. And I'm like, wait, I don't remember. I remember him being dead, and just they found him dead, and that was it. I don't remember this whole deal with them saying that he was alive. Right
and
here.
the photo too, like that photo was on the same day. Like it was
Jeffrey
interesting.
Epstein was found semi-conscious with marks on his neck. Hulk, if you wanna, it's literally the first. Yeah, it's literally it's a 2.5 minute video, but you don't have to play. Just play like the first 20 seconds, maybe, because she says it right off the bat.
And I'd like to remind that the only person that saw that video camera from the jail was James Comey's daughter. Maybe we should ask her. Just saying. Oh, that's not it.
Irene Comey, whatever the hell her name is. Yeah, just play that video for like the first 15-20 seconds.
I also talked to Jeffrey Epstein's brother, who gave me exclusive insight and tells me that he thinks the evidence shows that Jeffrey did not kill himself. In July, Jeffrey Epstein was found semi-conscious with marks on his neck in his jail cell from an apparent suicide attempt. The attorney for his cellmate requested video from outside the cell to prove that his client saved Epstein's life. Last month, Metropolitan Correctional Center officials said they couldn't find it. A day later, they announced they did have it. But now, federal prosecutors say the video no longer exists and that MCC, quote, inadvertently preserved video from the wrong
Remember
tier.
that?
I spoke with the cellmate's attorney from New York.
The various and inconsistent accounts of what happened to the video are deeply troubling. We are going to request that the court conduct a hearing with live testimony to determine exactly what took place.
Bruce Barquette isn't the only one troubled. So is Epstein's brother, Mark. Here's why. Epstein's jail cell looked like this when the medical examiner arrived hours after his death, August 10th. Bed sheets strewn around, 2 fashioned into nooses with complicated knots. Epstein was dead, but EMTs inexplicably moved his body before investigators arrived. And Mark Epstein tells me what he sees in these photos doesn't add up to suicide by hanging, saying, quote, "All we know is the guard said he cut him down when he found him. If you look at the noose, the long end of the noose has a hemmed edge and it wasn't cut. No creases." Mark Epstein says this noose doesn't show any cut marks, so how could it have been part of a bed sheet Epstein used to hang himself? There is a piece of orange bed sheet looped through a hole on the bottom bunk, not tied on, not able to hold Epstein's weight, according to his brother. Mark says his brother was upbeat before his death because he was about to have a bond hearing, telling me, quote, "At first I thought, okay, maybe he didn't want to go through this. He decided to take himself out. He was facing life in jail. But then I started seeing and learning what was going on. No, nobody thought he was going to kill himself. Jeffrey wasn't a wimp. I knew him better than anybody. We were brothers." What about the fact that Epstein changed his will 2 days before he died? Some say that indicates he was planning his suicide. But Mark Epstein tells me Jeffrey changed his will frequently, and he knows there was one particular reason he changed it this time, and that it had nothing to do with his criminal case. Terry Parker,
Lifeless body. That's kind of an interesting way to put it.
Right. And if you notice, right, at the
They're
beginning,
semi-conscious.
yeah, in the beginning they say semi-conscious, but then later on she says, "Oh, found him in his cell dead again." So it's like, what exactly are we going with here? So I don't know. I think, you know, they probably took him out of there and brought him over the Middle East somewhere or something. Maybe he's in Israel for all we know.
With a Saudi Arabia passport, right?
Oh, he definitely has that,
From
or
the
had
80s.
that anyway. Yeah. And don't
That was
forget that,
interesting
guys.
stuff.
Don't forget that, guys. When they raided his place, and they reported it, and we've reported it numerous times. When they raided his New York place, they found all sorts of tapes, and it was names and tapes and video, all sorts of evidence. Now, what they did with that, I don't know. Will that ever come out? But it seems to me that the going thing here in DC is, well, we're not going to really bring this out and charge the person with it. We're going to use that to leverage this person, and that's the name of the game. The old blackmail Potomac two-step.
Exactly. So, is there anything else you guys want to throw out?
I got one little quick video to play that will be my singular Ukraine updated, sped up 1.5 times, but it's kind of just shows what's going on. If you want to share me,
Does it have anything to do at all with Call
share
of
me
Duty?
screen.
You want screen?
No, Call of Duty. Yeah.
You want screen?
Share screen.
You stop pulling out a map. I'm ending this. No,
it's not.
Okay, I'll just stop sharing. I've stopped sharing.
All right, here is the
sent request. Okay, there we go.
I don't know. All right, guys, what do you think in the chat? Should I allow it? Enable not now. All right, I'll allow it. Go ahead. Yeah.
What is this meeting with AI companion?
Yeah, it's
What is
fucking.
your AI companion?
I had to say okay.
This should be ready to go, and this is sped up, and we're gonna speed it up 1.5 times. This is near Avdiivka, near Ivanivska on the north side. The closing. This is what war looks like. It's got a little music, but it's safe. These are Russian troops bringing in people storming the tree lines. There are Ukrainians right there. Artillery fire. Ukrainians start leaving the tree lines. They're hauling butt. Start running across the field. Artillery starts zeroing in on them. See them start moving through the trees. More artillery. The Ukrainians are leaving. Not going to return anytime soon. Okay, so that is basically the fight that's going on for a place called Avdiivka, which is here in the center of things. There's your little map, and this is actually where somebody that I know is running tanks. Okay, and I've talked to them briefly. The fighting is very fierce here, very contentious. This area here is the area that the United States has helped build up. And Donetsk is literally right here. Okay, Yasinovataya and Donetsk city center is right here. Then they've been shelling the city of Donetsk from Avdiivka for 10 years. Okay, so you have to understand this has been a key fortress. The whole city has been made into a fortress with U.S. and Western European money. And we have NATO commanders there in bunkers. Now they've begun moving the headquarters from this part up to Konstantinovka, up to the northwest. But this is critical. And Zelenskyy is moving troops out of other places to shore this up. And this is going to be a critical battle. The Russians are not doing this like Bakhmut, where they did the easy stuff first. They're going straight after the hard stuff. There have been heavy losses on the Russian side and very heavy losses on the Ukrainian side. This industrial center here is where they're going to be once they get this railroad line secure and these trenches. They already started moving here to this waterway, and they've moved up north here to secure their flanks. And on the south, it's even worse for the Ukrainians. They've pushed into the south. So they're moving into Stepovaya and Berchi, and once they control this, there's only a 7-kilometer distance, and all the roadways supporting Avdiivka and the rail lines where they can truck major amounts of troops in have been shelled, and it's bad news. This is why Zelenskyy is in deep panic right now. They don't get money. The soldiers that are going to be dying here, they're not going to be able to hide this from the populace, and he's desperately trying to make his case to the American people and convince your congressman and senator to continue supporting him instead of getting to the table, stopping the fighting, and stopping the dying. Here's your update.
Thank you, Mr. Ardock, and I really love the minimal time out there that you spent on maps. I'm sure the chat will greatly appreciate that. Big shout out to George out there from Busy Tweets. He sent me a DM, said thank you for sharing his tweet out there. Dude's a hero, in my opinion. If you follow his content and the stuff that gentleman has put through, even right after the election when we all got banned off and he disappeared for a while, I'm very happy to see him back in the fight. So keep up the good work, bro. Keep informing the right people out there, and we'll continue to share your content. So thank you very much, sir. Tron, was there anything else you want to throw out, or Space Shot, before we kind of go through closing arguments or whatever?
You covered a good, portion of that, but I mean, what an eventful week. And it always happens like around the first of the month and all this kind of fun action. But I mean, 2023 is wrapping up, and the eye on the prize, guys, the eye on the prize, no matter what narrative they're going to throw at us, no matter what sort of direction they're going to take us with the slides and this and back and forth, the psyop is real. And most importantly, I think Doc, alluded to this the last couple of shows, is this is a spiritual warfare. And the fact that we're standing strong together, this is how we win. This is what they fear. And we see the panic. We see it here and there. You see it on Twitter. You see it on all these news broadcasts. their old plan, their old guard, their old ways, it doesn't work anymore. It's not working anymore. So pat yourselves on the back, man. I mean, we've been through a lot of shit, guys. You guys are awesome.
Yeah, Chad is the best people we could get around to help us get the message out. So keep going, keep up the fight. But again, we were broken a record about staying localized. Fix your neighborhood, local governments, volunteer, so you can get it on a local level, and you can realize the direction that you guys can actually achieve. So keep going, because 2024 is coming, and if you guys want to get involved in that, that would be the best thing to do with the local elections, guys. If you want to go ahead and save this country, help out Trump, try to go ahead and volunteer at the local centers and help facilitate that, and become a poll watcher or whatnot. So go for it. Go put forth the effort. Spatial, you want to say anything before I kick it back to Tron for his closing thoughts?
I just think, it's going to get busier and busier.
Echo.
Hello? Hello? Who's echoing? Is that me or you?
That's you, bro.
Yeah, you sound like you're in a bathroom tin can.
I'm good for now. You know what it is? My mic's open on my computer over there. Hello?
Yes. He's in the other room.
I'm good for now.
He just quit. That's cool.
So the real question is, I don't know if I'm kicking it back to Ardoc eventually, but we're just going to kick it to Tron for what's for dinner.
Yeah, guys, tomorrow night, Biscuits and Gravy over on Rumble, D-Live, and Foxhole. We're going to have fun. It's our comedy show. It's where you guys get to tell us about yourselves and all that kind of fun stuff. And we have music videos. We got trailers, guys, new movies coming out, all sorts of interesting propaganda on the horizon. 10:15 Eastern, Biscuits and Gravy. Hit me up with your Tron tent. If we don't see you tomorrow night, guys, Sunday morning, bring in the breakfast to the table before church, after church. Come hang out with us over on the Great Awakening Morning Show. Me, Leonidas, and Grasshopper, guys. And before we get to that, happy 11.3 tomorrow, guys. 11.3. That was our Kevin Kleinsmith. Remember back in the day, the KC? Hopefully it'll be better than that for tomorrow. 11.3 markers are met. Is it the war manual? Is it absolutely nothing? I don't know. We'll find out, guys. Tomorrow night, 11.3. And Sunday, I'll see you guys Sunday. Thank you, Hulk, Space Shot, shit. And what's that, Ardoc? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been a while, guys.
Just call me RD.
RD over in an undisclosed location. Hey, I talked to Leo. He said he might meet up with you if there's no war. If Kosovo's cool, he'll come hang out with you for a beer.
In Kosovo?
Yeah. You got to meet him halfway there. He says Bon Jovi.
Where's he at? Where's he at?
He's in Belgrade right now. I mean,
oh, he is in Belgrade. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe. Okay.
He's near the Tesla Museum.
Okay. Yeah. Understand. That might work. I mean, we'll see what happens. Okay.
You get 20 seconds. Final thoughts, Ardoc.
Final seconds. So should I respond to Saki Cat? No. The only thing I'll say that is that I never said what you said. I said I know who Pastor Jack Hibbs is. I studied intensely with John Hagee and with some very, very high up Jewish yeshivas. Okay. And if you look at Isaiah in the Christian Bible versus the Jewish Bible, there's a difference, and there's a textual difference that is held by many scholars that say that the second half is not legitimate Yeshayahu. Okay. Now that is where you find a lot of the, we'll call them later day prophecies. Okay. So this has been a debate that's been raging for a long, long, long time. And we won't go into it now. My question would be to Hulk, do you still have those old Revelation shows that we did?
I will see if I can dig them up. I might have them if they were on YouTube.
Because we touched on some of this stuff. We didn't go into that specific detail. We touched on this. And what I would encourage you to do is understand that, our pastors love us. Our the people that teach us, they sometimes run a business, and sometimes they really do care about their congregation. And if you've been around churches long enough, you've seen church politics, and it's not pretty. Bottom line is that my dad and his he's an ordained minister. He's an ordained pastor. I'm sorry, not a minister. And the level of learning, the level of study required to become ordained is not significant. And you have to think, what are they being taught? Well, the topic of teaching is Christian theology. If that's what you're preaching and that's what you're teaching, then that's what you focus on. If you are studying Jewish theology or eschatology or whatever you want to call it in the Christian realm, that's what you focus on. Be cautious. Your faith is your faith. Your belief system is your belief system. Your journey is your journey. That's why you're here. You've got this amazing gift of life to be able to absorb and take in. The first section of the Jewish alphabet, house of God, house of creation, is all about our interaction with God and then each other and the whole world and the whole universe. Then you get to the tzadi, the submission. And when you submit and you reach a point in your understanding and your awesomeness awareness of what God is and your relationship to God, then you submit. Interesting, that's what Muslim means, submitter. And you kneel down. The letter is shaped like a kneeling supplicant, and you submit. And then you become tzadi kof, which is the animal brain. Oh, there goes Hulk. And so I would encourage you to be on your journey and follow your journey wherever it leads you. And you will get there. If you follow after peace and love and unity, you'll get there. You allow things like hate and dogma, righteousness, feeling of I am better than you, and therefore I have better right standing than you. You get it, that going into you, you've gone down the path of the dark side. You might think you're on the right side, but you are on the path of the dark side. And that's my you've got to learn we are all one. We're all God's creation. We cannot be otherwise. That's my final thought.
I'm just letting Hulk back in here.
Hello?
Hello.
I'm sorry. My Zoom crashed. I just came back into the room. I apologize.
I'll read you a comment from the chat earlier. Said Hulk needs to stop stealing his Wi-Fi off his neighbors for when he's live streaming or something along those lines.
It's not the stream, it's the app Zoom. I don't know what's going on with it, so I'll have to figure that out because it's the share. It crashes. The Zoom program doesn't crash. It's the share.
Wait, isn't it the 45-minute limit or something? Or no? No, because it's Space Shot's hosting it, so that's not it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't know. I just find it weird. I uninstalled it before and put it back in, but the next step would be to wipe everything and start over. But that's for a different issue here at this point. I didn't know if RDoc was done. I apologize.
Yeah, he's done. He just finished as you came back in. So yeah, not a big deal. So yeah, we as I was starting to say earlier with the echo, apologize for that. I was roaming around the house doing some things during the show. I was cheating on you guys a little bit, getting lunch ready and stuff, whatnot. But gonna be an interesting, next couple of months here, guys. And we have obviously Thanksgiving. We have Veterans Day too in a couple weeks. Thanksgiving and then the holiday seasons, I guess we can call it, and we have the Christmas. So expect things to ramp up, I would say, well before that, and I would say sooner than later, guys. Keep your head on a swivel. Remember the old post: see something, say something. We don't keep getting these warnings from these people for no reason. When they keep telling you something, like BB keeps saying, "Oh, it's coming to you. This war is not just my war; it's our war. It's coming to all of us." So be very concerned about that. Oh, I think I had the your guys' volume down a little bit there. There we go. But big hat tip to the folks over there at Patriot News, Country and Wiley, helping us get this endeavor off the ground many moons ago. Thank you for that. And thank you to the mods out there. You guys absolutely rock, helping myself and all these guys here and many other conservatives out there get the word out. And that's what we need to do, guys. Get the word out and out of our echo chamber as much as we can. Have those uncomfortable conversations at the store. You know, we do appreciate each and every one of you guys for tuning in. And until that next video, thumbs up, like, and subscribe. Peace.
Almost back to normal. Much love. See you guys on Saturday. Be good humans.
There you go. You got it.
Let's go! You're now tuned in to the Patriot News. Patriots United, that's what Patriots do. Doing deep dives and discovering the truth. Follow along and you'll discover it too. Yeah. To doing research and covering Q. We turn the deep state into bumbling fools. How they don't know what to do. We got them on the run, grabbing popcorn. The world's best movie has begun. Let's go. We made it through the storm, now get ready for some fun. Now comes the pain for the traders, every single one. From evergreen to renegade, they're all gonna fall. This ain't a game of Pokemon, but we're gonna catch them all. Taking back power from the clutch of the cabal. They won't answer questions while they're rushing down the hall. You got love for us, and we've got love for y'all. That's the meaning of where we go, where we go. Patriot News, get with the program. Shout out to the team and the whole fan. Country, Hulkinator, all Dr. D. Wild, Space Shot, Red Pill, and Bree. Patriot News, get with the program. Shout out to the team and the whole fan. Country, Hulkinator, all Dr. D. Wild, Space Shot, Red Pill, and Bree. Let's go. Let's get it. Yeah, you know what's going on at the table of Titan. Yeah, you know they're going strong. Yeah. We're taking back control. The cabal got it wrong. We got it where we fit in, right where we belong. The movement is exclusive, so come join along. Red Pill with this music while you enjoy the song. Yeah. It's easy to lose and we've been waiting for so long. Knowing all we know about common ping pong. Wake the normies up, sleeping with pajamas on. Yeah. It's time to wake up to the Q phenomenon. Feel the energy, just like the beat I'm rhyming on. The Great Awakening, it's time to turn the sirens on. Where we go on with no one left behind. The community we formed here is one of a kind. The deep state is scared and they're running out of time. Cause the Patriot News got them running from the crimes. Patriot News, get with the program. Shout out to the team and the whole fan. Country, Hulkinator, all Dr. D. Wild, Space Shot, Red Pill, and Bree. Patriot News, get with the program. Shout out to the team and the whole fan. Country, Hulkinator, all Dr. D. Wild, Space Shot, Red Pill, and Bree.
All right, folks. We got Ronnie York with us now.
What's up, Bob?
What's going on, brother? How you doing?
Oh, I'm hanging in there. You know, just went to the post office, had a little deal on my box yesterday, you know, telling me that I had something up there to pick up. And you know what I was hoping that might be, but it wasn't. But it was something else that the dewormer stuff that I'm going to, a different kind that I'm going to start taking. I have already started taking it. But other than that, not much. But you know what, Hawk? The video that I had from night before last, they took it down. YouTube did for a copyright claim because of the. I mean, it's just a little short cartoon piece of let's see, whichever one it was. Let's see, South Park.
Oh yeah. They don't like that. That and The Simpsons. They'll get you. They'll get you on both of them. South Park and The Simpsons. You know, it's a and what's crazy is the clip doesn't even need to be that long. It's you only got to have like 5 or 10 seconds of it, and that's enough for them to, you know, to do that. And it's, you know, it'd be great if they just sent you a message. Okay, you need to remove that, you know, that little clip. You know, but they don't give you that option.
Exactly.
You know?
No, they just take it down, you know, and it's, you know, it was one I was going to leave up because I did leave up because I thought it was, you know, pretty safe. And I'll be darned if they don't take it down too. So it seems like I can't win for losing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I totally get it. Yeah. It's a royal pain. Absolutely a royal pain.
You know, but I was watching this the last little bit of this last video you had up there, and they were showing the Russians and the Ukrainians fighting, and I'll tell you what, I've went on the one channel in particular on Telegram, and I've looked at many pieces of war tape. This is just a little clue, you know, that or hint that we're in kind of a movie, a show, whatever you want to call it. And I'm not saying that they're not fighting, because I believe they are. But on all the tapes that I've seen, there is, after every battle, and I mean, they're showing supposed dead people everywhere, or unalive people. I mean, sorry about that.
That's right.
But there's never a drop of blood anywhere. Never.
Yep. Funny how that works, isn't it?
It is. I mean, it's just absolutely hilarious.
No combat field that I've ever seen looks like that. You know, and it makes you wonder why you don't see a leg over here and a hand over there, and it's crazy. Yes, Cola, I did see that, and Cash actually did an interview yesterday about it. And it was all in regards to January 6th and everything. And what's funny is when the unselect committee that was doing the January 6th stuff ended, it was only after they ended that they finally released Cash's deposition, which basically said that, no, we offered you all the troops you needed, but Mayor Bowser, he proved that Mayor Bowser gave him a letter stating that she would not allow any troops on the streets, and that Nancy Pelosi and the Capitol Police also refused them. So I did see that. Actually, I believe that that's going to be part of and we knows thing today. But I believe that it was X22 yesterday that brought that up. I have not played the X22 from yesterday yet, but I'm getting ready to get to that here in just a minute. And then right after that, we're going to have and we know. And it is kind of crazy the way that that this is all playing out. It's so much stuff is getting exposed in so many ways. As a matter of fact, Slow Country just sent me the updates that have come out so far today in regards to a couple of things. Let's see here. Let me do share screen again. Entire screen. And get that up here, and then we'll go. Okay. So where'd it go? There we go. Okay, so we got two of them that came out today so far. Make that full screen. House Speaker Johnson is now moving forward with the approval process to hand over January 6 videos and images to the Blaze, which was stalled under Kevin McCarthy. So we know that things are sort of kind of happening, and then the other one that came out was this one here, where Representative James Comer says the Bidens will be subpoenaed within the next few days. Now, there is a certain what do you call it, stipulation in regards to subpoenaing the president himself, or the resident, I should say, because we all know that the only thing that he's president of is a defunct corporation. But there are protections for him to not have to testify against any of his family members. Basically, it's no different than the fifth. I believe it's the Fifth Amendment, where you don't have to. You can't be forced to testify against your spouse. And things. So I believe that it's the same thing with children. But it's kind of funny, Don Jr. and Eric and Ivanka have absolutely no problem going in and testifying in the court.
Absolutely. There you go, Hawk. Exactly.
So if they don't have anything to hide, why should he have something to hide? Yeah. Oh, that's right. It was on the War Room. That is correct. Thank you, T-Bone Tut. I appreciate that. Yeah, it was. So that was part of it. Let's see. Oh, this is what. So this is what they did to me this morning on StreamYard. Just to give you guys a heads up, because they tried to charge my card and I didn't have any money on there. They tried to charge my card, and this box that's here, you can't click through it. You can't make that box go away. So it basically blocked me from going live, from changing comments to doing banners, brands, or the private chat. But what's crazier is that box came up over the account when I first opened up StreamYard. So I couldn't even access the account in order to change my billing information or anything like that, or to make a payment in any way, shape, or form. So StreamYard, I'm at that point where I'm ready to tell you to go do something to yourself that shouldn't be, but somebody else got into the StreamYard and they made the payment for me this morning. And thank that person very much, because I would not be with you guys right now if not for him.
Good deal. I'm glad you got it taken care of.
Because I was at that point where I'm like, now I'm looking for a particular. Is this it? Yeah.
If that ain't him, I'm telling you, it's a spitting image, and when you age the person out.
Yep. Especially with the teeth.
Yeah.
The teeth is 100% it. And the nose is the point of the nose is there as well. So
I also think, Hawk, remember when Trump went where they had the big graveyard out there in Hawaii where the ship sank back in World War II?
The big memorial for I think it was the Iowa, Arizona,
exactly,
and others.
Yeah, I believe that John F. Kennedy was on that boat, and that's who Trump went over and shook his hand. Or was that the picture there? It might have been. I mean, I just remember him going over and shaking an old man's hand. At the time, I thought, well, why is he making such a big deal out of this old guy?
Yeah.
And it wasn't very much longer, and I figured out, well, that was very likely JFK.
Yep, I think so too. And it was like, and that was crazy, because my mom used to say that too, that she never, even though she was heartbroken because the whole situation happened, she didn't believe that was the real JFK in that card or in that car that day. So
I think it was the cop that they killed ahead of time.
Yeah.
What was his name? He was a Dallas cop, and they said he was a dead ringer for JFK. That was his nickname.
So it makes you wonder. Makes you wonder. Oh, I wonder. Shall we really get into this kind of stuff? I mean, really, look at that jawline.
Not only that, the nose, the way the dimples around the nose and mouth.
Right here, the indentation in the nose.
Yeah,
100% accurate. The dimple, the double-lined dimple.
Get him shaved and throw a little makeup on, and voila.
Yeah.
And a wig.
Yeah. I'm telling you, you guys don't want me going through all this stuff. You don't.
I do.
I know you do. He's a real nowhere man sitting in his no.
Sing it.
Yeah. Okay, so here's another one for you. If you don't believe in zombies, you better not believe in Sandy Hook. These are all the girls that were killed in Sandy Hook. These are the pictures.
Yeah. Well, how
false
about
flags?
Have you got the one of the Challenger when it was supposedly it's space.
You know what? I believe that might be in here. Oh, I don't know. It's you guys can just read that. My dig is called. My dig is called life. Life is hard. But Malika replies, life is also short.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I'm telling you, some of the
Okay, guys.
just some of the things that that I find.
What's that up there about JFK Jr.?
Oh, dang nabbit.
I know you gotta have some stuff that I don't have.
Oh, I got a lot of stuff on JFK Jr. I mean, a whole lot. But I'm not sure what folder I was just in. What folder was I just in? Or maybe it's on the desktop. I think it's on the desktop here. Yeah, you want to know what real activity on a ship looks like? Yeah.
Yeah, no kidding.
You know, when we talk about human trafficking, well, you're seeing it right there. That's real. That's yeah. And there's the doors in there, and they they just do their thing. Okay, let's see if we can find that. Afghanistan.
Oh man.
Jesus, born as a baby, preached as a child, killed as a man, rose as a victor, coming back as a king.
Absolutely. Amen.
Okay, where's the JFK stuff? I got so much of it, it's ridiculous.
There's the Giants.
Yeah. Oh, so this is some people's favorite podcaster. This is Phil Godzlewski. So you got to ask yourself, why does he have pedophile tattoos all over his body? Makes you wonder.
I got in trouble on one guy's channel one time for this has been a couple of years ago. I was in the chat and I said something, I don't remember exactly what it was I said about Phil, but the owner of the channel and the people in the chat didn't take it lightly at all and put me in timeout. And then a night or two later, the owner of the channel himself comes back and says, "Oh, boy, was I wrong about this guy," and more or less, took exactly what I was saying to heart. But yeah, all I was saying was, he didn't seem truthful at all to me, and he didn't then. I don't know how you feel about him for sure.
Nope. I think Bill Godzlewski is full of crap, especially when he started spouting off saying that he was talking to Q and everything else.
Oh yes.
That guy's so full of it, it's ridiculous. D-class.
Yeah. We need to D-class them.
I'm Mr. and Mr. Obama. Let's see here. I have so much stuff, so here we go. Chelsea Clinton comes out and says, I get so sick of people degrading President Obama because he had the courage and conviction to marry a transsexual. Because some women are born with a penis, we must end transphobia today. Well,
they undoubtedly don't count the the nuts. I mean, in either way.
Yeah. Oh, and this is a good one too.
Maybe I'm not an American citizen. Some people said, he has a forged birth certificate. Well, first of all, it's true, I'm not American. Yeah, I was not born in Hawaii. I wasn't born in the United States of America. I come from Kenya. And so I think people saw my election as proof, as testimony that our society has continued to become more and more naive. Religions that have come together around a set of shared ideals. mean, I was not born in Hawaii. I wasn't born in the United States of America. I come from Kenya. And so I think people saw my election as proof, as testimony that our society has continued to become more and more religions that have come together around a set of shared ideas. We are still a place where anybody has a chance to make it through misleading and dishonest practices if they try. If that wasn't true, then somebody named Barack Hussein Obama from Kenya, from Africa, would not be elected president of the United States.
So don't tell me that he's an American citizen and that he was born in Hawaii, because that man told it himself right there in front of that whole crowd of students. Told him exactly who he was and where he was from. So
he had it right there when he said he wasn't born in the United States of America. There's absolutely no doubt about that. And, I think Trump is one of the first people that came out, this before he ever ran, first came out and said that he was not born in America, that birth certificate was fake. And I don't remember who that was that took that birth certificate completely apart and proved that it was fake. I wish I could remember, but I can't. There's the picture I was talking about.
Oh, that was Sheriff Joe. Sheriff Joe. Is it Pio? I think his last name was
Arpaio. Yeah.
Yeah. So Arpaio. There you go. Yeah. So is that the one you were talking about right there?
Yes, sir.
I don't always fake my death, but when I do, I take down the whole damn cabal with it.
Absolutely, and that's what's going on. It's true. Do you? Here's my opinion of Q. I think that Q is JFK Jr. and Q plus is Trump.
I believe that could be a very serious possibility. But I'm not going to speculate as to.
Okay, guys. Yeah, it's just an opinion.
You gotta love this.
Yes, I saw it a while ago.
This is. Are you a sensitive liberal looking for a perfect pillow to cry on? It can be yours for only $69.99. My dildo. Introducing my dildo. It's comfortable enough to cry and soft enough to shove up your. I'm sorry.
That ought to be satisfying for whoever wanted it, man.
Yeah, this is one of my favorites. I don't show this one often enough. I don't always bite the bad guy. Yes, I do. Just kidding. I love that. Yeah. Here's the farting cows that are destroying the planet. Yeah, that's right, Whoopi. I called you a cow. I should call you a traitor and a whole bunch of other things too, but I'll be nice during this podcast for the most part. Yeah. Here we go. Here's Biden working on his Ukraine strategy.
And that's exactly right. I mean, it's for no more. He don't do anything except to act like he's doing something.
Yeah. Let's see what else is in here. I got so much stuff in here. It's ridiculous. We have information that will lead to the arrest of Hillary Clinton. Yeah, that stuff never came up. I'm sorry, Rob. I didn't mean to disrespect the cows like that. Oh, let's see here. Hi, Kube. Hi, Jelly Bean. Hi, Gabriel. Hi, puppies.
And those your puppies? No?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right on.
Yeah. So there's. All right. Let's get out of this and get back to our real stuff. I'm telling you, I got so much stuff on this computer. It's ridiculous. Mm-hmm. It's we could spend hours just going through my hard drives alone.
That'd be fun.
Actually, I would say that we would actually could be spending days, because that's about how long it would be. It would be days, and it's just absolutely crazy. I was looking for the individual individual post, but I'm not seeing it. So we're going to have to go with the, oh, here we go. Here we go.
You mind if I say a thing or two, Hawk, before you get started?
What's that?
I saw somebody asking a while ago if I got a strike. No, I did not get a strike on my channel. It was just a copyright claim. And I think that I sent that video to myself. I'm not sure, but me or Buff one sent it. I'd have to go back and look. I don't know which one of us sent it. But it don't make any difference, you know. It's the same thing. But anyway, I plan on being on tonight at about around 9 again. So
yeah, we should be done by then.
Okay, yeah. I don't know with you, Hawk. You may still be going strong.
Oh no! I can't do that tonight. I actually have stuff I got to do late this afternoon, Bo. It's we're gonna get the second part of yesterday's X22. Then we're gonna hit, and we know. By the time we get done with, and we know today's X22 comes out, and this is what I keep saying to people is I'm trying to show the comparison of the 24-hour period in the change of news. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And Sam, I actually have that on my computer. I would actually have to make a separate post about that. And then post a link for it. I'll have to figure out how to do that. But I will figure that out one way or another. But
by the way, Hawk, I like that blue ribbon or whatever you call it that you had up there a while ago when you said introducing Ronnie York to the panel. First time I ever seen one of those. So thank you, brother.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. It's it's always a pleasure having you up here, you know, because we, you know, like I said, great minds, you know, we may not think exactly alike, but we always end up meeting in the middle. Always.
How much fun would it be if you thought exactly alike with anyone? I mean,
it wouldn't be fun at all.
It
wouldn't be fun at all because I was thinking the exact same thing, and it's you know it's like.
Well, how did you make that? How did you make that ribbon? If you don't mind my asking.
That's in banners. Over on the right hand side, you got comments, banners, brand, and private chat. And you just go into banners and you can create any banner you want.
Okay, I didn't know you could make one like that. I thought you could make one that goes across the bottom. All right.
Oh yeah, that's a scrolling. That's a scrolling ticker is what they call that bottom one. But then you create the banner and then you just click on it when you want it to come up and everything. Yeah, it's actually kind of fun. Okay.
Well, since you think you're going to be off by 9, I'm going to go ahead and share your stream if you don't mind.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Absolutely, go for it.
All right.
Yeah, if you want, take like a minute and introduce it. You know, hey, we're going to cover a couple of things. You know what I mean?
All right, I may just do that because I think my daughter's here anyway.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure it was all right with you because I mean I know it's up there, but still, you know, to me it's always polite to ask.
Oh yeah, yeah, and you're not doing it. You're not posting an 8-hour video. You're only going to be posting a 2 or 3 hour video in comparison. Yeah.
And it should be up there. All right. Well, now I got to find my page now.
No problem.
Let's see. That ain't gonna be it. See if they got it up there yet. Yeah, it's up there. All right. I'm gonna mute myself with you, and then just go on. Well, I can't do that. If I do, then well. Let me
just make the announcement right now.
All right.
Just say, hey, folks, welcome.
Hey, everybody, welcome. I'm here sharing what's left of Hawk streams. Maybe only 5 or 6 hours, whatever, but it's just sharing the rest of Hawks. So if you guys got time and don't mind, we'll jump over and give me a like and then go back to Hawks. Thanks. Appreciate it, guys.
All right. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to play part B of yesterday's X22. The new X22 should be out in about 2 hours, which gives me time to do this second part of this podcast from yesterday. And then the new one comes out. I believe he goes live in about 15 or 20 minutes to do that. So by the time we finish with And We Know, after this X-22, the new X-22 will be out. And again, this is just to show you guys how much the news changes in a 24-hour period. And the more that people realize that, the more you begin to understand the breakdown and the time frame that this and the speed in which this is moving forward. We've already made announcements today in regards to what's his name? Mike Johnson is releasing all of the. Is it Johnson?
Yeah, I think so.
He's the new speaker. Okay. Yeah, Johnson. I can't remember their names. There's so many of them.
I heard that.
And what's really interesting is that Scalise introduced him as the 45th Speaker of the House. Okay. Which should have been the 118th Speaker of the House.
Now, how can you make a mistake like that?
You can't. You can't. So it's that was very intentional, and I think that is to let people know that, hey, we're taking our government back, we're taking our country back, and it's going to be a one step at a time thing, but it is showing more and more of this aspect that is going on. All right, let's jump into this. Here we go.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X-22 Report. My name is Dave, and this episode 3202BN. Today's date is November 2nd, 2023, and the title of the episode is Deep State Pushing Division, Civil War, Zero-Day Narrative, Masses Tend to Panic, Clean and Swift. Let's talk about our health. When it comes to stubborn belly fat, we're all searching for a miracle pill. Generally, you have to use multiple products that target belly fat differently to manage excess weight around the stomach. Some products may focus on abdominal exercises or dietary changes, while others might focus on boosting metabolism or controlling cravings. But believe it or not, I found an exceptional alternative that uses naturally sourced and science-backed ingredients from Mother Earth, and it's
we are going to take this to high speed. Here we go.
Metabolism and promoting a toned midsection better than most weight management products I've seen typically found on store shelves. Tens of thousands of 5-star reviews back up the notion that this amazing pill is not only a breakthrough in a bottle, but that it also helps remove the need for us to use countless diet pills and fat-burning supplements. But there's more. If you place your order now, you'll also receive 51% off, free VIP live health and fitness coaching for life, 2 free new ebooks titled Top 10 Foods That Burn Belly Fat and Top 8 Exercises to Reduce Belly Fat, a 60-day satisfaction guarantee, and last but not least, free shipping. Simply go to trimwithx22.com to take advantage of this limited time deal before they sell out. Let's get into the economic collapse, political and geopolitical news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, big tech, fake news, the puppet masters, they are now pushing their entire agenda, and the agenda that they're pushing, we were told about. Really think about this. We were told that there was going to be a cyber attack. We were told there was going to be World War III. We were told from the very beginning that the deep state likes to divide the people, and that's exactly what is happening. They are now pushing their narratives for division. Kamala Harris was already out there letting everyone know that we need to stop Islamophobia. So basically, think about what Soros has done and many others. They brought in all these degenerates from the Muslim countries. They brought them into the United States, throughout Europe. And these individuals intermix with Antifa, BLM, criminals on the streets, and they're all going around pro-Palestine, pro-Hamas. We love Hamas. So what do you think is going to happen as they mention this? these people are going to have a run-in with those people that are defending Israel, and this is how they're going to push division, chaos. And when this happens, you're going to see most likely Iran. And if you notice, everything is focused on Iran. Why is that? Because who is involved with Iran? That's Obama, Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, and the rest. And I do believe the target is Obama in the end. And if you notice, this is now building up. They're already pushing out the narrative that Iran might cyber attack the United States and hit the infrastructure. Really think about this for a second. If you can't cheat in the election and you can't override the red wave that's coming in, and you know that if you don't do something to stop it, Trump is going to win, what do? You bring the entire country to war and you try to postpone the election. Remember, the election infrastructure is part of the United States infrastructure. It's national security. So I do believe they're already building the narrative for this. Why? Because think about what just happened out in Connecticut. Out in Connecticut, a Democrat judge said, holy crap, I see the cheating, and said, okay, this election, we got to do it over. Think about that. They just set a precedent now. It's no longer a conspiracy. So let's say Trump, he's going to have these trials, and the people are with him. He has irrefutable evidence showing that they cheated in the election. We just had a Democratic judge rule that, yes, there was cheating in the election and it has to be redone. I mean, think about the optics here. The people of this country are going to see all of this, and they're going to see Trump's evidence, and the court of public opinion is very, very strong. And on the other side, you have the deep state going, holy crap, what did we just do? We just allowed this individual to show that we're the ones who cheated in the election. We just allowed this individual, Trump, to show everyone that we were the ones that overthrew the United States government. We were trying to get him, but now he's getting us, and everyone is looking at us. We got to do something. Well, we can't cheat right now, so we need a major, major distraction. Well, let's try to divide the people. Let's try to have a civil war. Let's put those pro-Palestinians on one side, and let's put the Israelis and all those people that support Israel on the other side, and let them fight it out on the streets. This way, we can have a distraction. While that is going on, let's see if we can have Iran or the deep state players attack the election system. Yes, they might attempt to hit the power grid. They might attempt to hit the water system or whatever. Those will be attempts, but most likely they will hit the election infrastructure, and they will probably let everyone know that a malware was released, and we don't know if the elections can be held this year. And it's starting to seem like that's the narrative that they're building. Now, remember, we know the Patriots, they're in control of the situation. We know the Patriots understand what is going to happen. We were told what was going to happen. Trump told us from the very beginning how they were going to cheat in the 2020 election. Trump told us that we're heading towards a depression. Trump told us that we're heading towards World War III before anyone even saw war. So if he knew all of these things and he was telling everyone all of these things, why do you think he was projecting this out there? So people would know that this was coming. So this way, you wouldn't be afraid. So this way, you would know that this is exactly what was going to happen. Actually, when Biden was coming into the White House, Trump was down in Texas. What did he tell everyone? Oh, they're going to open the borders. We're going to have an invasion like we've never seen before. Remember, from the very, very beginning, he said, all the Biden administration has to do is follow everything that I set out, and the country will be fine. And he knew that they weren't, because it was pre-planned from the very beginning. It was strategic to wake up the people. He needed to project out there and tell everyone, listen, this is what you can expect. And at every turn, he is right. He is right. He is right. So the people, they're seeing all this. We know it's happening. We know that this is going to happen during the 2024 elections. And we also know that the cleanup operation is going to be very simple. Now, that doesn't mean you're not going to see riots. That doesn't mean you're not going to see what you saw in 2020. But in the end, you're going to see the cleanup operation. It's going to get scary at some time. But in the end, it will be cleaned up. Actually, when you bring all these people out to certain locations and you have all of them out there, you don't got to look for them. You got them where you want them. And when you have this type of problem, well, I guess it's time to call the ball. It's time to say, all right, time for a cleanup. And remember, Trump said to all these people, listen, if you elect me, and I do believe as we go through 2024, he's probably going to say, if you elect me, I'll stop the chaos too. I'll bring back the economy. I'll stop the war. We'll have peace. But if I'm not elected, this is going to continue. Actually, he turned the tables on them. Their entire 16-year plan is being used against them. And Trump is on the side of, I will stop this. I will make it better. We doesn't have to be this way. Biden's not going to say he's going to stop it because he can't stop it. He has to continue with this. So the people, in the end, they're going to be voting for Trump. And he wants the permission of the people to go after the deep state. He could have done this a long time ago. But without the people, it's meaningless. Without the people taking back their own country, taking back their freedom, the whole entire operation is absolutely meaningless because you need to learn, you need to understand. And without that, you can't keep the country. The same thing would happen in a couple of years. That's why we were told this is not about a 4-year election, because it's not about a 4-year election. It's not about just fixing what they have here. It's not just about, okay, let's just clean up their mess. It's about removing their entire system. It's about the people taking back control and removing the deep state from every part of government, from each state, and replacing them with we, the people, actual elected people. That's what this was all about. And I do believe the people are getting it. And we could see that we're heading in this direction now. But I do believe the Patriots, they're prepared and ready for this. We'll be talking a lot more about this a little bit later. But first, we can see the plan is working the way it's supposed to be working. We're seeing individuals say that they're not running for re-election. Right now, we have Representative Ken Buck. He announced that he will not be seeking re-election in 2024 due to the House Republicans' insistence that the 2020 presidential election was stolen and their January 6th narrative. Oh, why do you think he's not coming back? Because he's an installed individual, and he knows eventually what's going to happen. It's going to be proven that the election was stolen. Trump, he put this out on Truth, and he said the following: good news for the country. Congressman Ken Buck of Colorado, a weak and ineffective super rhino, if there ever was one, announced today that he won't be running again, which is a great thing for the Republican Party. He knew long ago he could never win against MAGA. So now he is, like some past and present, auditioning for a job at fake news CNN, MSDNC, or some other country-destroying left-wing outlet. They can have him and watch their ratings go down still further, if that's even possible. Now, this reminds me of Post 24. This is November 1st, 2017. It says any person making statements they will not be seeking re-election was put into submission. For the betterment of the country, not all will be prosecuted and all will do as told. You will see more of this occur, not normal yet disregarded, and even on the D side. And what have we been seeing? We have been seeing Republicans and Democrats saying we're not running for re-election. These people have been put into submission and they're being pushed out. And once again, can we just have mass arrest and arrest every single person? No, I don't think that's going to work. I think to get them out of politics and remove them from the system, yes, that's a good thing, because who cares where they go after this? Most of these people are just puppets and they're being instructed to do certain things. We need to go to the source of the criminal syndicate. And I do believe that's where we're headed right now. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that Nancy Pelosi, she was subpoenaed in a criminal case. And Pelosi's announcement was read on the House floor by Clerk Tylese Alley and did not specify what criminal case it was about. It could be about her husband. Remember, he was attacked in his house, or actually, he kind of knew the person. They were holding a drink. The police, came to the door and they opened the door and they were just both standing there. But it could be about that case. And we'll have to see how that all plays out. That's going to be very, very interesting. The other thing that's very interesting is that Mayor Adams, his fundraising chief, Brianna Suggs, it looks like the FBI conducted a raid on their Brooklyn residence, and they started to take a lot of, stuff from her place. And it's very interesting that they decided to raid one of their own. So the question is, why would they raid one of their own? Well, remember, Adams, he has been highly and publicly critical of the Biden border crisis and the influx of illegal aliens into New York City. And he's been talking smack about Biden right now. And I do believe Biden probably ordered the FBI to raid his top aide to send a message. Listen, stop saying what you're saying. Stop being critical about the open borders. This is a message that you will stop, or we will take it to the next level. And it's starting to look that way, because think about it. Think about all the heat Biden is under right now. You think the people are with him with open borders? Absolutely not. Even the mayors and governors of certain cities and states, they can't keep the illegals in their state or their city because they can't afford them. And they're looking for answers from Biden. Now, does Biden have any money to give them? No. And this causes a problem. So they're going to be critical of what he's doing right now, because in the past, what would they do? Don't worry about it. The federal government got it. We're going to take care of you. We're going to give you money so you don't have to worry about it. And they would have tons of money and they wouldn't even have to say anything. But when no money is coming in and the people in your city or in your state, they're continually complaining and you don't have money to pay for anything, well, you're going to become critical. The people are going to demand action. And the only remedy that Biden has is to send a message to say, shut up. And I do believe that's exactly what we're seeing now. The other thing that's very interesting is that more and more evidence that Joe Biden actually takes 10% of the pot is becoming reality. Now, I think we already knew it was reality, but the people of this country are seeing it firsthand. And now it's getting worse and worse for Biden. And I do believe the deep state players, they're going to have to remove Biden very, very soon. I do believe probably as we come into the beginning of 2024, they're going to really build up the entire narrative of removing Biden. But look what Comer has found out, that Biden received $40,000 in laundered China money from the account of his brother, James Biden, and his sister-in-law, Sarah Biden, in the form of a personal check. In taking funds sourced to a CCP-linked company that wanted to advance China's interest, Joe Biden exposed himself to future blackmail and put America's interests behind his own desire for money. Comer released a video and bank records memorandum detailing the money trail. On August 8, 2017, Northern International Capital, a Chinese company affiliated with CEFC, sent $5 million to Hudson West III, a joint venture established by Hunter Biden and CEFC associate Gang Wendong. That same day, Hudson West III sent $400,000 to Wasteco PC, an entity owned and controlled by Hunter Biden. On August 14, 2017, Hunter Biden wired $150,000 to Lion Hall Group, and a company owned by James Biden and Sarah Biden. On August 8, 2017, Sarah Biden withdrew $50,000 in cash from Lion Hall Group. Later the same day, she deposited into her and James Biden's personal checking account. On September 3rd, 2017, Sarah Biden cut a check to Joe Biden for $40,000 for a loan payment. So when you start to look at this, you can see from the original $400,000, he got 10%, $40,000. Trump, he put this out on True Social. He has a picture of the check, and this is coming from the House Judiciary GOP. It says Joseph R. Biden, $40,000, loan repayment, $40,000 for the big guy. Down below, it says, remember when Joe Biden lied about his son making money in China? Well, Hunter wasn't the only one that got China money. And now we know that Joe Biden definitely received 10%. And he lied to the American people when he was running for his residency. And now the people see this. Trump has been proven right over and over and over. And now the people can see the treasonous criminals. Actually, they all do the same thing. They're all part of the same criminal syndicate. Think about it. The National Archives, they released 80,000 emails of Biden's while he was Obama's VP. This is many times the number of emails that Hillary criminally managed while Obama's Secretary of State. So let's see. Both of them were doing the same thing under Obama. Isn't that interesting? So Hillary, Biden, and Obama all used email systems outside the official government channels to do business related to the government. They did this because they were committing crimes, and they thought, no one's ever going to catch us. We're part of the criminal syndicate. And if they investigate our government addresses, nobody's going to see it. Well, now everyone is seeing, because now people are saying, all right, I see what you did here. You didn't want to use your government address because you didn't want people to know what you were doing. So you made up these pseudonyms and you used them instead so no one could track it. And you thought no one would be the wiser. We're part of the criminal syndicate. No one will see this ever. It's almost like the taxes. I'll give you my personal taxes. No big deal, Joe Biden says. No one will ever see the 20 shell companies. Nobody will ever see those tax returns because those are hidden from the public. But now, since what they did to Trump, this all can be used against them. Actually, everything that we are seeing right now, everything that they're doing to Trump is setting a precedent that will be used against them every step of the way. And what they're feeling right now is pain every step of the way. And they're going to feel more pain as time goes on. This is why most likely they were going to have a communication blackout, because they don't want this getting around, even though it's getting around. But as it comes out and it starts to connect everything that Biden did to Obama and Hillary Clinton, well, that's when they're going to start to shut it down, because they don't want people to know about that. But you can see that they're going to need distractions. They're going to need the people to fight each other. They're going to need they need to stop Trump any way they possibly can. This is why they have indicted him 4 times. But is this going to work? Absolutely not. It's not going to work. Trump and the Patriots, they know the whole playbook because they're the ones who are controlling how this all plays out. That's why we were told how this all played out. It's not a crystal ball. It was a plan that they came up with. And now the people can see the entire 16-year plan and who is responsible for this. Remember, they never wanted to do this out in the open. They never wanted to do this in a very short period of time. It was supposed to be done under their control. The fake news was never going to show you any of this stuff. They were going to have control over the social media platforms. You were never supposed to see any of this. Remember, this was going on during Obama. You just didn't know about it. Now you do. Now you're pissed off. Now you're getting angrier. But the other thing that's very interesting is we see the mayors of Chicago, Denver, Houston, Los Angeles, and New York. They're all talking amongst each other. They want to have a meeting with Biden on how to better manage the arriving illegals. Isn't it amazing that they can't afford these illegals? They have no place to put them. The people of these cities, they're angry. They're pissed off. Actually, the Chicago residents, they're suing. They don't want this to happen. They keep saying no. None of these people are listening to the people of the cities. And not one of them has said, maybe we should shut down the border. Maybe that will solve the problem. Not one of them has done this. All they're doing is shuffling these people around because they just don't want them in their city. So they're going to give someone else the problem. I mean, think about it. That's how they're thinking. You know what? I don't want the criminals. I don't want the drug dealers. I don't want to pay for all these people. Why don't you take them? Is that a solution? No. And once again, people see this as clear as day. Just like they see how the FBI, DOJ, they don't follow the rule of law. They don't care about the rule of law. Remember, the case went all the way up to the Supreme Court where the FBI cannot work with big tech. But they still are. Benny Johnson put this out and says, Senator Rand Paul brilliantly makes FBI Director Wray accidentally admit to still meeting with big tech companies after previously using them for election interference. And they paid them a lot of money. And the judge or the Supreme Court said, you need to stop this. You cannot violate the Constitution. You cannot violate the constitutional right of the American people. So this needs to stop. But they're not going to stop because they don't follow the rule of law. They always try to go around it one way or another. I mean, think about this and expand what you're seeing. They're releasing criminals. Crime is off the charts in all these different cities, DC, New York, you name it, because criminals release criminals because they're all part of the same group. And instead of having the police stop the criminals, they're telling people, well, don't put the expensive things in your store window. Maybe you should get bars for your store window. Don't walk down the street with a pocketbook. Don't wear an expensive watch. And if you don't want people to steal your car, you know what we have? We have a tracking tool that you can install on your car, and we'll give it to you for free. So this way we can track where the car went. So they're giving you all these different solutions instead of going to the source of the problem. I mean, this is what they do with everything. Look at the border, look at the economy, and look at the crime. So Mayor Muriel Bowser is out there, and she announced a pilot program to provide DC residents with free digital tracking tags for their vehicles. We'll continue to use all the tools we have and add new tools to keep our city safe. This does not keep the city safe. They already stole the car. That's not keeping it safe. That's not stopping anyone. It's almost like installing a camera. And they walk into the jewelry store, the camera's on them. They have a mask on, sunglasses, you can't tell who they are. They steal the jewelry. Is that keeping anyone safe? Yeah, you recorded the whole thing, but who cares? They still came into the store and they stole everything, and they might have beaten up the store owner. It doesn't stop anyone because they didn't go to the source of the problem. And plus, why are they giving you digital tracking tags on your cars? Sounds like they actually want to track you. Are they monitoring your speed? Will you be getting speeding tickets in the mail? I wouldn't be surprised. Let's talk about protecting ourselves online. A popular DNA ancestry site is under fire for allegedly not notifying their users in a timely manner.
Just to give you guys advance warning, we're going high speed for the commercials.
Of a data breach that stole millions of pieces of personal data. In fact, it wasn't until the hackers advertised the stolen data on forums that the public became aware of the breach, which has since sparked a class action lawsuit. The stolen data was reportedly leaked for political and racially motivated reasons, and it included name, sex, date of birth, geographic location, profile photos, and genetic ancestry results. This is why I protect myself with Virtual Shield 1. Virtual Shield 1 offers an all-in-one digital security suite with its most notable features of being a military-grade VPN, identity theft protection, antivirus, and even the ability to remove my personal information from sites after data breaches like this one. Plus, it comes with a $1 million insurance policy for identity theft protection to secure myself even further. Countless 5-star reviews back up the notion that Virtual Shield 1 is the most effective way to help prevent government, corporate, ISP, hacker spying while simultaneously protecting your personal data. But there's more. If you sign up for Virtual Shield 1 now, you'll receive a 60-day risk-free trial, unlimited data usage across all devices, access to Virtual Shield 1's 24/7 customer support, and more. Simply go to virtualshield.com/X22 to take advantage of this limited time deal before their free trial offer ends. This is not a solution. This doesn't stop anything. They know it. And I think the people know it right now. Just like they know what's going on out in the Middle East. They realize that the deep state players, they're trying to start a war. They see war coming, and it's building and building and building because they've seen what Biden has done out in Afghanistan. They see the open borders here. They see how they're protecting other countries' borders, but not this border in this country. And they can see that the Biden administration, they want war. That's their entire mission right now, and it's building up to that. And I do believe we're going to enter a scare event. And what's very interesting is that the Biden regime, and this is coming from Judicial Watch, from international donors, they're sending $80 million every 2 weeks to the Taliban. So Judicial Watch says the Taliban has established fraudulent non-government organizations, NGO, to loot the hundreds of millions of dollars in humanitarian aid that the United States has sent to Afghanistan since 2021. NGOs are typically nonprofits with humanitarian missions that supposedly work to improve public or social welfare. No, most of them are run by Soros and other groups. They launder money through that. And what do you think is happening out in Afghanistan? Well, they're laundering the money, and eventually they're going to use the NGOs to create chaos because this is exactly what they do. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is since Biden has not getting the money that he needs, that to launder the money into Gaza and help the terrorists there, because remember, these are deep state terrorists Most of them were created by the CIA. They want them continually funded. But remember, the CIA, they used to fund a lot of their operations from Afghanistan. They had the poppy fields. They make opium. They sold across the world. And since the U.S. military was removed from Afghanistan and the Taliban took over, they don't have the poppy fields anymore. They've been removed. They've been destroyed. And now that funding is dried up. Plus the funding that Biden was getting this entire time, that is also dried up. So now they're in trouble. And the Biden administration, they are now pressuring Israel to give tax revenue to the Palestinian authorities. Now, we know what's going to happen. If Israel actually gave the tax revenue to the Palestinian authorities, Hamas would take it, which is the CIA organization, just like all the other terrorist organizations, and they would use it to purchase more weapons, to build their arsenal, and it would not go to the people of Palestine. So once again, we could see how this all works, but we could see that war is building. Australia right now has deployed Defense Force personnel. They sent RAF aircraft to the Middle East, and you can see that countries around the world, they are now bringing in military assets to certain locations, and things are starting to build. Now, Trump has told us that he saw World War III coming. He saw it in the shadows. Nobody sees it except him. He also told us that it's going to be the N-word, nuclear. And it looks like we are now building up to that. The 1996 treaty outlaws all nuclear explosions, including live tests of nuclear weapons. Now, what's very interesting is that this 1996 treaty never came into force because some countries, including the United States, China, never ratified it. So Russia said, okay, I'm going to revoke it then, if no one else is on board, and we can do what we want. Is nuclear war coming? Absolutely. And you could see it's building and building and building. And we were told that this scare event might be like the Cuban Missile Crisis. It might be even a little bit worse. But Trump, during one of his rallies, he let everyone know that North Korea will be coming into the picture. And it looks like they're already starting this. Associated Press put this out and said North Korea has likely sent missiles as well as ammunition and shells to Russia. So they're building the narrative right now that North Korea is getting involved. Yes, there were stories about this going back a little bit in time, but I do believe this is going to build up right now because, again, who were the countries that receive uranium one from Biden, from Obama, from Hillary Clinton, and the rest? Well, it went through Russia. It was then sent to North Korea and Iran. And where are these isotopes going to lead back to? United States. So I do believe this is going to be coming full circle, and we could see war is building right now. We're going to be talking about the cyber attack and the civil war in just a moment. But let's talk about what is happening with the pharmaceutical companies, because they're in trouble right now, and they're realizing, well, the people are catching on. They don't want to take the bioweapon. So now they're trying to make a play out in Brazil. And we could see that Bolsonaro, he was removed, and they brought in a criminal instead. And now the Brazilian health minister has now forced COVID-19 gene therapies into the national immunization program, making jabs mandatory for youngsters aged 6 months to 5 years starting in 2024. The announcement came today, and the repercussions are severe. Families not complying face hefty fines, loss of social aids like Bolsa Familia, or worse, having their children taken away. Shockingly, the iron grip tightens further as a recent government notice now threatens legal action against anyone daring to question the national immunization program. Now, they are doing this because the people haven't voluntarily taken it. So now, throughout countries throughout the world, I believe there's going to be a lot of countries that are going to try to follow this. They're going to try to force this on the people. Is it going to work? No, I think the people are going to be able to fight this, and the people of the world are going to say, absolutely not. You should never be forced to take something and to put it into your body. And this is exactly what they're doing. Why? Well, yesterday we mentioned how Pfizer, they're closing 2 facilities. Their stock is plummeting. The same thing is happening with Moderna. They're down by 15%. I mean, their stock has fallen by 15%. And we can see that pharmaceutical companies, they are in trouble right now. And it's getting worse and worse, especially when people start to learn the truth. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that Elon Musk was being interviewed by Joe Rogan. And Elon Musk made a bold assertion. He suggested that bacterial lung infections in patients on ventilators might have led to more deaths than the COVID-19 virus itself. During the conversation with Joe Rogan, he pointed out, well, 80% of the people they put on ventilators died. And according to this data, a staggering 76.4% of COVID-19 patients aged 18 to 65 in New York City who were administered ventilators did not survive. Moreover, the percentage shot up to 97.2 for those aged above 65. So once again, they reported that they had COVID, but they actually didn't die of COVID. They died from the ventilators. Remember, from the very, very beginning, what did they want? They wanted the ventilators. Now we know why they wanted a lot of ventilators. Remember, they told us this was going to save lives. But now we've come to find out that no, people died from this. And of course, they said, oh, no, they died of COVID. No, they died from the ventilator. So once again, this is how they manipulated the numbers, and this is how they created the deaths. So what does this all mean? Well, remember, from the very beginning, they said there was a new variant out there, and they had to produce a new vaccine. And I do believe they thought they were going to have the same scare event that they had back in COVID when it originally came out. But I think they quickly realized that people aren't buying what they're selling. And if the people aren't afraid, they're not going to go along with the mail-in ballots, the drop boxes. They're not going to be hiding in their home. They're not going to get the vaccine. So can they use this method to cheat? No, this is going to be very, very difficult for them to use this method because it's not working. Are they still going to try? Of course they are. But as we go through winter, and as winter continues on, and nobody's taking the vaccine, nobody's getting sick, the people aren't going to believe them. They might continually tell you, oh, might be a new variant out there. You better get another vaccine. But I don't think the people are on board with this anymore. So this means they're going to have to change everything up. And we already see that they're bringing in a lot of the legals. I think they're going to try to use them to cheat, and they're probably formulating some other tactic to use. And I think in the end, they're going to realize from their internal polling that they're never going to be able to get enough ballots or enough fake votes to counter what Trump has. And I do believe in the end, what they're going to try to do is they're going to try to postpone the elections. Now, think about how all this is playing out. Trump's trials are coming up. Yes, he has many going on right now, but I'm talking about January 6th and the election interference. Trump has let us know that he has irrefutable proof, and I do believe through Executive Order 13848, Space Force and the rest, they have captured what these individuals have done. And the timing is very, very interesting because right now we have a Democrat judge in Connecticut who overturned the results of the Bridgeport Democrat mayoral primary. Superior Court Judge William Clark ordered a new election to be held, citing bombshell video evidence of election fraud as the basis for his decision. The ruling has far-reaching implications, not just for Bridgeport, but for the entire country. It just set a precedent. Right before Trump is going to show his irrefutable evidence. Think about this for a second. And the video shows these individuals going to the drop boxes and shoving in the ballots. Didn't we see this with 2,000 mules? Now, does Trump have more of this evidence? I do believe so. I do believe he has a lot of evidence that they collected. And this, right before Trump's trial, it comes out. And people can't say, well, it was a Republican judge. No, it was a Democratic judge. The optics are absolutely amazing. Precedent set. So what do you think the deep state players are going to do about this? Are they going to want this information out there, or are they going to push some type of distraction? Most likely, they're going to push a distraction. Now, we'll be talking about the distraction in just a sec, but very interestingly, it looks like Judge Cannon has signaled she may postpone Trump's trial. She also admonished one of Jack Smith's prosecutors, and this is according to Julie Kelly, who attended the hearing. Julie Kelly attended the hearing in person, and according to Kelly, Trump's lawyers discovered a June 2023 letter asking DOE to remove Trump's active security clearance. a few weeks after Smith handed down classified documents indictment. Trump's lawyer told Judge Cannon this afternoon they have evidence that the Biden White House collaborated with NARA, DOJ, and intel agencies to determine which documents to include in Jack Smith's indictment. Trove of evidence include years worth of security footage from Mar-a-Lago, evidence of extensive communications between the White House, NARA, intel agencies, DOJ, Jack Smith prior to the indictment to determine which classified files to include. Another bombshell from Wednesday's hearing, Trump's lawyers have not seen any underlying evidence to back up claims that 340 classified documents reviewed by Jack Smith are even classified. I mean, really think about this right now. All these trials are made up. We know what the indictments are about. It's about election interference. And once people see the election interference and they see it happening in real time, it's not that far of a stretch to say they cheated in 2020, because now you start to put it all together. And we could see that people are now looking at this, especially out in New York, where there's absolutely no case. There's no victim. There's nothing. And this case should be dismissed. But they see, the people I'm talking about, they see the corruption. They see how bad it really is. Trump, he put this out on Truth. He said the following: the rigged trial being presided over in Manhattan without a jury allowed by a Trump-hating radical left Democrat operative judge has shown conclusively that Trump organization is financially strong, powerful, and very liquid, and has done nothing wrong. This election interference case, brought by racist and corrupt Attorney General Peekaboo James, in close coordination with crooked Joe Biden in Washington, D.C., fascist, Marxists, and communists, is a disgrace. With zero evidence, and before the trial even started, the judge, Arthur Engoron, ruled viciously against me. He stated strongly that $1 billion house was worth only $18 million. Likewise, but to a lesser extent, he did this with other properties also. The AG laughed at him. This is great miscarriage of justice. And while they want to settle, why should I be forced to settle when I did nothing wrong? The state should focus on reducing taxes, fighting violent crime, and keeping businesses from leaving New York. And he's not going to make a deal. Let's go back to post 1937, August 27, 2018. Witch hunt, no deals. Why would you make a deal if you're completely innocent? You don't. And he's not going to. But you could see as this progresses and as people start to learn that these indictments is just election interference, and they see the irrefutable proof coming out about the 2020 elections, well, it looks like the deep state players, they are now prepared for a distraction from all of this. Now, I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they know that this is going to happen. They know the playbook. They have countermeasures in place. But look how they're building the narrative. We have Kamala Harris out there. She put out a video, and they're talking about taking on hate. And they're going to have a national strategy to counter Islamophobia. And this action is the latest step forward in our work to combat a surge of hate in America. So let's see. They have the Antifa, BLM, all the illegals out there, all part of the same group, protesting pro-Hamas, pro-Palestinian. Actually, they're pro-Hamas. That's pretty much what they want. They want Jews dead. I mean, let's just call it for what it is, because that's what they say on the streets. So they're now building this up to have division in this country. Why do you think Soros brought all these people in? Because you needed to have all these people to go up against the rest of the country. And when you step back and you take a look, you could see it very, very clearly. These people that are on the streets, they're the foot soldiers of Soros and many others. And you could see this is not just happening here in the United States, but it's happening around the world. Actually, German Interior Minister Nancy Faeser bans Hamas and the Palestinian Network, and the police union is afraid that riots are going to break out in Germany, which I do believe they're going to, just like in the United States. And you could see already that it's happening in this country. There are skirmishes that are happening around the country, and I do believe they're going to set this off with some type of an event. Roseanne Barr on X put this out. She's referring to Jack Poso, and it says the Black Hebrew Israelites are now battling the pro-Palestinian protesters in Chicago. Now, remember, When BLM marches were out there and Antifa was out there, they were never for the black community. They just used that as a cover story. Now you have the black individuals out there. You think they're going to be on their side? No, they're going to be against them. Roseanne responded to this and said, libtards will have a hard time picking a side here. I think they're already going to know what side they're going to pick because they have their instructions. You are now on the side of Hamas. That's it, period, the end. Forget about everything else now. And that's exactly what they're going to do. But you have to remember, going back to BLM, because this is all the same playbook, most of these kids are from colleges. Remember, they've been brainwashed in college, and they were out on the streets. They had their face covering, so no one knew who they were. Remember, there were 2 lawyers. They were out there firebombing certain things. And I do believe there are many college students that are involved in this. And this is why they were trying to bring back the mask. And actually, when you look out in the streets, they're still covering their faces because they don't want anyone to know who they are. But Trump, he did put something out on Truth, and he said the following. In recent weeks, Americans have been horrified to see students and faculty at Harvard and other once respected universities expressing support for the savages and jihadists who attacked Israel. We spend more money on higher education than any other country, and yet they're turning our students into communist and terrorist sympathizers. It's time to offer something dramatically different. And he's telling everyone that he's going to create the American Academy. And he has a solution for every single problem that is happening right now. But we know that there is something about to happen because we could see it building. And Karma Patriot found something out, which is very interesting. And she put this out on Truth. She said the following. I want to know the significance of extending the EO today on same day that Chris Wray says we're going to be hit with a major terror strike on our soil. Not to be doomy, but sure seems like they are preparing for something. So this is the clerk, United States House of Representatives. This is Resolution 756 HR 4364, making appropriations for the legislative branch for the fiscal year. Activity. The House received a message from the acting clerk pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the House. Activity. The Speaker laid before the House a message from the President transmitting a notification stating that the national emergency with respect to the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction declared in Executive Order 12938 is to continue in effect beyond November 14th, 2023, referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered to be printed. Now, that is very interesting. So something is happening. Something is going to happen. And let's just go back in time to Executive Order 12938 of November 14th, 1994. This is during Bill Clinton's presidency. And it says, William J. Clinton, President of the United States of America, find that proliferation of nuclear, biological, and chemical weapons, weapons of mass destruction, and of the means of delivering such weapons constitutes an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security, foreign policy, and economy of the United States, and hereby declare a national emergency to deal with that threat. So it looks like they're preparing for something. It was renewed, and most likely will be renewed again. But we could see that Trump has told us that there might be something happening with nuclear weapons, and it looks like we're heading down that path. So once again, we know out in Nevada, they had a test to simulate radiation, and they had an explosion. It wasn't actually a nuclear bomb, but I wonder if they're going to have something similar to that to push a false flag. Because remember, Wray, the FBI director, Trump, and many others, they let us know that something is about to happen. Let's go back to post 14, October 31st, 2017. Down below in this post, there's like 2 or 3 lines here. Let me just read them. Why hasn't the Muslim Brotherhood been classified as a terrorist organization? What happens if Soros-funded operations get violent and engage in domestic terrorism? Well, I do believe they're going to be using the terrorists. They're going to probably do something in this country. It's going to kick something off with the pro-Hamas group or the pro-Palestinian group, just almost like it was the, pro-George Floyd group. Actually, that really wasn't what it was. It was actually, let's cause riots. The same thing is going to happen here, and I do believe they're going to try to kick this off. And let's see how this all plays out, because we can see they're building up for World War III. Because remember, we've been told from the very, very beginning that around election time, there's going to be a cyber attack. And we discussed this before, that I do believe the deep state players are going to have to try to postpone the elections because they won't be able to cheat this time around. which means Trump and the Patriots can come in and say, okay, it's not postponed. And I don't mean they're going to come in, but they have agencies already set up to do this, where they could say, no, don't worry. Since we were attacked, they hit our infrastructure, which means that it's an attack on the United States. The military then is activated, even though the military is already activated because of the insurrection that happened on November 3rd. We will then move to paper ballots. We will then move to one-day election, and the National Guard, the Marines, they will protect the elections. They will remove all those people that were installed by Soros and everyone else to monitor the elections, and the military, who are following their oath to protect the Constitution, they will monitor and protect the elections, and the elections will be held in one day. And it looks like this narrative is being built up right now. Out in Politico, and this is what they always do, they always project, they always like to tell you what they're going to do. Critical infrastructure owners and operators are stepping up security. U.S. government keeps a close eye on evolving threats from Tehran in cyberspace. The U.S. government is prepping for a potential onslaught of Iranian cyber attacks in retaliation for support for Israel in its conflict with Hamas. It's far from just Israel at risk of cyber attacks from the Hamas-aligned regime's cyber operations. They also see the U.S. and other nations that support the Israeli government as likely targets. Such attacks could take the form of attempting to damage critical systems like water or electricity, would likely involve widespread disinformation efforts, and could also involve proxies to keep Iran's fingerprints off the incidents. Interesting, isn't it? So they're looking to hit the infrastructure of the United States. What's part of the infrastructure? Oh, that's right, the election system. And that brings me back to post 4587, July 17, 2020. Prepare for 0 day, massive cyber power attempts on 11.4. Isn't the election on 11.5? Are they going to attempt to have cyber attacks and hit the infrastructure? Well, I don't believe the power is going to go up, maybe in a couple of little areas, but I do believe they're going to put out a story about malware infecting the election systems in this country. And I do believe this is what they're going to try to use to postpone the elections. Now, I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they know that this is about to happen. They know they're going to create chaos because, once again, they're going to have chaos before the elections, and they're definitely going to have chaos after the elections because war will be building, and all those people in this country pushing pro-Palestine riots, protests, whatever you want to call them, they're actually riots, and those people that are being instructed by the deep state players, they're going to create chaos, especially after the elections when Trump wins. They won't accept these election results. They will fight against it. And I do believe this is going to be happening all at the same time. And once again, since all these people are going to be in certain areas, select cities around the country, it's going to be a lot easier to round these people up. I do believe they're being tracked. Mapping is being done. They know where these people are. And Trump, he knows he needs to bring the people down this path, the path of destruction, so they finally find the will to change. And once he's elected, because he's going to make this promise, once I'm elected, I will have peace. I will go after these people. We will be able to take back the country. I just need your permission. And we can see that we are definitely headed in this direction, and everything is building right now. But remember, the Patriots are in control. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
All right, that was Dave with the X22. Now, that was yesterday's, I should say last evening's podcast that he did. We're going to be playing today's podcast in just a short while here. We're going to play And We Know first. But this is just to go to show you how quickly the news changes in a 24-hour period. Okay? Once upon a time we were getting drip, 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 and then it started getting, then it started going drip, 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 drip. Now we're getting drip, 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 drip. And pretty soon it's going to be the tap opening up fully and the sink's going to overflow. You know what I'm saying? So it's this is going to be interesting. And the fact that these guys are correlating all of this stuff with the Q board, this makes it even more interesting because we get to see it from multiple angles, multiple facets. And in doing so, gives us the opportunity to breathe a little bit and to say, hey, you know, I'm catching this, I'm catching this, I'm catching this, catching this. And I'm like, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Still with me there, Ronnie, or are you taking a nap?
No, sir. I'm here, wide awake. And you know,
Yeah.
I agree with what he said there. It's one step at a time,
So
and they're not big steps necessarily.
Yeah, Auntie sent me a video. I'm going to post it into the private chat for you. And this is in regards to that Obama thing. You know, you know, we're talking about the birth certificate and stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna put that into the private chat for you. This will be something for you to play tonight on yours, and to get a discussion going. But in the meantime, I have I'm going to pull my signal up here, and I'm going to pull up this one here, and I'm going to shift this.
If you could, Hawk, could you also? And I know it's probably going to be hard to find again, but the pictures of JFK or what appeared to be him, you know, as an old man with Trump.
Yeah. Yep, I can. Yeah, I'll try and find those when the next video plays.
All right, thank you, sir.
I want to get this one here. This is. Let's see if I can. I need to. I'm downloading it, but this is.
When making.
What?
Because when making.
Okay, so this is up on TikTok, on Barack Obama's TikTok. Okay, notice what the top says. Michelle Obama, future Madam President. It ain't no madam. Okay. That man needs to stop doing whatever drugs he's doing. Okay. Now, you know, there are some drugs that I approve of and some that I don't, but this is one drug that I don't approve of. Okay. You're not gonna get me to say that this is a female in any way, shape, or form. It's just never gonna happen. Well, let's take a listen here.
Because when making life or death, war or peace decisions, a president just can't pop off or lash out irrationally. No, we need an adult in the White House. So if a candidate is erratic and threatening, if a candidate traffics in prejudice, fears, and lies on the campaign trail, if a candidate thinks that not paying taxes makes you smart, or that it's good business when people lose their homes. If a candidate regularly and flippantly makes cruel and insulting comments about women, about how we look, how we act, well, sadly, that's who that candidate really is. Because we know that being president isn't anything like reality TV. It is not an apprenticeship. And it is not just about fiery speeches or insulting tweets. It's about whether someone can handle the awesome responsibility of leading this country.
Got to finish that with dude.
Right on.
You just got to. Yeah, but I actually, you know what? I think I dropped that link into the main chat. Is that where I put that?
No, you put it in the.
Oh, I did put it in the back. Well, I'm going to put it out here for everybody else too. But this is in
great.
regards to the birth certificate. Okay, but sorry, Big Mike, you got no support coming this way. You know. Yeah, and like I said, you know, a lot of this is to show you guys how much the news changes in a 24-hour period. So there's a 12-hour difference between the X-22 report and the And We Know report. Let's take a listen and see what LT's got to say today.
He shall not be afraid of evil tidings. His heart is fixed, trusting in the Lord. His heart is established. He shall not be afraid until he see his desire upon his enemies.
Folks, this entire video is packed full of one win after another. Absolutely brilliant, from election stealing exposure to rhinos departing to perfect deltas with Pelosi to Trump's pause again, folks under arrest, people subpoenaed, and so much more exposure. It is absolutely amazing. I just was so happy to put this one together and knowing you guys are going to be excited. Here we go. Now, folks, before we get started, just want to make sure you knew to kick off this video, we usually have somebody that helps us out, sponsors or whatever. But anyway, I wanted to make sure you knew that we have, we are thankful for you. This weekend, you get a free fall tea towel when you buy anything. Use code Fall Towel. It ends November 5th at 11:59 p.m. Pacific time. Long sleeve weather. Take 50% off all long sleeves, even our new arrivals. And you can see the new fall favorites are here also. So really cool. Look at these just really nice designs. They've got these in stock ready to go for you. And I know you guys are real excited to, again, use code Fall Towel. Get a free fall towel, tea towel when you buy anything this weekend. I wanted to make sure that you guys knew that right away as we enter this video for the weekend. Here we go.
Before we got before we had a pause. You know the word pause? We have a pause. We have a little pause in here, Wesley. And it's a 4-year pause, and it taught us how bad things can get. And that's why we're hotter today as a movement. It's the hottest movement in the history of our country, by the way, by far. But we're
the hottest movement. That's why we're the hottest movement, because of a pause. The operation to save the world put on a pause. The Biden presidency was introduced to show how bad the deep state is, in order to win the hearts and minds of citizens to avert a civil war and take down the deep state cabal. American citizens were simply not ready for what had to be done. And this was put out, believed by MJ Truth, those particular words. Again, President Trump here recently mentioned the pause. I'm going to play it again.
Before we got before we had a pause. You know the word pause? We have a pause.
You know the word pause, we had a pause. He emphasizes that.
Can I get one of the mods to drop Ronnie's link? So that way there, then those that do not follow him can actually click on it and subscribe. Thank you.
Thank you, Hawk.
And I mentioned this before. What if President Trump would have simply turned around the day of the inauguration after he was done and told everyone, this is it. Got plenty of evidence. It's already stacked up against all of them. I want all of these folks placed under arrest. The Obamas, the Bushes, the Clintons, they're done. America wasn't ready. They would have been upset. There would have been riots. The deep state would have been filled with their trillions of dollars to send out the $500, $400 onto everybody's, all these college kids' accounts on their phones. They would have went out and made it look like the whole world was falling apart. Folks weren't awake. They didn't know. We had so much information. As a matter of fact, when I tried to share truth with folks, even in the church system, they would get angry, upset, didn't want to hear it. And I'm saying, look, one day we go to church and they're preaching about the enemy and his lies. And I said, you guys know the enemy's the media. They lied to us. Everything you see on TV just about is a lie. That's the enemy we're facing. These false flags, those are lies. And I explained the false flag. They thought I was cuckoo with Cocoa Puffs. But now we're starting to see it. Dan Scavino put this out. Now some north. So the sum of all fears, that song comes from. This isn't the first time Scavino's posted the end music from the movie mentioned in the Q drops. What's notable is that this is very much a dramatic finale to an epic story. It's certainly a clear sign of hope from all of this that we've been through. Watch the movie scene here. Pray for a cloak and dagger strike on our enemies, just like this. I could play the movie clip. I played it many times. If you go to the end of Sum of All Fears, most of you know how that ends. MAGA and Christian nationalism put out by Salon. They say that's the biggest threat, bigger threat to America than Hamas could ever be. Even Mitch McConnell's trying to push back against Mike Johnson and the MAGA lunatics. It isn't working. It's not. They're calling us a threat. The Americans, we the people, we're a threat. The folks that care about their country, the folks that want the power back to the people, the folks that want all of these demonic freaks, these rhinos and these Democrats, these people who think that they could just railroad us day in and day out. We want accountability. We want them to face the punishment that's due them for the treason they have caused, for the pain they've caused, for the jabs that they placed into everyone. Everyone that took the jab, just about everyone, is facing one trial after another. Cancer, heart attacks, sudden deaths, for all the money they've stolen from us and sent to other countries, for opening up the borders, for introducing the drugs that have killed our children, family members, and more, for the ones that keep beating the war drums, making deals with the military-industrial complex, stealing all of our money day in and day out, for filling the coffers millions of dollars, $60 to $80 million to an agency that claims they can look into outer space and give us CGI pictures day in and day out. The ones that keep lying to us about who our enemy is. No, the enemy is the people who represent us for all these years, for decades. The liars who placed in the presidents, there's puppet masters at the very top. Many of us don't even know their name. They put the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers in front of us. They put Soros in front of us. But there's people. There are people that need to be taken out. And I think they've already done most of that. Part of it would be this.
You formally, pursuant to Rule 8 of the Rules of the House of Representatives, that I, the Honorable Nancy Pelosi, Speaker Emerita and U.S. Representative for the 11th Congressional District of California, have been served with third-party subpoenas from the prosecution and the defendant to produce documents in a criminal case in the United States District Court for the Northern District of California. After consultation with the Office of General Counsel, I have determined that compliance with the subpoenas is consistent with the privileges and rights of the House to the extent it
Pelosi served subpoena related to California criminal case. Source familiar said the subpoena is related to the case of Paul Pelosi's alleged home invasion attack. Yeah, whatever. Brandon Gillespie. What's the ticker here? Oh, November 1st, 2023. But then you go to November 1st, 2017, and we've talked about this over and over. You guys, I've said it, and I'll say it again. Why is the media allowed to talk about the Intel board, the 17th letter Q, over and over again in a negative fashion? So they have the right to their free speech to go on the attack mode for something that exposes who they are. But yet when you bring it up as a positive thing, like they did when they questioned President Trump and said, hey, this thing going on, oh my goodness, they're going after pedophiles and they're calling Democrats Satanists who are pedophiles, blah, blah, and he goes, is that a bad thing? Is there something wrong with that, going after them? So November 1st, 2017, guys, this was put out 6 years to the day of November 1st for Nancy Pelosi served. Follow up to last post, return to comments regarding Pelosi and John M. Some of us refuse to say his last name for a reason. You guys know who that is? No name. Talking about McCain. This all has meaning. Everything stated. Big picture stuff. Few positions allow for this direct knowledge. Now check this out. Proof to begin 11.3. Would that be November 3rd? I don't know. Don't want to date everything, but I tell you what, a lot of weird stuff going on. The flow of information is vital. We've got to keep the info coming. What else is going on? Oh, the court overturned a Ganim win in Bridgeport primary, calling evidence of fraud shocking. A Connecticut judge overturns mayoral election primary results after town clerk caught on video dumping illegal absentee ballots into a drop box multiple times. The woman in the footage was Wanda Gator Pataki, the vice chairwoman of the Democratic town clerk. In the 37-page ruling, Judge Clark said the video footage presented by Bill Bloss, Gomes' attorney, was particularly alarming. Mr. Ganim was also correct to be shocked at what he saw on the video clips and evidence that were shown to him while he was on the witness stand. Clark wrote, the videos are shocking to the court and should be shocking to all parties. Let's see, what else would be shocking? Well, maybe a little free speech on X is going to transform the 2024 election. If you look at this on the Communist News Network called CNN, you have clips like this showing a mule dumping dozens of ballots in a drop box. You won't be able to suppress the truth like in 2020 and 2022. We can get this stuff out. Check this out. Mistake was made. Ballots being stuffed during their little old show.
In Cleveland, Ohio. And I said the purposely because this is the only ballot drop box in Cleveland, Ohio. The only ballot drop box in Cuyahoga County, Ohio. You can see this woman right here casting her vote. Did you vote for Reagan or Jimmy Carter? Carter. Okay. We don't want to get you.
Look at all those ballots. Yes, sir. Once again, the exposure is starting to play out in many ways. Well, you would even think, we already know they have coups and they try to pick their leaders, not only in America, but also throughout the entire earth. So this came out on a news show, definitely a red pill for all.
Have we ever tried to meddle in other countries' elections?
Oh, probably, but it was for the good of the system in order to avoid the communists from taking over.
We don't do that
CIA.
now, though. We don't mess around other people's elections, Jim.
She asked you if we do coups, and your response was the same as you get when you're lapping up soft ice cream. Are we overthrowing leaders? The point is, being the world's policeman is a big job because the world is a very dangerous place filled with many dangerous weapons. And here's where it gets tricky. We are also the world's largest weapons dealer.
How about that? Even red pill in the masses on a show that I never really pay attention to unless there's clips put out for us to see. Elon Musk even chimed in. Judge orders a new election in Connecticut town after surveillance videos show ballot stuffing in Dropbox. Guys, that reads millions and millions of people read this guy. That is, this happened here is beyond reasonable doubt. The only question is how common it is. He posts a video from 2,000 Mules. Yeah. Liz Harrington, the most secure election in history. Here's a woman stuffed in the ballot box in broad daylight in Gwinnett County, Georgia. November 2020 election. Folks, they have it all. Breaking, the Wisconsin House Speaker has advanced articles of impeachment filed against state election administrator Megan Wolf. The articles cite multiple violations of election laws and maladministration during the 2020 election. Wow, here we go. The Senate president urged the Assembly Speaker to move forward with impeachment, and it's likely to succeed because Republicans have super majorities in both houses. Oh, which place or which one did we really need the power in? Remember that? Did we need the Senate or the House? We need the House. In the 2020 election, Megan Wolf enabled voting in nursing homes across Wisconsin without special voting deputies as required by law. This resulted in massive fraud occurring in nursing homes, with some reporting over 100% voter turnout. Yes. Megan Wolf was also hard at work to get illegal ballot drop boxes all over the state, which state courts later found violated the law. You don't say. Republicans are finally getting a grip. This is amazing to see. Is it not? I think it is. Before we go there, folks, just want to remind you, we're at andweknow.com. You can find everything there: truth, hope, faith, freedom, our videos, and more. You can join our fellowship member program where you get merch discounts, monthly newsletters from LT, special merch packages, exclusive event invitations. We also have an amazing event coming up on August 11th through 18th, 2024. You can join me on a cruise ship in Alaska. My family will be there, and we will have special guests like the Isaac singing for us. It is going to be absolutely amazing on the Holland American line. You have to go through the link in the description box below with Inspiration Travel. You can't just book a trip onto the ship and think you're going to be a part of it. You have to go through them, and you'll get a special, clearance to come into the event. We're going to have like 7 of them where we get to hang out together, have a blast, sing, have preaching, and a lot of testimony for my book and question and answer time. It's going to be amazing. Here's more great pictures of Patriots wearing our gear.
How do you unite behind decisions, complicated decisions with such a thin margin? What about your own role?
Yeah, well, I have decided, Andrea, I'm not going to seek re-election. And
you too.
Yeah, I am joining Kay and probably some others in the near future. But I've decided that it is time for me to do some other things. I'm always have been disappointed with our inability in Congress to deal with major issues, and I'm also disappointed that the Republican Party continues to, rely on this lie that the 2020 election was stolen, and rely on the January 6th narrative and the political prisoners from January 6th and other things. If we're going to solve difficult problems, we've got to deal with some very unpleasant truths or lies, and make sure that we project to the public
unpleasant truths or lies. He slips up knowing. Oh, isn't this so cool, guys? Why is this cool? Why do you say, if you're listening and you're not looking at your screen, I get it. Let me tell you why it's cool. Because this is November 1st, 2023, where this comes out. And November 1st, 2017, we were told any person making statements they will not be seeking re-election was put in submission. Yeah, because he could have probably stayed, and gotten his little ballot boxes stuffed and continued his military-industrial complex. If that's what he's doing, I don't know. I'm just throwing stuff out there. Continue his lies, collecting all the money. But no, for the betterment of the country, not all will be prosecuted and all will do as told. You will see more of this occur, not normal yet disregarded, and even on the Democrat side. It's interesting because he was wearing that purple tie, just like the purple there from the Clintons right after she amazingly lost. Representatives Ken Buck create the 6-year delta to the Intel board. The Q. That's why we love it. How many coincidences before you realize? Oh, yeah. Okay, Donald Trump says, good news for the country. Congressman Ken Buck of Colorado, a weak and ineffective super rhino, not just a rhino, super rhino flying over. Nobody can see him, but now we know. If there was ever one, announced today that he won't be running again, which is a great thing for the Republican Party. He knew long ago he could never win against MAGA. So now he is, like some past and present, auditioning for a job at fake news, CNN, MSDNC, or some other country destroying left-wing outlet. They can have him and watch their ratings go down still further if that's even possible. Oh, man. Let's see. The other one. Oh, let's see. Who else is resigning?
Breaking news and a decision by longtime Fort Worth Congresswoman Kay Granger. She will not seek re-election next year. Granger was first elected to Congress in 1997 and said she'll serve out the remainder of her term.
Let's see. Who else do we have?
And hours after her vote, Congresswoman Lesko announcing that she will not be seeking re-election in 2024 in Arizona's 8th congressional district.
It's all coming together for us. We're seeing the destruction of the old guard. And then to throw in the mix, just a little, in case you didn't get enough of this wonderful roller coaster ride and how great it is to know the truth. You have Tucker Carlson visiting Julian Assange at Belmarsh Prison this morning, huh? Out of all the people to talk to him, it's some guy with millions and millions of followers instantly after he left Fox. Yeah. Julian Assange, the one who had WikiLeaks, exposed all of these politicians, put them in fear mode, and then here we go. This is stuff he has to say.
Because the goal is not to completely subjugate Afghanistan. The goal is to use Afghanistan to wash money out of the tax bases of the United States, out of the tax bases of European countries, through Afghanistan, and back into the hands of a transnational security elite. That is the goal.
Constant war. They want war.
I.e., the goal is to have an endless war, not a successful war.
Endless war, not a successful war. He was warning us. He had the proof. He had the receipts to prove it. And these guys didn't like it.
20 years ago, the US and UK invaded Iraq. Today, Tony Blair is free to go on television, has made a huge amount of money, the same with George Bush. At the same time, Julian Assange languishes in Belmarsh prison because he told the truth about this.
State line, let me know when you get it. What you? Light them all up.
202 traffic, 260.
Come on, fire.
So basically what happens is he released the footage showing what they're doing. Over and over again, we're told what these folks do to brainwash us, to use us. Thanks to Scotty putting this picture and this video together. Tucker Carlson on the way with Stella Assange to visit. Walnut Grove Baptist Church, just love everyone. I'll sort them out later, says God. Interesting sign from a church there. And then you had the Castle Bravo test, March 1st, 1954. They tested on the people. They run tests and look at them after they've exploded all of these bombs. And then you can see what happens to all of the fish. And that's what they call peace. Thank you, Scotty, for putting that out for us. It's amazing. Other things that have been playing out for us to see would be the trial, or seems like they're having a get-together, testimony time about J6. Ultra MAGA Party put this together. Is your testimony one of the key reasons Jack Smith can't and won't indict President Trump for insurrection? Here we go. Enjoy from Ultra MAGA Party.
I think we were going to start with President Trump. Are they ready to call their first witness?
Yes, we would call Patriot Patel. To your knowledge, did any senior DOJ leader ever state in words or substance that they felt they needed more or different authorization from President Trump before they could deploy National Guard troops to keep the peace on January 6th?
No.
So why didn't we have 10,000 National Guard troops suited up and armed guarding the Capitol on the morning of January 6th?
There's a multitude of reasons, but namely, step one was a commander-in-chief's authorization, which we had. Step two was a request by the governing body, the local governing body. It's the mayor, since it's Washington, D.C., and or the heads of the Capitol Police Bureau.
And Mr. Patel, I would ask you if you recognize this letter.
I do. It's the letter I referenced from Mayor Bowser, I believe on January 5th, to the Department of Defense, where she specifically stated we would not be requesting any additional National Guards men and women. And that was her letter to us. That was the declination of a request. And so we were on standby.
Did you testify before the January 6th Select Committee?
I did.
Were you questioned in a public hearing?
No, they declined my request for a public hearing.
Was your testimony public when given?
No.
Did you tell them what you've told us today about the president and the deployment of National Guard troops?
I believe so.
Did the committee ever call you to testify about those issues in public session?
No.
Some of the senior officials, people like Kash Patel, apparently not available.
We felt it appropriate that the transcript should be made public at some point. And after months-long negotiations, they refused to do so and published their final report. And to my memory, it had been excluded. I think on the eve of the dissolution of the committee, my transcript was the last one released.
I have no further questions, sir. Please, sir. Thank you very much.
You called their bluff. And what's shocking to me, because I didn't even really understand this, is that you gave this testimony. Liz Cheney and Kinzinger and you guys, he gave this testimony essentially to J6 and they buried it.
Some of the senior officials, people like Kash Patel, apparently not available.
Point blank. Is your testimony basically one of the key reasons that Jack Smith can't and won't indict President Trump for insurrection?
You know, I believe so. It's the truth. If anyone could have charged President Trump with insurrection, this special counsel, Jack Smith, would have done it.
Amazing. Ultra Mega Party, man, what great work they do. Thank you for following me on Twitter, too. Just saw that. And so amazing to be a part of this whole movement.
Hey, guys, was that the clip that you wanted me to show earlier? I told you, it's all this stuff makes one big circle. And I'm telling you that as this circle is completed, everything falls into place. And I'm sorry, but the only way that that can happen is if it is orchestrated to happen. Okay? That interview with Steve Bannon and Kash Patel, okay, right there, okay, it's all of this stuff. It's 100% orchestrated in order to awaken the masses. I'm telling you, there's no way around this. There really is not.
You are absolutely right. I mean, right on the money, brother, in my opinion. Now,
Ronnie, you make the comment as well. Okay. You say, we're watching a movie.
Yep.
Okay. Well, I'm going to take a step further. We're not watching a movie. We are living a movie.
That works even better for me.
Okay. Because we all have a role to play. Okay. And, it's very, very important for people to understand that we're not saying that to disregard the fact of the level of poverty that has now spread across this entire United States. Okay. Because everybody is affected by the economy right now. Everybody. Okay. We have people losing their homes. We have losing farms, losing their lives. Okay. That is part of the movie that, it's the balance of war. Okay. So the balance of war means that you have you have casualties and you have death, okay, but on the other side of it you have great victory and freedom, okay, and that balance is very, very tough, so people are going to fall along the wayside. We understand this. Anybody who's been in combat understands that there is no guarantee that you will return home. The only guarantee that you have when you enlist in the military is when you sign that contract that says, I owe you one life to the U.S. government. Okay. That's the only guarantee that you have. Okay. When, especially on the military side. Okay. So basically, what Cash and Steve just did there was let everybody know that Liz Cheney, who's been out there lambasting Trump and everything else, okay, has just been proven to be an even bigger liar than her father.
And that takes some work.
Oh, a lot of work. It takes a lot of work, absolutely, so this just kind of gives you, that really just lays it kind of out for you and for everybody to understand. Now it's like I said, people are going to fall by the wayside. The ending is not for everybody. Okay. And it's going to be a process. This is going to be a process. But the thing is, chessboard, you're 100% correct. We were told freedom is an illusion. This is the thing is there's nobody alive today in the United States, or actually anywhere around the world, I should say, okay, other than that particular elite, okay, that are in control of everything, okay, that knows what true freedom is. There's nobody alive today that can claim that they know what true freedom is. Okay, because we fall under a governmental system that is so heavily regulated and so many laws placed upon us that there is oftentimes no recourse for the things that are done to us or around us. Okay. Blackwatch, I totally agree with you. He says if America falters on this one, I will lose all hope for it. And I agree with you. I 100% agree with you. If America falters, there is no coming back. There is none. And that's where the preppers, okay, that's where the preppers are correct in preparing. Okay, there's just there's absolutely no doubt about that. Okay, so I totally understand that, and I agree with you 100%. What's that? Hawks YouTube would not let me upload that video, so I put it on archive.org. Okay, you guys lost me in the chat there. Here's the link from Chessboard. Okay, I see. Okay, so you couldn't post the link. Chessboard, let me get you a hat so that you can do that. Okay, I'm sorry about that. I don't just I'm not like Ronnie where I just like give everybody hats. Okay, I'm sorry about that. Whoop, no.
Well, you know the reason I do that, Hawk, to give everybody a jacket, or like some people call it. That's so that
okay, I'm sorry about that. Dang,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead. No, I was trying to click into the YouTube and mute it, but you know how YouTube does that thing of where it comes up and then all of a sudden then the screen shifts a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't keep up with the dang buttons.
Yes.
So, yeah.
No, I was just going to say the reason I give most people a jacket, as they're called, or make them blue, is so because that a lot of times, well, one thing is when I get to know them pretty well. Another thing is if they're recommended, but it's all most of the time to keep from other people in there from being able to mess with them. It's just a kind of because you got supermods now,
Yeah.
Yep. And so I just got a few of those. And so
yeah, I actually just give everybody the regular moderator thing, and
Absolutely,
I'm the super mod.
There you go.
It just makes it easier. But we were having problems when we had trolls that were coming in before. People would go to click on a name, and then we had like 15 mods that were muting the person, then unmuting, and then the next person was already clicking it too, and then the person would get unmuted and stuff. So it was kind of the battle of the mods for a little bit there.
Yes, there you go. That's what it more or less turns into.
Yep, exactly. So guys, this is like I was saying in regards to this video, what Cash just said there, and it's funny because so many of the people who testified that testified for that unselect committee, okay, all requested public hearings. Why did they have to keep it in the dark? Why couldn't they show everybody the 14,000 hours of videotape? Well, it's because they realized that we have too many feds here in the crowd, so we can't let everybody see that. We can't, so I'm really hoping to see that Mike Johnson does exactly what he said he's going to do and releases all the tapes, releases all that information. And the thing is, I don't think that should be released to just the media. Okay. I think that should be released to the public straight out. Because we already understand that we can't trust the media, so I think that all those 14,000 hours should be just released to the public so the public can peruse through there at their own convenience. I don't think that, So, all right. So let's get back. LT, here we go.
This movement, President Trump is being excited about also. Check out another thing that he has to say to all of us.
But we're going to do things immediately within 24 hours. We're going to stop the invasion of our southern and, by the way, our northern border, which is not great either. But we are going to stop immediately. And we have great people like Brandon Judd, Border Patrol, the people at ICE, Tom Homan, who's fantastic. But we're going to...
And we have some other people that are taking care of our border, working together with many on it. I was going to show this later on, but I'll jump on there now since he brought up the border. We've got some more good and some good information, some other people that are going down. Black Lives Matter got caught. FTX got caught. I'll show you that. And some more from President Trump and his announcement. But I thought you guys would love it that we just had an interview with Lieutenant Colonel retired Pete Chambers, Doc Chambers. And this will be playing on Saturday. So I wanted to show a clip from that, but we had a great talk about our border and his work there and what he's done. And just briefly, you guys can go to drpeterchambers.com to learn more. But man, what a great interview.
Influx into Syria, and they came across the border into Jordan where I was, and there were 70,000 people in the camp because Jordan wouldn't let them come into the country. In this case, we go back to 1960s in the Cloward-Piven doctrine, which was to create or to never let a good crisis go to waste. So that's kind of where this is falling under, because it does overwhelm systems, but it also can be used to change voting records. I definitely can see that. And I'll tell you that the fact witness that I am, Seals versus Lloyd Austin in multiple cases, Roberts v. Austin, as a fact witness, I'll tell you facts. The 17,000 Haitians that showed up, the first plane that was supposed to take them back to Haiti left out of Laughlin Air Force Base in Del Rio. Not an Air Force plane, but a white plane with a November marking on it. So it's a U.S. plane. And it didn't fly because you can follow the numbers. It did not fly to Haiti. It flew to Nashville. And so that was the first plane. Now we had too much work to do, but I set a couple of my guys to look at and see where they were going. And that's where they went. And others got on buses, of which one bus was overtaken by the occupants, and they disappeared in the periphery of, South Texas. Many of them were rolled up. So these are, especially in that group that we had, they were pretty rough. The first ones we put on planes and buses we were trying to disperse the crowd, take out the loud ones, and get them on on their way back to what we thought would be Haiti, as Mr. Mayorkas told us he would. But they didn't go there, and that's just a fact. There's no political punching here. It's just that's fact. And so that's really, now I have to look at that and think, in my military mindset, most dangerous course of action. Well, if you put these people in the cities, be it blue or red, you create a chaotic environment, and in chaos, there again ensues the seams and gaps which allow for nefarious actors to it's a playground for them.
So it's an amazing interview. Hope you check it out tomorrow as we release that interview. We're hoping to get together with him more for updates, but absolutely amazing. I mean, President Trump has been talking about the borders. He said if you don't have energy and if you don't have borders and if you don't have fair elections, you don't have a country. We're close to having no country. Here we go.
We've seen under the Biden administration, energy security is really, it's national security. Think of it. Energy security is national security. That's what it is. And we don't have national security now. We're like a bunch of very dumb people that have like a rudderless ship. If you don't have energy, and if you don't have borders, and if you don't have fair elections, you don't have a country. You don't have a country. And we're close. We're close to having no country.
We're close to having no country. President Trump's always warning us about stuff like that. But while this is going on, we are seeing many who have lied to the people over and over again. Black Lives Matter fraudster who organized demo that saw Colston statue toppled in Bristol, who splashed more than 30,000 pounds raised from donors to fund her lifestyles, jailed for 2.5 years. 2.5 years. All that money, MJ Truth says, that Black Lives Matter raised, millions upon millions of dollars, never did anything meaningful for any communities except to enrich these racist lunatics. Black Lives Matter and related causes received an astounding $82.9 billion, according to a funding database from the Claremont Institute. Billion with a B, folks. Who gave to them? Walmart gave $100 million. Amazon, $169 million. Silicon Valley Bank, $73 million. Pharmaceutical company AbbVie gave $62 million. Allstate, $7.7 million. American Express gave $50 million. Apple gave $100 million. AT&T, $21 million. Nike gave $90 million. United Airlines, JetBlue, Southwest Airlines, Delta Airlines all gave money to Black Lives Matter and related causes as well. Bank of America, $18 million. Wells Fargo, $210 million. BlackRock, $810 million. Capital One gave $10 million. Morgan Stanley, $30 million. U.S. Bank, $160 million. Goldman Sachs, $10 million. Prudent Financial, $450 million. MasterCard, $500 million. Boeing gave $15 million. Northrop Grumman gave $2 million, and Raytheon gave $25 million. Walt Disney gave $8.8 million, and Pokemon Company gave $200,000. We've also learned that the Democrat Super PAC fundraising platform Act Blue, remember that's what they used with the whole Black Lives Matter. You go there, it was Act Blue, and then that money would actually go to the Democrats so they could use that money to run the elections, run the ballots, the fake ballots, run everything. That's, they need their money because people don't really give it to them. So they get it from all these companies who sell their souls to the devil. That's just the way I look at it. And they were funded by Open Secrets, also known as George Soros. They uses Black Lives Matter to act as a shell company to collect donations, and hundreds of millions of dollars went to political Democrat candidates. We also learned through the Candace Owen films, The Greatest Lie Ever Sold, George Floyd, that millions upon millions of Black Lives Matter money went towards transgender organizations. Remember that? What other thing is going on? Oh, here's another plus. Sam Bankman-Fried has been found guilty on all 7 counts related to fraud and money laundering. The charges carry a maximum sentence of 110 years in prison. He will be sentenced on March 28th, 2024. Remember, folks were going to them, and they were using all of the elites and the Hollywood and the Tom Brady's and all that. Hey, give your money to FTX and it's going to do great things. And then what happens? He sends money over to Ukraine. Remember, they make up the Ukraine thing, and all that money flows over there. And then what did Zelenskyy do? Oh, he sent money received to politicians in the United States of America. Remember that? MJ Truth even showed us Act Blue coming under the microscope. They are probing into Act Blue donor verification policies in regards to funneling unlawful funds from foreign sources. Almost half of all 2019 donations to Act Blue were made by people claiming to be unemployed, raising serious questions about whether the donations are potentially illegal funds coming from foreign donors. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. It's all coming out. One day at a time, we're seeing messages floating everywhere. Even the USDebtClock.org put out this, the Federal Reserve Vault. Look at that. Private shareholders, audits, debt as money. 1913, Federal Reserves, danger, wrong way, do not enter. It looks like you're entering into some type of portal or something. This guy over here on the left says this is where money comes from. And this young lady on the right, she's very upset. And the guy on the right is like, what? Federal Reserve result? United States Federal Reserve System. You know, it's not really government, right? Private company. Yeah. We talk about all of this and more. This Sunday, you're going to see a new interview with Dr. Kirk Elliott. You don't want to miss it. Credit card use skyrockets. Silver's the way to go. We talk about this, and it's amazing how he continues to update us every week with the new things that are going on. And we had a great time discussing this and more. You don't want to miss it Sunday.
And then you go to like 2000 is when it really started to kick into high gear. Well, actually, when you look at the early 70s, like 1971,
right?
Nixon took us off the gold standard forever. He closed that gold window, so not even nations could trade back and forth with gold. Well, in 1971, on that's where you see the exponential growth starting to happen, right? So because at that point, you could just print money by fiat. You could just print it by decree, and it started to turn into monopoly money.
Right.
Well, then you saw in 2000, after 9/11, they had to try to stimulate the economy again. And so then you see another kind of big upswing. And then you see 2009. Okay. That was the big one. That was when policymakers throughout the world started to basically adhere to a zero interest rate policy program. ZIRP is what it's called.
So it's amazing. We go through step by step, more and more details on this agenda that's been pushed around the world. And we're seeing many people getting in trouble. And it's so cool to have these updates. And then when we talk about the border and more, President Trump came out and he gave a message to all of us about ending the veteran homelessness in America.
Under crooked Joe Biden, the U.S. government has spent nearly $1 billion to house illegal aliens and foreign migrants in expensive luxury hotels, courtesy of you, the American taxpayer, and they want to spend billions and billions more. In many states, we're running out of hotel space because the rooms are all booked up with illegal aliens living in a very large way on the American taxpayer's dime. Meanwhile, we have 33,000 veterans in this country who are homeless and living very poorly, I might add, and it's a shame. They're living in filth and squalor on our streets. Nobody is doing a thing for them. We helped them a lot during my 4 years, and it's all been dropped. Everything we did for our veterans has been dropped. It's a disgrace. Joe Biden puts illegal aliens before homeless veterans, and we cannot let this happen any longer. The American veteran is one of our greats. These are great, great people. We have to take care of them. When I am reelected, this national scandal will end. On day one, I will sign an executive order to cut off Joe Biden's massive spigot of funding for shelter and transport of illegal aliens and redirect a portion of those savings, a very large portion, I might add, to provide shelter and treatment for homeless American veterans. I will make it a personal mission to totally eradicate veterans' homelessness in America by the end of next term. You'll see a big difference, just like you did at the VA, just like you did with, frankly, everything we touched. The border was the best border we've ever had. We were energy independent. We were soon going to be energy dominant. Our country was doing great. We had no inflation. We had the best economy in history. We're going to take care of our veterans. If you have served this nation in uniform, the Trump administration will never betray you as Joe Biden and the radical left Democrats have done. They have truly betrayed you. Anybody voting for a Democrat is very foolish, very, very foolish. We certainly will not be putting illegal alien lawbreakers up in ultimate luxury while American veterans lay shivering on the sidewalks below. Unlike Biden, our loyalty will not be to illegal aliens who have violated our borders and come into our country illegally. They've trampled our sovereignty. It will be to the brave men and women who enlisted their lives to defend our borders and to protect our sovereignty. Thank you very much. We're going to take care of our veterans.
We're going to take care of our veterans, and that's so good to hear. We definitely need help and support in that in many ways. It breaks your heart to see this play out. They're stealing our money from us all the time, but it's all falling apart. This Green New Deal is dissolving before our eyes. I want to make sure that you guys see this. Their lies are going nowhere anymore. We are watching the whole system just pummeling in just the past few days with all the truth being exposed.
Primetime has just scored another big victory. The whales have received a stay of execution, along with my beach views. We've been telling you for months how Biden's offshore wind projects are destroying the Jersey Shore, but just yesterday, the Danish windmill company pulled the plug on 2 massive projects off the Jersey coast. The company's admitting Bidenomics doesn't work. Despite billions in giveaways, the windmills still won't work. They won't make money because of high rates, inflation, and China. But that's not all. Offshore wind farms in Massachusetts were just canceled. Offshore wind in Connecticut is collapsing. And offshore wind projects in New York are about to get canceled. The whole Green New Deal's falling apart right before our very eyes. Biden's favorite electric bus company, Proterra, just filed for bankruptcy. It's what happens when your buses catch on fire. General Motors and Honda just killed their low-price electric car joint venture. Ford just stopped work on their new Michigan electric battery plant. The company's losing $36,000 per EV, Biden's handing out $7,000 coupons to buy electric cars, and no one's buying them. This is what happens when companies make cars for politicians instead of companies making cars for customers. No one even thought to ask the customers if they wanted an electric car. The smart money is in oil. That's right. ExxonMobil and Hess have discovered 11 billion barrels of oil off the coast of South America with a B. It's the biggest discovery in a decade. It appears as if we're going to run out of minerals for batteries before we run out of oil for cars. Joe Biden tried to run our economy like Joe Stalin. But just like the Soviet Union, the math doesn't add up. And now billions of dollars are gone.
The exposure continues. All of this playing out while the whole climate change agenda is driven toward control over our lives. That's why they did it. And thankfully, they're being exposed, and we're seeing it play out a little bit through mainstream media.
There's 1,600 scientists from around the world that just joined in a declaration led by 2 Nobel laureates that said we are not in a climate emergency, that all this climate change alarmism is based on bad science, completely ignoring the impact of clouds to basically be a heat sink. The climate has always changed, always will. I'm not alarmist. I'm not in denial, but we've spent over $5 trillion globally on climate change. We haven't moved the needle, according to climate alarmists. I mean, how much more are we going to waste? These windmills, according to an earlier report on your network, are killing the whales. Yeah. Again, this whole climate change agenda is driven toward control over our lives. It's economically destructive. It's why we are experiencing inflation and high energy prices. But that's all this president is focused on. And again, he's oblivious to the real harms his policies are causing. I go through the litany again: open borders, high fuel prices, 40-year high inflation, emboldening our enemies. This president is destroying this country. Radical leftism, climate change alarmism, our miserably failed response to the pandemic. These are all designed to create a state of fear so that the globalists can control our lives. We have to say stop.
So more and more of this is coming out. Thanks, Ron Johnson, for that. Thank you for your fight on all of this. More and more, we're seeing America needing strength now more than ever, says President Trump. He put that out November 1st, 2023, when we've been needing more messages than ever. Interesting that he posts this on November 1st, the same day that power shall be returned to the people, returning power to you, the American people, President of the United States. Is that a coincidence that it came out the same time with the Delta 5 years ago? America needs to be reminded over and over again how these things played out. I wanted to show you just a reminder for those that are new, in case you weren't up with it back in the day when we were showing all this election stealing. We'll play this and we'll get close to the end of this video, but just a good reminder. Flashback to 2 a.m. on November 4th, 2020.
I'm going to flash forward to 2 o'clock in the morning. At midnight, Trump was ahead 10%, which was an unusually high amount. To about 2 o'clock in the morning, my monitor went down. It totally rebooted. So unless you can tell me there wasn't a data dump, there wasn't a data breach, I don't believe that the numbers were true, because when I went home and woke up, all of a sudden Biden was ahead. We had processed 120,000 votes by midnight out of the 170,000 absentee ballots we were expecting. So I assumed we were missing about 50,000, and all of a sudden Biden was now missing. And Sidney Powell did discuss something about this in Rudy Giuliani's press conference, and I do believe I did witness that. And the voting had stopped in the middle of the night. So unless you were one of the few processing tables, you would not have seen this rebooting of the laptops.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Sawyer? Senator Tice.
Sorry, there's a theme here. When you were watching people get thrown out, did you know whether or not they were Republican or Democrat as they were getting booted out?
It depends if they clapped or not. Anytime they clapped, you knew that was a Republican.
Anytime they clapped, you knew a Republican was getting thrown out. Remember those days? Man, I was filled with so much, just so angry at the time. And if you watched right after that election in 2020, you'll notice more and more that every week we'd have updates and more people would know just how this thing was stolen. I think it was good for we the people to see it. And at the same time, it was good for us to later on realize that there had to be a pause, right? That's what we talked about in the beginning. Biden had to be allowed in as a puppet, in a sense, to wake up the people to just how evil they are. Day in and day out, we've noticed it. We've had to suffer for all this time, many of us, but many didn't suffer. They've been excited because we know we're going to get our country back. We know in the meantime, there's a huge battle going on around the earth to stop this man, President Trump, from getting back into office. He is not the savior of the earth. He's not the savior of the United States of America. We have a savior, and he's admitted it many times, that Jesus Christ is our savior. But there are folks that God can appoint. He can pick leaders. He can move nations. He can do whatever he wants. And I just feel like since being introduced to him years ago, there's something about him, and I feel like he's being used to help take down this evil that's all around us. Not all of it, and it's always going to be present, but just for a present time to help wake us all up. And when he walked out on the stage here recently in Houston, Texas, this is what played. It was amazing.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And I believe that is playing from those J6 prisoners, the song that they put together and recorded and got out to the public. Absolutely brilliant, a brilliant time to play that. Other weird things that are going on that's strange is Matt Wallace showing U.S. military government plane activity above the United States exactly 1 year ago versus today. That was November 2nd. Shocking numbers, and he feels like something's about to happen. If you look at the United States, very few planes are up with military. But then you click on military and government on that app, and you can see, look at the swarm of yellow surrounding the United States of America. Military planes galore. What in the world's going on? Nobody really knows except for a few. And I find it interesting as we've seen everything play out throughout the entire earth. I love Fall Cabal official channel. I love their videos, their extensive work on exposing the cabal and so much more. And this message, I think, is important as we come to a close. Dear friends, these are the most hectic times ever, stirring up the most emotions since we started Fall of the Cabal. It is clear why Q indicated saving Israel for last. The world is divided into two camps, and both camps want us to be on their side. That is not going to happen. Our focus will always be on the agenda behind the conflict. They want us to be divided, so we must stay united. The reason I share the few war images is that they only add to the intense emotions. In other words, they don't show very many war images on their Telegram. I'm not serving anyone with that. Instead, I try to be above the conflict to show that the conflict was created by higher powers and that all people are victims of it. Every human being who does not see how we are being manipulated is a victim of this conflict, of the cabal. This is the final battle. This is the trial in which you can see if you are truly awake or not. I have no judgment on our state of being, and I understand all too well that if you are emotionally drawn into this conflict because of your background or because you see people dying around you, that you cannot be impartial anymore, that you are in the middle of it. My only advice can be, take time to retreat and come to yourself. You knew the final battle would be difficult. You knew you'd be tested to the limit. Through the posts on this channel, I hope to help you rise above the outer conflict and see the truth, the agenda. I'm not helping you by showing shocking images and feeding the emotions. Amen to that. Amen to that, Cynthia and Janet. You're right. I'm not helping you showing these shocking images. I do not do that with the presentations about the fate of the children. I do not do that with this topic either. Our goal is to awaken you, not shock you. You can follow other channels for that. Again, We too are personally concerned and shocked by the individual suffering on both sides, and we mourn every victim. But in order to reach our purpose in this world, we need to step back and see the bigger picture. That is the only way to win in the end. With love as always, Cynthia and Janet. So that sums up pretty much why I just felt like you can't show a lot of the war footage. It stirs up the emotions. You can't give them too much because we know behind this all, there's a cabal that's causing all of this division around this earth. And it's sickening. In the meantime, a reminder of all the good news that's been coming out recently. We've learned again about the pause, Nancy Pelosi's subpoena, the court overturning in Bridgeport primary, Elon Musk sharing this and saying, I wonder what else is going with harvesting ballots, the Wisconsin House Speaker, articles of impeachment, the folks stepping down like Ken Buck, the Rhino, Karen Borda. We have more and more of these stepping down right at the exact time that we were told years ago to the very day. We have an interview hopefully coming up with Julian Assange. Our borders are being exposed. We're seeing that play out. We're seeing those fight against this cabal. And we're seeing even more so the mainstream media exposing these climate change hoax goals. They're all falling apart. And we're watching these speeches one after another flowing in with people still filling up these events, standing up for our country. And we'll end with this. Fear thou not, for I am with thee. Be not dismayed, for I am thy God. I will strengthen thee. Yea, I will help thee. Yea, I will uphold thee with the right hand of my righteousness. Isaiah 41:10.
For nothing is secret that shall not be made manifest, neither anything hid that shall not be known and come abroad.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, thank you once again for how you continue to guide us and direct us into so many things happening around this earth. We see once again the information slowly flowing out the past few months in a positive direction, taking down this new world order, the system where the enemy thinks that he has all this power and yet getting crushed once again right before our eyes. We ask that you would continue to direct us to the truth. Show us what we should do in light of all this information that comes forward. Allow us to be protected in our minds, in our hearts, our souls, in our homes as the storm gets bigger and bigger each day. We're not sure what the future holds for our country and many others around this earth, but we are sure that you love us, that you care for us, and that you have constantly sent reminders of how we can communicate with you and bring peace and comfort to our own lives. Thank you for our 24/7 hotline with you, day in and day out. Thank you for your love letter, the Word of God, that we can turn to constantly as a reminder, as a guidebook for our life. Please protect those on the front lines once again who are fighting this battle. In Jesus' name, I pray. Amen and amen. Folks, thank you for tuning in today. Thank you for your time. Just appreciate your support and your views. We're always excited when you hit the subscribe button and share with others and hit that like button. It's amazing. And I want to throw something in there I haven't done in a while, but my sons, Raphael and Noah, they have a Bowling Bros channel on YouTube, and I put it in the description box below. You can go to YouTube, type in Bowling Bros. There they are. Really good-looking guys, if I say so myself. And they've done some fun videos, bowling stereotypes, weird bowling styles, and then my son taught never heard before two-handed bowling tips. And got a lot of views on it, but I just wanted to ask if you would go to their YouTube channel, hit subscribe, and check it out, support them. They're doing all they can. They're recording a lot, and it's just good to see support. I see their excitement and more. It's their love. They're wanting to play in PBA regionals. Their goal is to be on the PBA tour someday, and more. Just excited for them, and no holding back, and just would love for you to send them some love. And they got a Discord and more, and they got a chance to meet Belmo recently. It was really cool. Where is that screenshot? Oh, there it is. They've got tips from Jason Belmonte. Can you believe that? They
Yo,
got to
what's up,
hang out
guys?
with one of the #1 guys on the entire earth, Belmonte. They got to bowl with him, talk to him. Look at this. There they are standing with Belmo. It warmed my heart to see it. And just want to thank the Lord. He's taking care of our families and more. And just wanted to mention that before we close, okay? So for now, this is LT saying Semper Fi with Them We Know. Signing out.
I don't know about you, Ronnie, but that was a good one.
Oh, most definitely.
Yeah, that was a good one. Yep, it's all becoming very, very clear, you know, and that's what it is. It's all this stuff has to be kind of laid out in front of people. It's the only way that they're gonna get the full picture, you know, and it's and the thing is. We try to bring it all to you right here, so you don't have to go looking every place else for it. You know,
There you go.
Yeah, put it
And I'll
all in
tell
one.
you, I
Go
think
ahead.
something else. I think that, and believe me, the last thing I want to do is try to scare people on any of my videos. But to me, telling the truth is part of this, is a big part of this whole thing. And I think some very hard, scary times. What shouldn't be scary, and that's what President Trump has been trying to do, is to lay this out so people won't be so scared. And I'm talking mainly about the fake nuke thing that's coming up here shortly, I think. But if you're scared, well, then that just proves that you're still stuck in Satan's camp. You got to get over that fear.
Yep. Absolutely true. Speaking of fear, that's good timing. Really good timing. I want to share a video with you guys. Okay. Now I'm going to let you know that, having been a Marine and know a lot of people that have worked on military DAT systems and everything else. Every person that I have made contact with in my past, okay, as well as my own searches, okay, and research, this lady is putting out a message that I think is going to, how do I put this? I don't think that this is a good message. Okay. Now, it's one thing to talk about politics. It's one thing to talk about, wartime theaters, things like that, because that's all stuff that we can easily research and find for ourselves. Things about medical, things about the military, things about the government. Okay. But what this lady has done is she put a video up on TikTok. Okay. And a lot of people are reacting to this like it is the end all beat all. Okay. And, to me, it's just a little bit, okay. The easiest way to put it is, Slow Country and I were having a conversation about this. This kind of reminds me of when they told the Jews to get on the train. We're taking you to a better place. Okay. And where did they end up? They ended up in Auschwitz and a whole bunch of other places. Okay. This to me is not the Jasara Nasara type thing or anything like that. But just take a listen to what this woman says.
Y'all better pay attention to what this lady says.
To hear
Stop
what I'm about
scrolling.
to say.
Okay, so you hear this. Somebody else is now reposting her video with all kinds of excitement. Okay, telling her you better listen to what this woman says and stop scrolling. Okay, I'm gonna start it again because we're gonna pick this thing apart. We're gonna pick it apart. All right,
Y'all better pay attention to what this lady says.
To hear
Stop
what I'm about
scrolling.
to say. Obviously, my words are stammering because somebody doesn't want me to tell what's going to happen, but I'm going to tell it anyway.
Go follow that account if you don't know it.
Earlier
Go follow
this
it.
month, that whole the alarm went off. Remember that? People thought that it was going to be like this, the end of the world. It technically is for specific people. Remember, I said this in my video. If you did not see it, please go back and watch it. But in all seriousness, what is transpiring now was supposed to happen last year. This is a planned situation, and it is literally to not put people in fear. Here's why. And I've been wanting to say this for a long time, but I had to really bite my tongue because of the simple fact of how sensitive this situation is and how sensitive people are. And they can't understand, they can't really wrap their brain around what is actually happening and what I'm about to tell you. So, when it comes down to this situation, this is called Operation All Abroad. Listen to me. It's called Operation All Abroad. Do not.
okay. Now we can type in Operation Paperclip. Okay, let me bring this over here. I'm gonna make this. Okay, I can type in Operation Paperclip. Okay, and what happens? We get information on Operation Paperclip. We can get every bit of information, History Channel, everything all the way down. All the way down the line. Okay, now I'm going to put in okay, now I'm going to type in her Operation All Abroad that she's talking about. And the only thing that's here is U.S. intelligences all but stopped spying on Hamas. Operation All Abroad, okay, is basically this, is that video, is her video, okay? Absolutely no other information whatsoever anywhere on the internet. And I went through 7 different search engines, okay? And then I contacted my military friends and asked them to type it into their systems to see what they came up with. They got a big fat zero zip zilch. Okay, let's go ahead. Keep going.
Do not ask me how I know. I said something about it last year. I hinted it last year. But yeah, so this plan, this idea is to get everyone to safety, to get all the people who are not citizens out of this prison that we call USA. And this happens in increments. It's not going to happen all at once. They were planning on doing this all in one shot, but it was not going to be beneficial. It was not going to be able to help Americans at all. The plan was going to fall through, which is why they prolonged it for another year. And they kind of they changed the date for a specific reason. Operation All Abroad starts off with an alarm going to your phone. It goes to everyone's phone. People thought it was going to be as seriously loud as noise or what have you. It's going to last and so forth and so on. Now, I said that it was going to last for like 30 minutes on, even after that the alarm was making the sound. It's going to continue to go on for however long they choose for it to go on. There's another part of this plan that pretty much provides Americans assistance to get out of this country. There's going to be messengers coming to people's homes, giving you the opportunity to pack your belongings, to take it with you, everything, and leave this country. How many messengers you may ask? That's a number I can't put on. I can't even tell you. But the messengers, each and every one of them, will come to a person's home, come to your job, come to wherever you commute at, and provide you this information of what is going to transpire with the U.S. corporation. These messengers give you the option to leave. They are telling you what is happening, and it's an option of whether you want to leave the United States or not. Whether you choose to stay or not, that does not matter. What's going to happen afterwards, you should think about. After the messengers has reached enough people out there, pretty much everybody, which will be 4 million people in the USA,
400
after
million,
everyone received that message, after everyone has gotten the option of.
Okay, so the woman who's watching this video said that she corrected her saying 400 million. Okay, but no, the woman clearly said 4 million. She clearly said 4 million. Okay, there's not 400 million people in America. There's 330 million, and then an additional 20 million of illegals. Okay, let's continue.
Whether they want to leave the United States or not. Mind you, you have a choice of where you want to go. So after they give you this message, what happens next is another situation. Reparations is going to be given out. Billions of dollars are going to be given out to everyone. And it's going to be a wealthy amount where you never will have to ask for money again. Because the United States of corporation are hoarders. They know exactly how much money is in the bank for every single individual in this country. So reparations is going to be given out. Everyone's going to have a wealthy amount in their accounts. This money is not to be buying the material things in this country. This money is for you to have for when you are going abroad into your home, your new home. So this money is a transfer. If you choose to spend your money in this country, that is fine, but it will be worthless. I'm telling you this for a reason. So within the month of reparations, everyone has now got the message. Now is in the position of you packing, getting your belongings, handling your affairs, getting everything situated. Because the following month is when everyone is being transferred out of this country into a new country. That means there's no debt. You are free from this citizenship that they call your birth certificate, your social security card. None of that will exist for the United States citizens. Okay? So in the month of reparations, as like I said, the money is given to you. You are able to spend it how you want to spend it. This is the time to get your things together. Now, after a month, all the buildings are closed. Everything is closed. That means Walmart is closed. That means Target is closed. That means food markets are closed. That means shopping stores are closed. The mall is closed. The bars are closed. Cookouts are closed. Aquariums, zoos, everything is closed. Gas stations are done. They're gone. The money is to prepare you. I'm dead serious. So guess what? Now, the following month, once everything is closed, this is the month of departure. This is when everyone is now being put on planes, ships, you name it, whatever type of underground train that they have in store. Everybody is put on these transportation vehicles to get everyone out of the country. Now, this whole month is the transition of people getting out of the country. After that, no one's coming back. Not one. No one's coming to save you. There's not going to be a plane coming in. You're not going to be able to catch a flight in the following month afterwards. Everything is coming to a screeching halt for this country. And if you think that they are escaping, they're not. They're stuck here. You know, like the captain goes down with the ship. It's just like that, but with the entire crew. And if you so choose to stay, I'm saying this several times so you can understand. If you so choose to stay, because America, go right ahead. Be along with the sinking ship.
So I was kind of going through the comments, and you know, there's a couple of really good ones in here. Number one, sincerely 45. Everybody be trying to predict the future. I don't trust the government, and I don't trust man, etc. Angelica said, I trust God first. That's right. Okay. Let's see. But there was a comment in here where a guy said, here's one here. My gut says this is too good to be true. I saw Twilight Zone episode, aliens offer people of Earth a better life on another planet. It was a trap. Well, that's basically what the Germans did to the Jews. Okay, well, actually, we should back that up. That's what the Khazarian Mafia did to the Jews, because the Khazarian Mafia was in there in the German echelon. Okay, so we gotta think of that.
You know, Hawk, the only thing I could think of should be talking about were the illegal aliens that are here now being offered money to leave, or, you know, saying they ain't going to get money until they go back to their home countries.
Yeah.
Other than that, I mean, I don't know, man.
Yeah. There's one guy in here. He said that these people already contacted him.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm looking for that comment right now. Because let me tell you, this is making the rounds now. You know, you got a lot of people saying, I don't want to live here anymore. Well, Blingy, you go right ahead. See you later. Bye. You go right ahead.
Well, and you know, this country is going to need some rebuilding in a lot of ways once it's all said and done. And
yeah,
if you're a true American, a true patriot, why wouldn't you want to stay and help rebuild your country?
Yeah.
If you don't, well, then get the hell out.
Yep. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. It's there's, dang it. Where is that one? Dang nabbit. Yeah, Chris says I'm on parole. I can't go nowhere. Oh Lord.
But man, that'd take a lot of people to go around, you know, and to notify everybody in the country of anything.
Yeah.
Lord.
Yeah. It's yeah, a lot of people saying, where do we go? I'm staying and fighting.
That's it. Both.
Yep, exactly. I want to find that one where this guy said that they already contacted him. I get suspicious anytime someone says the government is going to give me money. I hear you, because normally there's something that comes with it, you know.
Well, and if the money we got now, I don't think it's going to be around long to do anybody any good. So.
I know where it is. Let me pull Slow Country's thing back up here, because he sent me two different links for this, and I think that
didn't that look like a TikTok video to you?
It is a TikTok video. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see. Is this the one? Okay. All right. So here we go.
All right. So you remember when we said like the ending isn't for everyone, and people were like, "Well, what do you mean script?" The movie part, like where we were like, "Hey guys, you know, some people are not going to like the ending to this. Some people are not going to get it. Some people are not going to understand it, and it's just a question of you and what you perceive. What's reality to you? Think of all the migrants that are coming in the country. Think of everybody that's coming into the country right now. And, you know, some people say, oh, it's all fake. Just, I've looked up this operation. I can't find too much on this. So it's called Operation All Aboard or All Aboard.
Okay. I looked up this operation and I couldn't find anything. It's basically what he's saying. He couldn't find nothing.
Broad. I've looked it up 5 different ways and I can't find information on it. But listen to what this woman says right here. Toxic Butterfly had it on his page, so I grabbed it so I can get it out to you guys over here on Instagram. I'm going to put it up. You're going to have to watch both videos, guys.
Planning for mass evacuations of Americans if the war were to spread. Can you kind of give...
Okay. All right. So let me back that up here so that,
you know, some people say, oh, it's all fake.
Okay.
Just, I've looked up this operation.
I'm trying.
I can't find too much on this. So it's called Operation All Aboard or All Abroad. I've looked it up 5 different ways and I can't find information on it. But listen to what this woman says right here. Toxic Butterfly had it on his page, so I grabbed it so I can get it out to you guys over here on Instagram. I'm going to put it up. You're going to have to watch both videos, guys.
Planning for mass evacuations of Americans if the war were... spread. Can you kind of give...
Hang on. Let me get in the house. Uno moment. I had to put my hair up for this because what you're going to hear from me, it's not a joke, and this is not fictitious. This is the real deal, and it's really for everyone who is non-citizen. I'm putting quotes on that to hear what I'm about to say. Obviously, my words are stammering because somebody doesn't want me to tell what's going to happen, but I'm going to tell it anyway. Remember when earlier this month that whole the alarm went off? Remember that? People thought that it was going to be like this, the end of the world. It technically is for specific people. Remember, I said this in my video. If you did not see it, please go back and watch it. But in all seriousness, what is transpiring now was supposed to happen last year. This is a planned situation, and it is literally to not put people in fear. Here's why. And I've been wanting to say this for a long time, but I had to really bite my tongue because of the simple fact of how sensitive this situation is and how sensitive people are, and they can't understand. They can't really wrap their brain around what is actually happening and what I'm about to tell you. So, when it comes down to this situation, this is called Operation All Abroad. Listen to me. It's called Operation All Abroad. Do not ask me how I know. I said something about it last year. I hinted it last year. But yes, so this plan, this idea is to get everyone to safety, to get all the people who are not citizens out of this prison that we call USA. And this happens in increments. It's not going to happen all at once. They were planning on doing this all in one shot, but it was not going to be beneficial. It was not going to be able to help Americans at all. The plan was going to fall through, which is why they prolonged it for another year. And they kind of they changed the date for a specific reason. Operation All Abroad starts off with an alarm going to your phone. It goes to everyone's phone. People thought it was going to be a seriously loud ass noise or what have you. It was going to last and so forth and so on. Now, I said that it was going to last for like 30 minutes on, even after that the alarm was making the sound. It was going to continue to go on for however long they choose for it to go on. There's another part of this plan that pretty much provides Americans assistance to get out of this country. There's going to be messengers coming to people's homes, giving you the opportunity to pack your belongings, to take it with you, everything, and leave this country. How many messengers, you may ask? That's a number I can't put on. I can't even tell you. But The messengers, each and every one of them, will come to a person's home, come to your job, come to wherever you commute at, and provide you this information of what is going to transpire with the U.S. corporation. These messengers give you the option to leave. They are telling you what is happening, and is a option of whether you want to leave the United States or not. Whether you choose to stay or not, that does not matter. What's going to happen afterwards, you should think about. After the messengers has reached enough people out there, pretty much everybody, which will be 4 million people in the USA, after everyone
4 million.
after everyone has gotten the option of whether they want to leave the United States or not. Mind you, you have a choice of where you want to go. So after they give you this message, what happens next is another situation. Reparations is going to be given out. Billions of dollars are going to be given out to everyone. And it's going to be a wealthy amount where you never will have to ask for money again. Because the United States of corporation or hoarders, they know exactly how much money is in the bank for every single individual in this country. So reparations is going to be given out. Everyone's going to have a wealthy amount in their accounts. This money is not to be buying the material things in this country. This money is for you to have for when you are going abroad into your home, your new home. So this money is a transfer. If you choose to spend your money in this country, that is fine, but it will be worthless. I'm telling you this for a reason. So within the month of reparations, everyone has now got the message. Now is in the position of you packing, getting your belongings, handling your affairs, getting everything situated, because the following month is when everyone is being transferred out of this country into a new country. That means there's no debt. You are free from this citizenship that they call your birth certificate, your social security card. None of that will exist for the United States citizens. Okay? So in the month of reparations, as like I said, the money is given to you. You are able to spend it how you want to spend it. This is the time to get your things together. Now, after a month, all the buildings are closed. Everything is closed. That means Walmart is closed. That means Target is closed. That means food markets are closed. That means shopping stores are closed. The mall is closed. The bars are closed. Cookouts are closed. Aquariums, zoos, everything is closed. Gas stations are done. They're gone. The money is to prepare you. I'm dead serious. So guess what? Now, the following month, once everything is closed, this is the month of departure. This is when everyone is now being put on planes, ships, you name it, whatever type of underground train that they have in store. Everybody is put on these transportation vehicles to get everyone out of the country. Now, this whole month is the transition of people getting out of the country. After that, no one's coming back. Not one. No one's coming to save you. There's not going to be a plane coming in. You're not going to be able to catch a flight in the following month afterwards. Everything is coming to a screeching halt for this country. And if you think that they are escaping, they're not. They're stuck here. You know, like the captain goes down with the ship. It's just like that, but with the entire crew. And if you so choose to stay, I'm saying this several times so you can understand. If you so choose to stay, because America, go right ahead. Be along with the sinking ship. But don't say I didn't warn you. I'm not fearing the transition of leaving the country. I'm letting you know what happens if you do not leave. If you do not take the offer to leave, there's not going to be any tracking on anybody. I'm saying this because I know. And there's going to be people, of course, they're going to be like, well, how do you know? How do you know? Do you have any proof? I don't have to prove to you anything. I don't have to say anything. And this is not about saying I really don't know. I have been knowing about this information for quite some time, for a very long time. And whether people believe it or not, that is up to you. Whether if you choose to take the information, that is up to you.
So again, how do you know? How do you know? Yeah, yeah. I'm just not sure about you know, a lot of people. I've liked your stuff for a while now, but it seems like it'd be a good way to get all the strong on the train to the ovens. I question everything.
Well, her talking about all the people coming to tell you about it. What did she say? However many there are, that would have to be almost be angels sent from God or the other guy. If you get my drift there.
Yep.
There's just so much, and plus, you were saying a while ago that you got your military buddies to check it out. They couldn't even find her. So if the military can't find her, then something weird is going on here with this lady.
Well, they couldn't find the operation.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So what they did to search, they did searches in their system for that particular operation all abroad.
I got you. Okay.
And yeah, so finding her, that probably wouldn't be a problem. More than likely, it just doesn't make any sense to me. I'm looking to see if because I think it was on this one here where a guy said that somebody already approached him about this, but it's like this lady says here, how do you leave your family and your friends? How do you not fight along with them? Feel like I would see my daughter, but I couldn't leave without her. It's like really seriously.
Well, Evan, it sounded like she's saying there's going to be a nuclear devastation of some kind, which, I don't believe that for a second.
Yeah.
Like bolts of God are going to come down and just destroy the whole country. Bing.
Yeah.
Why would he destroy this country, not everything else? It don't make any sense.
Yeah. Here's Bryce Norby says, if this were true, that money wouldn't be good anywhere.
Exactly. I agree 100%.
Because we already know that the dollar's falling, right?
Exactly.
And it's but I want to find this guy's comment. Oh Lord, let me tell you, like mega amounts of people are responding to this.
Yeah.
Operation all abroad or all aboard, honestly saying because both makes sense from honestly asking because both make sense from what? There's no further comment on that.
Well, what other country would you go to, first of all? I mean, there's no other country is in any better shape than we are right now. Maybe Russia by a little bit as far as, they got a little bit of head start here.
Yeah.
But who else would you go? I mean, there ain't no way I would go to China or Vietnam, North Korea. I mean, name it. I don't want to go to those countries. So.
Yeah. And and this was a different video than the first one. And she used the exact same number as before, 4,000.
Yeah, 4 million.
4 million. I'm sorry, 4 million. So she used the exact same number, okay? And it wasn't 400 million, it was 4 million, okay? And you got people all over the freaking internet going crazy about what this woman said. Like this is the end all beat all. This is our saving grace, everything else. And but she's not going to tell you what her source is, and there's no recorded documentation in regards to Operation All Abroad. Okay. And the thing is by doing the search like I'm doing it, it would come up even if it was another country that was, that was promoting this. Okay. Even if it was from another country. Okay. It would still at least give you the outline of what the operation is about, and it's like, I'm not so sure about that, but there are so many damn comments.
Yeah, no kidding.
That,
it's like that one woman up above there said, you ought to scroll past it, no big deal, but she was saying to cut off world, be what she's talking about.
Oh yeah, is it possible that people are going to space? Well, that's a possibility. I mean, somebody was on here saying that some lady named Dolores something said that the world was going to split in two. Lots of things have been thrown at the firmament and nothing's gotten through. So I'm not so sure about that. I'm just not so sure about that. Just is it, just.
Well, it's like the lady the other night that you were showing on here was talking about the scalar weapons, and I've heard this for a long time that they can literally sink continents with these things. So unless she's talking about that, I have no idea what she could be talking about, and I don't think that's going to happen because they could have theirs sunk at the same time.
Yeah, it's so and the thing is not everybody got that emergency thing. So you're telling me that only 4 million people got that emergency thing, and those are the 4 million people that was and oh, here we go, DTH. Okay, so she said only 4 million people. Who was the 4 million people? Another thing, how long ago was this video put up? Well, the video was just put up like a week ago, less than a week ago. And it's here we go. If the money will be worthless here, why would it have value anywhere else? This doesn't make sense. So she is saying all the other countries is good. Yeah.
She don't know what the hell she's talking about, period, in my opinion, because it's just my opinion, but
yeah. And it's
trying to scare people again, what else?
Yeah. It's like, here we go. Evil death train. The Lord Jesus will usher me where I am to be, and that is with him. Strong in Lord Jesus. Amen.
Absolutely. Amen.
Yep. And there are so many damn comments that I can't find that guy's comment. That's how many comments have been posted since yesterday. So yeah. So when you guys hear stuff like this, don't get all oh my Lord, here it comes, Nasara Jassara. We don't even know if Nasara Jassara is going to be a real thing or not. So that's why I don't really promote it, because of the fact that we just don't know.
That's exactly right. That's why I don't push it very much.
Yeah. We just don't know, I mean, I do think that good things are going to happen after this next election and after the evil gets cleared out of here. But we don't know what those good things are, other than the fact that there's going to be a release of technologies that are going to benefit mankind, and medicines that are going to benefit mankind. That's what we know, because that's what we were told was going to happen. But other than that, we don't know. So, all right, let's get into this part B of X22 from today and see how much the news has changed since then.
Before you get started there, I'm gonna get on down off here and start getting mine ready for tonight.
Okay.
So, thank you, brother, for letting me come up. I appreciate it, and I enjoyed the heck out of it.
Absolutely, brother. I love having you up here. It's like I said, two great minds that even though we think a little bit differently, we still meet in the middle. That's how it's gotta be. Yep, that's a good thing. Are you going to leave this streaming until I end the stream on yours, or do you want to cut that?
Well, I think you have to leave them up. I don't know how you stop it. if you can. I don't even know if
Yeah.
you can stop it.
Well, I only got an hour left, so
Okay, well that's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, it wouldn't matter except I got when I hook up Rumble, I have to hook up YouTube with it. So
Right. Yeah, but you can schedule. You can definitely schedule. And you copied that link, right? That I put in the private.
You know what? I tried to send that thing to 3 different emails and it wouldn't go to any of them.
Okay, I'll send it to your email.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
I'll do that. I'll get that taken care of. Yeah, because Auntie wanted to make sure that you definitely saw that. So it'll be good. It'll be something good for you to share tonight. Okay.
Yes,
All right, brother. Thanks a lot.
You bet. Hope to see you tonight.
Okay. Yep, you will.
Take care.
All right. Bye-bye.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. I'm Dave. This episode 3203 BN. Today's date is November 3rd, 2023, and the title of the episode is Commander-in-Chief and the People Will Demolish the Deep State. We will finish the job. Talk about protecting the wealth. Dark clouds are gathering as markets shudder, stocks are sinking, currency stumbling, fear and uncertainty reign. The Middle East, Ukraine, Taiwan, the debt, it's endless. Yet one asset stands firm: gold. In crisis after crisis, gold is there in the background. Its enduring value guards against loss. It's like a missile shield. While paper wealth burns, gold persists. Shield your savings against looming threats, war, recession, contagion, and avoid the frenzied panic of the unprepared. Take control in the chaos. Fortune favors decisive action. Get hold of gold now before it's out of reach. Right now, Noble Gold Investments offers a free 5-ounce America the Beautiful coin with every new IRA. Claim your free coin today to secure your financial future. As this new storm gathers, panic looms, and some of the places you were thinking for your money, well, they don't look so clever anymore. Secure your future against disaster. Open a Noble Gold Investment IRA and claim your free bullion coin today. Go to x22gold.com. That is x22gold.com, the only gold company I trust. Let's get into the economic collapse, political and geopolitical news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, big tech fake news, the puppet masters, well, it seems that they are now coming to the end of this pause. Now, Trump, he is continually letting everyone know through his rallies that we have been in a 4-year pause, and the people needed to see how bad the country was going to get. And since people are seeing how bad the country is getting, the movement is hotter than ever, which means Trump, he just let everyone know he is following in the footsteps of Andrew Jackson. This was all part of the plan, and he needed to take a pause so he could put the resident in place to show everyone, look what happens when you cheat in an election. Look what happens when you overthrow the duly elected president. The entire country completely implodes. And this government that installed themselves, they go after we the people. And Trump, he needed to show the entire population this. He couldn't explain it to them. He couldn't say, hey, by the way, just want to let you know these are bad people and they're going to do bad things and they're going to destroy the country. No one will believe it. The only way you were going to believe it was to actually go through it. You had to walk through all of this. And we're not finished yet because Trump, he's continually letting everyone know that this is the final battle. We're going to finish the job right now. Everything that Trump started back in 2016, it has come full circle right now. And now we're at the point, which is the final battle, and we're going to finish because what he needed from the very beginning, and he actually confirms this, he needed the people by his side, the commander-in-chief, and we the people going after the deep state can then destroy the deep state. And that is exactly what is happening. And actually, when you look at what is going on, he actually let everyone know what the entire plan was from the very, very beginning. Because he put out that video that was going to get him elected in 2016, how he was going to destroy the globalists, destroy the deep state players, destroy everything that they set up. But everyone didn't realize what the plan was going to be. Everyone thought he was just going to come in and arrest people, and that would be that. But again, how then can the country understand what has happened here? The country would not understand, and the country would not be able to keep this country the way it was, because those same forces would just be able to take the country right over, because the people would have never seen the tyrannical government. The people haven't seen the tyrannical government before Trump stepped in. Yes, there were some people that were waking up and people started to realize, but the majority of the people, they could not see the tyrannical government because the deep state players, through the fake news and everything else, it was hidden from the public. And most of the public, they didn't take the time to do research and to actually look for it because they had their everyday lives and they were very busy doing that. And the only way to actually show them the tyrannical government was to actually show it to them. And that's exactly what Trump has done. And he needed the 4 years to do this. But now he has the people with him. Now we're heading into the final battle. And he also signaled that he is the commander in chief. Now, we're going to be getting all to this a little bit later. But first, it looks like Sam Bankman-Fried, he was found guilty on all 7 counts. So the crypto con man, Sam Bankman-Fried, he pretty much was found guilty on 7 counts of fraud and conspiracy. The evidence was overwhelming, and the 3 former executives who worked side by side with him testified against him. So he is going to be going to jail. And once again, you can see the deep state players, they went ahead and they sacrificed one of their own. Now, does this mean that he's going to spend the rest of his life in jail? Well, I think what Biden might try to do before he's removed from office, he might pardon him, just like he might pardon his son. Let's see how this plays out, because this is going to be very interesting. And this doesn't mean that all these people are going to get off in the end. It just means that right now people are watching a 2-tier justice system. The people are watching all of this play out. That's what people are seeing right now. And it looks like the deep state players, they're going after their own right now. Actually, 1, to distract what's going on, distract everything from Biden right now. Number 2, anyone that goes against the criminal syndicate, well, you are taking out. It's almost like the mafia. You go out there and you criticize the mafia and you talk about the mafia. What do you think the mafia does to you? They take you out. And it looks like they're doing this with Adams right now because, again, he's very, very critical of the illegals coming in. He never said close the border. But again, the criminal syndicate, the Biden administration, doesn't want anyone talking about the border the way he's talking about it. You just have to accept all these people coming in and you keep your mouth shut. And it looks like he didn't do this. So the FBI, they conducted a raid on Brianna Suggs, the chief fundraiser for New York City Mayor Adams. The search warrant revealed an investigation into potential straw donor schemes involving foreign campaign donations. They're saying he might have taken donations from Turkey. And the crimes being probed include theft of federal funds and conspiracy to steal federal funds, wire fraud conspiracy, as well as campaign contributions by foreign nationals and conspiracy to make such contributions. Now, it's very easy for the deep state players to go after one of their own because they already know their crimes. They already know they're dirty. And it's very easy to get them on all of this and actually keep the focus on Mayor Adams instead of Biden. Plus, it sends a message to anyone else that goes up against the criminal syndicate or criticizes the criminal syndicate. And you can see it is now playing out right now. Because remember, there are a lot more illegals coming into this country. There's caravans headed for this country. It's one gigantic invasion. Trump, he put this out on Truth and said the following: massive caravans through Mexico headed our way. Crooked Joe Biden, who's too busy using law enforcement to go after his political opponent, has no idea what to do. We are truly a nation in decline. MAGA 2024. And yes, people are going to see more of these people. Now, remember, the people are watching what's happening out in Israel and Gaza. They understand that there's terrorists all over the place. We have the FBI already warn everyone that something's going to happen. Trump has warned everyone that something might happen, which I do believe it's going to happen. And it looks like the deep state, they are planning for a civil war. They're planning for chaos, not just in this country, but around the world. to try to bring us into World War III. And you could see it's building and building and building. And what's very interesting, to actually have the people see exactly what Biden is doing, Senator Chuck Grassley and Senator John Cornyn, they joined 24 colleagues to introduce legislation to ensure the American people have a full accounting of the number of illegals being released into the United States by the Biden administration. And this is called the Southern Border Transparency Act, which would require the Department of Homeland Security to accurately report how it is handling migrants encountered at the border, along with providing information detailing the migrants' places of origins, including the so-called catch and release program. The legislation comes after a letter last week in which Senator Grassley raised concerns about federal agencies' usage of mobile applications to parole thousands of otherwise inadmissible aliens into the U.S. without proper vetting. And really think about this. The people now understand, and they realize that the people coming over the border, they're not properly vetted. They don't know who's in this country. Actually, they do know who's in this country because they're going to use them later on for chaos. But they're not telling the American people who's in this country. That's why when they're testifying, they said, we have no idea. We don't know who these people are. Yes, the FBI, they know who they are. DHS knows who they are, because a lot of these individuals are brought in because they're part of an operation. And they're going to carry out the operation in this country. And I do believe this is when people are going to say enough is enough. Is this the final precipice? No, I think World War III, nuclear war, is going to be the final precipice of the people where they say enough is enough. We hit the precipice of destruction. We need to make a major change before everything that we know is completely and utterly destroyed. And remember, going back to the very beginning, going back to 2016, this has been a war against the deep state players. We are at war. It's an information war. This information war is now moving into a physical war. Now, it doesn't mean that we're being invaded by China and Russia and they're bringing troops onto the ground, but Soros and others have already released terrorists and others, criminals, into this country that are going to make everything now go physical compared to before, when it was all information on social media platforms. Now, I do believe it's a mixture right now of information and physical, and I do believe this is going to be the scare event. And yes, this then might move into another area. Could be a cyber attack, which we talked about yesterday, because again, they're already building the narrative for a cyber attack. And I do believe that this is going to happen most likely around the election time. And what's very interesting is that now the posts that have to do with the elections are starting to really make sense. And we'll be talking about that in just a little bit. But what's very interesting is we know that Biden, Obama, Hillary Clinton, they all had other email accounts. We know that Hillary Clinton went ahead and bit her entire system so nobody could find the emails. They tried to hide everything. And it seems that this is all part of the same criminal syndicate, because it seems like no matter what country you're in, they follow the same exact pattern. Look what's happening out in Germany. Laptops with more than 700,000 emails, including those from the office manager of the German chancellor, have completely disappeared. So do you think this was a coincidence? Or was there information on there that they didn't want people to see? That is very interesting. But we could see the pattern is pretty much the same. They're all trying to hide everything right now. And it looks like Comer is ready to subpoena Biden. We'll have to see how that all plays out, because that's going to be very interesting, which means they're going to be making a move right now to get rid of Biden. Because do they really want Biden impeached? Do they really want this evidence being presented to the entire country, to the entire world? Or do they want to cover this up and get rid of him before everything gets out into the open? Because what do you think is going to happen when there's a Senate hearing and there's an impeachment hearing, just like with Trump? You know it's going to be televised. You know people are going to be passing this around. They're not going to be able to hide it. They don't have control of the narrative. They don't have control of what people see. So I think in the end, what they're going to have to do is they're going to have to actually shut it down, and they're going to have to remove him. And it looks like that's already in progress. And you can see that Biden, he is struggling right now because he doesn't have the money to give to Zelenskyy. His money printing machine, it's not working. He doesn't have the right people in Congress. And now he's trapped and he's panicking. And you could see he's panicking. Right now, the U.S. is going to send another $425 million in weapons to Ukraine. But again, it's not the cash that Zelenskyy wants. He knows, yeah, you can give me the weapons. Yeah, we can sell them. But that's just going to be a couple millions. I need billions to keep this country running. And if you want me to stay quiet, you need to pay me. And it looks like the Congress, they voted for a bill for Israel. It was $14.3 billion in aid for Israel. And there are cuts to the Internal Revenue Service. And remember, that was included in Biden's 2022 Inflation Reduction Act. And now they're carving that part out and using that money to give to Israel. And once again, that money is going to go to Israel. It's not going to go to Gaza. It's not going to go to the Palestinians. It's going to go to Israel. And that money is going to be used to eradicate the CIA terrorists that are in Gaza. And Biden, he doesn't want this to happen. He would like to get hold of that money. And if he can't get a hold of that money, I don't think he's going to pass this bill. I think he's going to veto it. And actually, Kirby is confirming that Biden will veto the standalone Israeli funding bill, which is going to show the entire country that Biden is not with Israel. Really think about that for a second. And you know what the Biden administration is trying to do. You know that they're trying to create a civil war in this country. They want people to take sides. They already have their people inside the country. They already have the Muslims, Antifa, BLM, the illegals, and everyone else inside the country to take the side of the pro-Palestinian, or I should say pro-Hamas side. And they want the country, those supporters of Trump, those supporters of America, they want those people to take another side. So this way they can have a civil war. This is what they wanted from the very, very beginning, because they love when the people fight each other. They don't like when the people come together and see the true enemy. And I do believe Trump, the Patriots, they've been bringing the people together, and the people have been seeing the true enemy. And this is something the true enemy does not want. And you can see they're trying as hard as they possibly can to actually shape the narrative. And they're doing this on TikTok. And Anthony Goldblum put this out and said, anti-Israel content is dominating on TikTok among 18 to 24-year-olds. 447 million views versus 16.5 million views in the last 30 days. The top anti-Israel hashtag on TikTok is Free Palestine. And the top pro-Israel hashtag is Stand with Israel. Raw data comes from TikTok and is available here for anyone who wants to validate it. Seems very plausible that this is a major driver of the Harvard Caps Harris poll result that showed 51% of 18 to 24-year-olds believe Hamas massacre of 1,200 plus Israeli civilians could be justified by the grievances of the Palestinians. And actually, if you look at this, these are the same exact college students, the same exact people that said, holy crap, look, they did this to George Floyd, so we can destroy and kill other people. It's the same exact playbook that they're using. And this is how they brainwash the children. Nothing's changed here. It's the same group. And the people, I think, of this country are now seeing this. And remember, they want a civil war. Now, I do believe Trump and the Patriots, they knew that this was going to come. They knew that war was going to come. And they needed these individuals to be in a certain location, because later on, they were going to round these people up, because they were going to drive them from out of the shadows and they were going to bring them into the streets. And it looks like that this is absolutely building. Now, the thing is that the deep state players, they know that the entire COVID push is not going to work to actually cheat in the elections. And they know that they cannot have these individuals who are out there protesting. They can't be out there without a mask. And remember, there are going to be many individuals in different blue cities. And I do believe what's going to happen is these blue cities are going to say, holy crap, we're in the dead of winter. Things are getting worse. People should start wearing masks again, which will give them the A-OK to put a mask on to cover their face so they can have these riots. And we'll have to see how this plays out. But it looks like they're having a very difficult time with COVID right now. It didn't work the way they thought it was going to work, which means they're not going to be able to cheat in the elections like they wanted. And this is why they're going to come up with different tactics. And I do believe they're going to be getting very, very desperate in what they're going to do. We'll be talking about that in just a little bit. But what's very interesting right now, it seems that, which we mentioned just a day ago, 24% right now says that they know someone that died from COVID-19 vaccine. So why is Rasmussen right now the only national firm asking vax injury and death questions? Why aren't other pollsters out there doing this? Don't you find that odd? Steve Kirsch put this out and said, breaking Rasmussen repoll. A stunning 42% of Americans would likely join a class action lawsuit against COVID vax makers if it was permitted by law. So now the people who've taken the vaccine, there's 42% of the people right now saying they're on board and they would join a class action lawsuit. This is the pharmaceuticals' worst nightmare come true, because once people see a class action lawsuit, well, you think more people are going to join? Absolutely. And Steve Kirsch continued with this and said, the vaccine has already killed over 500,000 Americans. How many more people have to die before Congress puts a halt to the vaccine? The poll clearly showed that nearly 50% of Americans know someone who died from the virus, but the huge issue is about 25% believe they know someone who were killed by the vax. So if 1 million people die from COVID, it means that 500,000 Americans were killed by the vax. Don't let the CN people try to gaslight you. The math is simple. Well, let's just take this a step further, because again, you don't really know if the people die from COVID because the test wasn't a true test of COVID. Plus, the hospitals got paid for telling everyone that they died from COVID, because if they died from a motorcycle accident or from cancer and they tested positive for COVID, they said, oh yeah, death is COVID, give us our money. So again, these numbers are kind of skewed right now, but the vaccine numbers seem to be absolutely true. And this is something they don't want the people to see. And I do believe Congress is going to reverse all of this and allow the people to sue the pharmaceutical companies, which in the end is going to destroy the pharmaceutical companies. And I do believe there's going to be new laws that are going to be implemented, and the entire medical industry is going to change. Because remember, the people no longer have credibility in the CDC, FDA, pharmaceutical companies. So something has to change. And I do believe we're going to discover that there are many, many cures that are out there that have been hidden from us for a very long time. And all the pharmaceutical companies have been doing is just rebranding all of these drugs, saying, oh, you could use it for this, you could use it for that, you could use it for this. And this is why America is on drugs right now. And I do believe this is all about to change. Now, the other thing that's changing right now is that the American people are saying, you know something? We don't need a Republican debate. We know who we want as the president, and it's Trump. So we don't need any more debates. We know who it is. We're going to nominate Trump, and that is that. Paul Bedard put this out next and said, Trump heading to landslide win. 76% say end debates. At this stage of the 2024 presidential election, it can't get much clearer, and it can't. The people are actually out there telling the Republicans it's Trump. So all these people that are debating, it's absolutely meaningless. Nobody cares. And what's very interesting is that Trump, as his trials approach, and one of them is election interference or election fraud, it's amazing how all of a sudden we have all this information coming out right before the trials where it's showing that certain individuals cheated in the election and they had to redo, or they're ready to redo the elections. Because again, when you win an election and you cheat an election, you don't get to keep the winnings. You got to return them and redo it. So I think Trump is building a precedent right now with all these cases. I don't believe he's the one behind it, but it's just very interesting that they're all coming out at this time, and there's more than one, and they're all setting a precedent saying, no, we see the cheating. And remember, Trump, he has irrefutable evidence. So what is America going to do when he presents this evidence? And maybe it goes up to the Supreme Court, because, you know, the information is going to get out. The people are going to say, holy crap, look at this. And he'll be able to take this case then and move it to other courts. So what is going to happen? Do we get a redo? Does Trump get to finish out his term? That's interesting, isn't it? But look at all the cheating and look what has happened just lately. There are more and more cases that are showing election fraud. Just 5 days before election night, A damning video has emerged showing Justin Hurst, the Democrat candidate for mayor in Springfield, Massachusetts, allegedly engaging in election fraud in broad daylight. Sworn affidavits from City Hall officials claim that Hurst paid individuals $10 to cast their votes in his favor. The video footage captures Hurst and his campaign team transporting multiple individuals to City Hall for voting. So he cheated. Yesterday, what did we have? We had another case in Connecticut, which showed the mayor there cheated in the election. And they had the mule dump the ballots into the drop boxes. So in Connecticut, a city employee has been accused of stuffing ballot boxes to sway the outcome of the mayoral primary election after surveillance video evidence was discovered. In New Jersey, multiple Democrats have been charged with election fraud. Patterson Council Speaker Alex Mendez stole mail-in ballots and filled them out and mailed in fake ballots to rig election outcome. In Michigan, GBI Strategies allegedly sent hundreds of thousands of fake ballots applications to Muskegon County to collect fraudulent ballots and deposit them into mail-in ballot drop boxes. In Arizona, a Democrat woman was convicted of harvesting ballots in a mail-in ballot collection scheme. And now we have all these cases, and it looks like the precedent has now been set. And now Trump, he's going to be going on trial, and he's going to present irrefutable evidence showing that Biden rigged the election. What's the remedy? Well, right now, they're saying, well, you cheated in the election. Maybe we need to redo the election. Let's talk about protecting ourselves online. A popular DNA ancestry site is under fire for allegedly not notifying their users in a timely manner of a data breach that stole millions of pieces of personal data. In fact, it wasn't until the hackers advertised the stolen data on forums that the public became aware of the breach, which has since sparked a class action lawsuit. The stolen data was reportedly leaked for political and racially motivated reasons, and it included name, sex, date of birth, geographic location, profile photos, and genetic ancestry results. This is why I protect myself with Virtual Shield One. Virtual Shield One offers an all-in-one digital security suite with its most notable features of being a military-grade VPN, identity theft protection, antivirus, and even the ability to remove my personal information from sites after data breaches like this one. Plus, it comes with a $1 million insurance policy for identity theft protection to secure myself even further. Countless 5-star reviews back up the notion that Virtual Shield One is the most effective way to help prevent government, corporate, ISP, hacker spying while simultaneously protecting your personal data. But there's more. If you sign up for Virtual Shield One now, you'll receive a 60-day risk-free trial, unlimited data usage across all devices, access to Virtual Shield's One's 24/7 customer support, and more. Simply go to virtualshield.com/X22 to take advantage of this limited time deal before their free trial offer ends. Maybe Trump actually won, which we all know he did. This is going to be very, very interesting. Does this mean Trump is going to finish out the last term? Maybe, maybe not. Or is nothing going to happen because the deep state is not going to allow it? And it's going to take time to get to the Supreme Court. And we're going to have the election in 2024. But what happens if they rule afterwards? Then what happens? Does he get another 4 years? That's interesting. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is we can see while the fake news was out there telling us there was no fraud, going back in time to 2020, CNN was doing a report and they were in front of a drop box. And they actually captured a woman stuffing the drop box with multiple mail-in ballots. So they actually caught someone cheating. Think about this for a second. Unbelievable. Now, the other thing that's very interesting, and this has to do with Trump's cases, we could see that Eric Trump, Don Jr., they all had to testify in court. Letitia James, she was smiling while this was happening. Remember, there is absolutely no case. This is election interference. This is a political witch hunt, and they're trying to get Trump to take a deal, and Trump is not going to take a deal. Why would he take a deal? Everyone was happy with his business. There's no reason for him to take a deal whatsoever. And I do believe in the end, Trump is going to come out victorious. Now, they might rule against him because he has a crazy judge there, but I think when he appeals, everyone's going to see that this is an open and shut case, and this was a waste of time. While they're busy with this, and I'm talking about peekaboo and the judge and everything else, they have crime, they have illegals in the city, and they're not taking care of that. And we've come to find out there's a problem with New York Justice Arthur Engoron. Allison Greenfield, appears to have violated judicial rules preventing officers of the court from making excessive political donations. It appears Engoron was advised of Greenfield's violation in the 72-page complaint address that was also filed with the New York State Bar Association the same day he decided to issue a gag order against Trump in his case currently playing out in his Manhattan courtroom. And Engoron has subsequently fined Trump a total of $15,000 for 2 alleged violations. But the evidence against Greenfield is astounding as laid out in the complaint that a third party filed against her. Such complaints are usually confidential, but the person who filed it, a Wisconsin man named Brock Fredden, who runs a Twitter account called Judicial Protest, exposing such conflicts, published the entire complaint online. New York ethics rules prohibit court officials like Greenfield from giving in excess of $500 in the aggregate in a particular calendar year in a political donation. So did she give a lot more money? Yes, she did. She exceeded the threshold of $500, and it looks like she gave something like $3,335. Now, the judge knew about this, and what has he done about it? Not much, which I find very, very interesting. And the other thing that's very interesting is as we go down this path and as we approach 2024, we know that Trump has told us that World War III is on the horizon. He can see it. Now, I think everyone could see it. He has told us that terrorists are going to be coming into this country. We know that the FBI has been letting everyone know that, yes, terrorism has entered this country and we might see it play out. Israel is giving warnings now. Germany is very worried about this. And you can see the deep state players, they're building up the idea that MAGA and Christian nationalism is a bigger threat to America than Hamas could ever be. Well, remember, the CIA terrorist group, Hamas and others, Al-Qaeda, ISIS, you name it, that's their foot soldiers. They brought these people into all these different countries. They are on one side, and MAGA and Christians and Jewish people are on the other side. And yes, there are other religions, if I didn't mention it, are on the other side. Patriots of this country, they're on the other side. And the deep state players, what do they want? They want chaos. They want a civil war. This is why they're pushing MAGA extremists. That's why they're pushing all this, because they want some type of conflict. And it's not going to work. And just before we mention how they want masks to be worn again, and it looks like they've already started this. Coming out of California, KTVU, it looks like masks will be required in certain settings again in California. So those people that are going to hospitals, those people that are going to doctors, they're going to have to wear a mask, which means they're going to expand upon this. And I wouldn't be surprised if other blue cities and other blue states start to implement this as we get into the middle of winter. And you can see that this is now actually happening, which is very interesting. But while all this is happening, what do we see? We see crime everywhere. They're releasing criminals. We see illegals are coming in. They're committing crimes. We have the Muslim garbage that the other Muslim countries didn't want. They were going to either imprison them or remove them from their country one way or another. And Soros and team, they brought him into this country. They brought him in Europe and many other countries to create chaos in the end. And what's very interesting is that Trump was on a plane one time, and there was a child who asked him, "Are you Batman?" And Trump said, "Yes, I am Batman." And what does Batman do? He fights against the criminals. And Dan Scavino, he put out a video on X, and it's very interesting because it's about 1 minute long. It's at night, and it looks like it's Trump's caravan. And it's in Houston, Texas, where he just had his rally. And if you look very, very closely at this video, you can see the bat signal, letting everyone know that Batman is on his way. But since this video is 1 minute, if we go back to post 100 and we think about what's happening in this country, we think about what's happening out in Israel and Gaza, we know terrorists are in this country. I just want to read a portion of this. And it's on November 5th, 2017. That's the post. And it says, why are migrants important? Assets. What are assets? Define assets. What are migrants so important? What are assets? Why are migrants so important? What are assets? Why are migrants so important? Operations. They're used for certain operations. And now we know that is true. And we could see why Salon, by the way, Salon.com put out that article where it says MAGA and Christian nationalism is a bigger threat to America than Hamas could ever be. Why would they say that? Well, because they know the people of this country, they have weapons, a lot of weapons. Declaration of Memes put this out and said the following. Every military on earth combined owns 133 million guns. American civilians own 400 million guns, 3 times as many. If we were a threat, you'd know. And that's what they're afraid of. That when they say we're a threat because we're awake. We're a threat because we understand who the enemy is. We're a threat because we are an army with weapons. Now, it's not saying we're going to use these weapons, but this is what they're afraid of. This is why they've been trying for a very, very long time to get the weapons away from the people, because once they got the weapons away from the people, you wouldn't be a threat anymore. You'd be controlled. And that's what they've been trying to do this entire time. Now, what's very interesting is Trump, he put out a truth and he said the following. Threat level to the United States of America is at its highest level ever. So what are they doing? Going after Crooked Joe's political opponent, me. Screw the country. Let's get Trump. What a group of losers. Now, Trump, he capitalized losers and he capitalized highest level, which is very interesting because if you go back to post 4939, this is October 22nd, 2020, it says the following. Corruption at highest levels of government. DOJ, FBI, MSNBC, political elite protection struggles during bright, sunny days. Now, people can see all this. The sun is shining on all of these organizations, and you could see the corruption very, very clearly. Then, if you look at the loser part, because losers is capitalized, you end up at post 533. This is January 14, 2018. It says the following. We the people, we the people, we the people, we the people. Where we go one, we go all. No one person is above another. We the people are making the world a better place. We the people are taking back our country and world from the evil losers who would do us harm, all for a buck. No more. Stand up, patriots. Stand up and defend what you know is right. God bless you and God bless United States of America. 4-10-20, which is Donald J. Trump. Now, Trump, it looks like he was part of this plan from the very, very beginning. And I do believe the military came to him and said, listen, when the time comes, we're going to need you to help us take back this country. We don't want to have a military coup. We want the people to take it back. We want them to follow the Constitution. And we want the people to see the tyrannical government so they understand what's really going on here. Because if they don't understand it, they'll never be able to keep the country. And if they can't take it back, how are they going to keep it? They can't. And when you go back in time, like back to 2013, and Citizen Free Press put this out on Truth, when you hear Trump speak about running for the election, it looks like he tried to get other people to step up, but no one was going to do it. And he even said if they can't do it, then he will have to step in because the country's going in the wrong way, and we need to make America great again. Take a listen.
Larry, I have a great business. I love doing it. It's my passion. It's my pride. look at buildings like this. I mean, I do it really well. Nobody does it better. I just bought Doral in Miami recently. It's going to be fantastic.
Oh, really? I emceed the opening of Doral.
Well, it's 800 acres in Miami and the old post office on Pennsylvania
I'll talk
Avenue,
about that
which we're
too.
building. So many different things we're doing. They're so excited. The Apprentice continues to be great. And,
so you don't want to run for it?
Well, I'd rather not, but I also want this country to be great again. And this country is not, it's going the wrong direction.
So why not run? I'll tell you something.
I'll see what
Honestly,
happens.
You've had all these business successes. What more do you need?
I understand that. I'll see what happens. First of all, you have an election coming up in 2014, which we'll see. And I'm going to help some people that are good people.
Both parties?
Probably not, to be honest. I have a pretty conservative view on things, and probably not. But I'll be helping some people, and we'll see after 2014, and I'll make a decision.
Now, think about what he just said there. And yes, there's many other interviews with him talking about how he was going to run for election. Then go to Trump's speech that he did in Houston, Texas, where he talks about the pause. Take a listen to what he says. Joe Rambo put this out.
To less than 2 years, and we were going to get it down to about 1 year before we got before we had a pause. You know the word pause? We have a pause. We have a little pause in here, Wesley. It's a 4-year pause, and it taught us how bad things can get. And that's why we're hotter today as a movement. It's the hottest movement in the history of our country, by the way, by far. But we're a hotter movement today than we were 4 years ago.
Joe Rambo responds to Trump's speech and says the following. This pause statement is literally a Q proof. Only when evil is forced into the light can we defeat it. Only when they can no longer operate in the shadows can people see the truth for themselves. Only when people see the truth for themselves will people understand the true nature of their deception. Seeing is believing. Sometimes you can't tell the public the truth. You must show them. Only then will people find the will to change. It had to be this way. This is not a 4-year election. God wins. And he's absolutely right. And this is exactly what Trump has been doing. He took a pause so you could see very, very clearly what was happening in this country. He needed to wake the people up. He needed the deep state to cheat like they never cheated before. He needed them to overthrow the government so he could capture all the data. He needed to put the military in charge. And I do believe the military is in charge. And I don't mean they're going to be roaming the streets, and they're taking orders from the commander in chief. And I do believe Trump has signaled, and I think Dan Scavino backed it up, that he is the true commander in chief. Now, Dan Scavino, he put out a post on X, and it looks like he's flying in a plane, and it looks like it's the sun coming up, and it says, "Here comes the sun." And this video is 26 seconds long. So if we go back to post 26, it says the following. It's November 1st, 2017. Think about it logically. The only way is the military. Fully controlled. Save and spread 11. Once 11.3 verifies as first marker. Biggest advance drop on poll. So just because you say the military is the only way doesn't mean the military is coming in, marching into the streets and arresting everyone. The only way was to take full control of the situation. Take control away from the deep state player. And the only way you could take control away from the deep state player is to have them have an insurrection. And once they had the insurrection, it allowed the military to take control of the country and have Trump as the commander in chief. Now, they're going to be doing their job in the background. And this is why Trump is so confident with everything, because they've lost control of the country. And I'm talking about the deep state players once this occurred. And you can see just from this post, the only way is the military fully controlled, a fully controlled country. And Trump needed to show the people, and this is why Biden and Obama and the rest were allowed to do what they do best, destroy the country. And he wanted the people to see this. Now, very interestingly, during the Houston rally, Trump did not call the individuals in prison political prisoners. He called them hostages. We are at war with a terrorist group, and they are hostages. Almost like when you look out in Israel and in Gaza, they took people, they took Americans, they took Israelis. They are terrorists, and they're holding hostages. The deep state, they are a terrorist organization, and they are holding hostages. And that reminds me of two posts. This is post 1245, April 23rd, 2018. And it starts off with, order is important. Saudi Arabia to North Korea, North Korea to Armenia, Armenia to Iran, Iran with an arrow. Any other rogue nuclear states? Define hostage, define protection. Who is protected by rogue nuclear states? Well, think about it. Is Iran? Is North Korea? Think about that for a second, and think about what Trump has told us. We're heading towards World War III, and it's going to be nuclear. Then let's go to post 1328. This is May 10, 2018. Down below, it says the following. We will not be held hostage. Sky event. Where we go on, we go all. Q+. Sky event. I wonder if something's going to happen where people are going to be scared and they're going to think war's coming. But Trump, when he was out in Houston, he played the national anthem, which was sung by the January 6th prisoners. And in between that, he said the pledge. Now, in his post, he says justice for all. And during this song, which we're going to play in a sec, Trump, he did not put his hand on his heart. He actually saluted and stayed in that position during the entire song, which tells you he is the commander in chief. Take a listen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And I do believe that he is the commander-in-chief. And Dan Scavino, he actually put out a black and white picture, which is the cover photo of this report, showing Trump saluting. And I do believe this is reinforcing that he is the commander-in-chief. And he is the one that is in control here. And yes, the military has been activated. And we can see as we go towards the 2024 election, certain things are going to happen. We already know that they're building the narrative for a cyber attack. We already know that Trump with the Patriots, they have already have everything ready, countermeasures ready to counter this. Now, before we get to that, because now the Q posts are making a little bit more sense as we head into 2024, as they're building the narrative of Iranian cyber attack. But Trump, he put this out on Truth, and he said the following, and it pretty much tells you exactly what the plan is. If you want to save America from Crooked Joe, then get every patriot you know and get them out to vote in the Texas primary on March 5th, Super Tuesday. 2024 is our final battle. With you at my side, we, capitalized, will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. And we will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. We will rout the fake news media. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House, and we will finish the job once and for all. And finish the job once and for all is all caps. So really think about that for a second. Think about where we're headed. He's telling you the 2024 elections are the most important elections. He wants the people by his side, but you have to show him you're on his side. And if there is, which I do believe there's going to be, some type of cyber attack, and as the deep state tries to postpone the elections, do you think they're going to want the people voting in the elections? Because once CISA and the armed forces come out and say, listen, we still can have the elections, they're not postponed, we're just going to go to ballot, we're going to go to the backup poll books, and we will guard the elections. Do you think they're going to try to use certain tactics to stop people from going in person to vote? I do believe so. So remember, the elections in 2024 are November 5th. This post, 2416, is on November 4th. Let me just read it to you. Panic in DC. If you witness members of Antifa or any other people or organizations stationed at key voter locations making threats or attempting to use scare tactics, voter intimidation, please contact local authorities immediately and report the incident. Internal comms suggest preparations are being made and organized to conduct a 29 plus location push battleground locations. See something, say something. Uniformed and non-uniformed personnel will be stationed across the country in an effort to safeguard the public. Think about what this is saying. Does that mean we will have military and civilian individuals like police protecting these areas? If you witness anything out of the ordinary with regards to staff, officials, machinery, and equipment failure and or malfunctions, unusual grouping, buses dropping off people with guide and or instructor, voter prevention, blocking, or other suspicious activity, please contact local authorities immediately and report the incident. See something, say something, take picture and or video only when safe to do so. Then if we go to post 2405, this is November 4th, the day before the election. We will protect the vote, all capitals, all hands on deck. And I do believe everything is leading up to 2024. Everything is prepped and ready. And it is prepped and ready to give the people their voice back. And the people are going to send a message, which I do believe is going to be a shot heard around the world, where it's going to show the deep state around the world, not just this country, but in other countries, that the people have taken back the United States. The people want the deep state arrested. The people want this country back, and we're going to keep this country. And the people are going to send a message so loud that is going to shake the earth. And the deep state is going to panic. And I do believe the panic is going to push us into war. And yes, there's going to be chaos because they will not accept the results. And yes, they will tell their foot soldiers to riot in the streets. And you're going to see this, and they're going to try to start a civil war. I wouldn't be surprised if the Patriot Front Group and other individuals have clashes in the street while war is being pushed. And I think they're going to try to use all of this to distract from what has happened. But again, who's in control of all of this? Trump and the military. Trump, he's going to counter all of this with peace. Trump is going to have it in 24 hours. Then what does the deep state do? They're trapped in their own agenda. And the Patriots now are in control. And they are in control. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially prepared. Thanks a lot.
All right, that was Dave from X22. And yeah, like I said, you can tell a difference between yesterday's message and today's. You're playing back to back, and you pretty much you have a whole different scenario is laid out in front of you. And primarily it's this is one of the reasons why I do this, is to show the difference in the flood of news that is coming out. It's, I said it at the beginning. I said, it started off with drip, 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 and then it got to be drip, 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 and now it's been drip, 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 and now the tap is opening up, and more information is coming out. Pretty soon, they're not going to be able to stop it. The more information that we have ahead of time is what is going to ensure us that we are capable of getting that information out to our friends, family, and those who are looking for the truth. It's not an easy process, and it's a time-consuming process at that. But we got to do what we got to do in order to show. Shine a light onto all this stuff. And like I said, I know it's not easy. I know it's definitely not easy to sit back and watch all this stuff happening all around us. And you know, and again, for some things, there's not too much that we can do. We have to depend on somebody else to take care of it. But there are a lot of things that we can do, you know, whether we're paying attention to our local elections, you know, our voting centers for the upcoming election, so on and so forth. And you know, the other part is passing information on, sharing information, getting that information out to those who don't have the knowledge that you have. And although a lot of times it boils down to, you know, the perception of the individual that you're communicating with, you know, just try and drop receipts in front of them as much as possible. And in doing so, you can actually be a good, you know, I should say, could very well be the good portion of the Great Awakening for them, because they understand that you won't leave them hanging high and dry. You'll be there for them to have that conversation. I try to tell people, you know, it's, you know, one of the things about the mustard seeds is, you know, one of the things that we believe is that it's not going to be an I told you so situation. It's going to be, you know, why don't you come in, sit down, let's make a pot of coffee, or, you know, let's have dinner, and, you know, and talk some of this stuff over. And you got to understand that they're not going to be receptive to everything, but you get them receptive to some things, and then as they're researching, they will find out other things, and you take it from that point and move forward. You know, for some of us, it's a patience game, waiting for other people to catch up to the things that we know and the things that we've been seeing and cataloging in our brains or on our computers. You know, it's yeah, it's a process. You know, 8 to 12 hours a day researching everything that you can possibly imagine, and some things that you can't imagine yet, just to make sure that the information that we're going to give you is 100% accurate, because I don't want to give you something that's going to mislead you or take you in a direction that you don't need to go, or that you shouldn't go. That's not fair to you. That's not fair to myself. And it's not fair to the journey that we're on. So it's ultimately important to make sure that we're passing on good solid information. You know, I get a kick out of these guys on Truth Social that are just awakening, and they're just finding things now, and they're like, "Oh, I got to tell you guys that this is, you know, that this is going on," and we get people in the chat periodically who do this, and what they don't understand is that you guys are years awakened compared to them just waking up, and they just don't get it. And it's you know, but you try to have patience with them, you try to work with them, you try to direct them in the right way, and you try to give them good information and help them learn more how to research better. And you keep moving along, you keep plugging along. You know, yeah, there's just a whole lot. Trying to think if there was anything else that I had today that I needed to share with you guys. And I don't think anything new has come out since that did. I don't believe so. Wasn't expecting to see anything else today anyways. And my computer is running really slow now. It does not like to do all that hard work at all. This thing's got to get cleaned out. I'm gonna have to get another hard drive to store more information. I got five 5 terabyte hard drives that are completely filled. I would say it's probably about a year and a month per hard drive of information, photographs, the receipt, basically. And I still don't even know a portion of what's going on Okay. It's, but I know a hell of a lot more than I did, 5 years ago. And let me tell you, it's, if it fills up five terabyte hard drives, that's a lot of information. And that's a lot. That's a lot. It's, my life has been pretty much, doing this and doing this for you guys and taking care of the dogs. And they're all looking at me like, Dad, is it walk time? Is it dinner time? And I'd like to thank those of you who donated to help with the dog food and the puppy food and all that. It really is a lifesaver when you do. It's one less worry for me. It allows me to be able to spend more time researching and not having to worry about them being cared for properly. I got to tell you, Dave is the one who took care of the StreamYard this morning. And he doesn't have the money to do this, but he took care of it this morning because he knows how important it is to keep this going. And he is so deeply appreciated, more than you guys can imagine. It's we almost didn't get on today. So I switched the StreamYard over to paying by the month instead of paying by the quarter or whatever, the 6-month thing that they were doing, because I can't afford to give them $400 at one time. I got too many dogs to feed, I can't afford to do that. And then periodically get food for myself as well. So with that, I'm going to wish you all a great weekend. I will probably pop in with Ronnie tonight for a little bit. Because I know he's got some stuff that I passed on to him that he's going to show you guys tonight. One of them is in regards to the birth certificate of a certain individual. And there's some clued in information in regards to that and how that was created and such. And there's a few other things as well. So with that, I'm going to wish you all a great weekend, and I will see you again on Monday. Sooner if things change, because we just never know what's going to happen next. God loves you. Jesus loves you. I love you. Keep coming back, and we'll keep putting as much content together as we can for you. Peace.